to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
They will never lose again. That's it. In the history of the franchise, they will never lose again. The San Francisco Giants, 7 in a row. All of them in crazy style. Another comeback, another multi-run comeback. History being made out there. Yeah, if you missed it, if you gave up when they were down 6-3, what were you doing? Giants did it again, Marcus. 10-7 win. We will call it in. It's 7 in a row. They're 40-28. Buster said it's time to go. They took his words quite seriously, my friend. Good morning, Marcus.
Murph, there is no giving up on the 2025 San Francisco Giants because once again last night, we saw another comeback. And I'm starting to lose track. Are we at 18, 19, 20 comebacks now in the season?
20.
We're up to 20.
And even 20. And then how about this? Multiple run comebacks. That's the key. Multiple run comebacks. 17 of them, and according to Josh Dubow of the Associated Press, who is the stat king, by the way, only other teams to do that in the first 68 games of a season since 1901, Marcus, are the 2000 Rockies. It's kind of odd. And the 1979 Baltimore Orioles, which, that's a team that went to the World Series, went 7 games with the We Are Family Pirates, by the way. So there's something there.
We might be onto something.
I wonder how the 2000 Rockies turn out. I didn't even do the research on that. But anyway, point is, it's only happened 3 times in the last 125 years that this early in the season, a team had 17 multi-run comebacks. Did you believe last night?
Murph, I always believe.
Come on now.
There is no losing belief in this team. Now, I will say, I was pretty damn frustrated when Gerard dropped that ball over at first base.
Bro.
And it looked like the wheels were kind of falling off this bandwagon.
And where's our guy Dom Smith at a time like that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to figure out.
They started a lefty.
Yeah, but like the first game of the series, there was a lefty and Dom was in the lineup. So Bob Melvin switching it up a little bit did not pay off yesterday with Gerard, who continues to look lost at the plate, and then he looks even worse at first.
He pressed the wrong button on that one.
Yeah, definitely pressed the wrong one.
Had to bring in Dom to get a little flair going out there to get that rally going. And by the way, that rally in the 7th was pretty funny. I mean, Adames with the single. And by the way, Willie Adames born again hard.
Hello,
as
Willie.
the drill instructor says of Private Pile in Full Metal Jacket. Private Pile, you are born again hard. You can shoot in my Marine Corps any day. You can shoot in my Marine Corps any day. Willie Adames. Base hit. And then Ramos hits up what can only be described as a pop-up. That falls. And then
a dying quail.
Our guy, Dom Smith, pinch hits and hits what can only be called another dying quail. And they load him up. And then Casey Schmidt grinds out the walk. Guys, shh. Don't ask about that check swing. I thought he went around.
Hey, they didn't call it, Murph.
And they didn't even. And Javi and Flem were like, nothing to see here. Move on. They didn't even show the replay.
Well, mama don't know, don't hurt her. Sorry.
You've said that many times. Is that a life philosophy?
It is. It's a line from the movie Waterboy.
It's not bad.
Coach Klein tells Bobby Boucher, well, mama don't know, don't hurt her.
I mean, it's kind of true. Do you want to know the things that will hurt you?
Not at all.
Exactly. Some people do. Like, you got to tell me the truth. They're like, no, the truth will hurt you. No, I need to know the truth. Well, here's the truth. Oh, that hurts. Yeah, I shouldn't have known that. You know what I mean? So what mama don't know about that check swing won't hurt her.
By the way, I know you're not a PhD in Waterboy like myself, but it's when Coach Klein has a tattoo of Roy Orbison on his ass.
Roy Orbison on his A?
Yeah,
He says that about mama?
And he shows off the tattoo because Bobby's concerned about playing football. And he goes, hey, well, mama don't know, don't hurt her. Because mama told him not to get a tattoo. And next thing you know, Roy's on one of those cheeks.
Getting a Roy Orbison ass tat is pretty strong, man. Yeah. Pretty strong. So what mama don't know about that check swing won't hurt her.
No, not at all.
Because then he winds up grinding out the walk, which was a very, other than the check swing, which could have been strike 3, it was an outstanding at bat because that's the kind of pitch he swung at in the past.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like just showing some discipline yesterday from Casey Schmidt in what was overall a great game, offensively and defensively with Casey.
Oh, man, we'll get into that. And then the next key thing is Mike Yastrzemski with a double off the... No.
Here comes the
Don't
cat.
lick the paws.
I'm still licking them.
Creeps me out. I get the willies when Marcus licks his paws.
It was
he
funny.
He did not do it last night.
You did notice that he was not licking his paws out in second base. I know he has cut down on the paw celebration ever since he went the entire month of May without an RBI. He kind of cut down on the paw celebration.
If it's if you think that Yaz comes through in Denver, you're right. In 42 career games, he has 37 RBIs there. So, imagine, extrapolating, a full season, 162 games, he'd drive in, 150 or something like that. So, so then he gets, and then my favorite thing of all time, the squeeze bunt. Oh, yeah. Ty Fitzgerald. Beauty of a bunt. By the way, Ryan McMahon.
Oh, hell of a
gold
play.
star on that play. Ryan McMahon comes charging in, has a 0.01% probability to even make it a play.
Do or die play.
And he nailed it. He nailed the 0.01% probability on the run, body going the wrong way, throws the only place he can throw the ball. And the Rockies catcher, who was at that time, Hunter Goodman, who, by the way, can pound the baseball.
Hunter Goodman's a good player.
You know, it's funny. Rory the Greek did his All-Star ballot the other day. He came out, he's like, Dad, what do you think? And by the way, they do it on the phone now, dude. Now, you're old enough to remember the punching the ballot at the ballpark,
I do.
right?
I remember going to the Oakland Coliseum and getting a little pamphlet in the cup holder in the back of the seat.
Yeah. Now it's on the phone.
Yeah, now
Has
it's all
something been
digital.
lost? 808 KNBR. Has something been lost? It's quite convenient. He walked out and showed me his thing, and this was a week ago, and he had Hunter Goodman at catcher for the National League. I'm like, wait, what? Who? At that point in time, I'll confess, I was sleeping on Hunter Goodman.
You're not familiar with his game.
I go, who's your Rocky? Why do you have the Rocky catcher? Because his numbers are really good. I'm like, and she goes, plus there had to be a Rocky.
Yeah, there's got to be somebody.
But I said, you can do that for a bullpen guy. I said, shouldn't the Dodger catcher, I hate to even say this, but shouldn't Will Smith be the All-Star catcher?
Yeah, most likely.
And then he called up the numbers, and Hunter Goodman actually has the best NL offensive numbers for a catcher.
Yeah, Goodman's swinging it well, and I know even today, since it is a day game after a night game getaway game, he'd probably still be in the lineup as a DH because he's one of the best bats on that team.
Well, back to the play. Ty Fitzgerald lays down a squeeze, and our hero, Casey Schmidt, comes in with a headfirst dive with the oven mitt, and the oven mitt played a role.
He definitely did.
So you're allowed, let's clear the thought. If the oven mitt touches the base, you're considered at the base?
Yeah, I believe it's an extension of your hand.
That's kind of wild.
Which is why I've always asked the question of how long is it going to take until we see somebody out there with a foam finger?
Exactly.
Why not? Push the boundaries. If you want an extra inch, maybe get a couple feet. I don't know. How far can you press the limits?
It's comedy.
I'm going to be out here with a 90-foot foam finger just stealing bags. Oh, I touched it.
It's like something out of Naked Gun or Airplane or something where the runner takes his lead and he has this huge hand off his face.
He steps off the bag, he's still second. Steps off the bag, still third.
Like a 90-foot.
Yeah, it's a 90-foot oven mitt.
See, Leslie Nielsen off the base with a 90-foot oven mitt.
It's a good bit.
Oh man. I'm telling you, because that oven mitt, and Goodman he tags Brian Wilson, not Brian Wilson, probably. I was looking at my notes right about Brian Wilson. He tags Casey Schmidt in the ribs as the oven mitt is gliding over the plate. Now, if Goodman had maybe made the tag a little higher up on the body, I think he would have gotten it. But because of where the ball was, it was really, truly a bad. And by the way, the umpires are terrible.
Yeah.
Ump called him out, of course, because he was safe.
Yeah.
The next play, Ty Fitzgerald stole second. He was called safe. He was out. There was a brutal, Elliot Ramos got rung up on two completely opposite pitches. One that was way outside, one that was inside. And Ramos's point was you can't have both.
Yeah.
Bro, you can be one of those, but you can't have both.
And Ramos is out here doing his bat flip of his walk while he gets rung up. It's always a bad look.
What was that home plate ump last night? He was bad. He was bad. I got to look him up.
Boo this man.
Ramon de Jesus.
Ooh.
As I would say, I would go, who was it? Pete Crow Armstrong, or who was the Cub who said, "You're having a really bad day," and got tossed? Did you see that the other day? It was. Oh yeah, it went viral. Was it Nico Horner, Oakland's own, playing Andre Nicotina?
Oh, was that when Nico tapped his helmet?
Well, he actually got caught on audio saying to the ump, he goes, "You're having a really bad day," and the guy goes, "You're gone.
You're done.
He tossed him.
See you, bud."
I mean, if we said that, we'd toss Curly from the studio every segment. When he comes in.
He would toss us from the studio.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah.
He'd be like, you guys digressed on a 90-foot finger when you should be keeping it on point.
Yeah, exactly.
808 KNBR. Is this the Willie Adamas you were promised all along?
808 KNBR. Is Willie Adamas back or do the Rockies just suck?
And we should probably tip our cap to the day off Willie, because man, oh man, or Denver Willie, or both. Day off It's the two Ds. Day off plus Denver equals Willie.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, and we talked about this Monday, hell, even Friday when we were previewing the weekend and then doing hums and bums. I mean, he was on the bum baby list after going hitless on that homestand. And we said, look, there's no better place on the planet to get hot than Coors Field. Disneyland might be the happiest place on earth, but the happiest place to hit has got to be Coors Field out in Colorado. And we talked about the expectations and the added pressure that without Matt Chapman, you need somebody to step up. And Willy Adames, through 2 games, has been stepping up so far. I know it's Colorado. I know about the altitude and the thin air. But if you're able to square up a baseball that goes 450 feet, that should be able to go out in any stadium, regardless of the marine layer and the weather and all those other factors at a ballpark. He squared that ball up yesterday.
Yeah, I think I read it's the longest ball he's hit in 6 years.
Ooh.
How about that? Yeah, again, Denver, but who cares?
Yeah, it went 450.
It counts, yeah.
Yeah, center field in San Francisco is only 398. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a meteorologist, but I can figure out that ball probably would have been gone in San Francisco.
Although would the marine layer have knocked it down, or the Daly City
I was to say, it can't be a difference of 50 feet, can it?
No, I hope not, but it could be. By the way, the Giants absolutely own them. It is funny, as upset as I was when they fell behind by 6-3. I did reserve a portion of my brain for a comeback. I was like, there's something about this park. It's like it's not a big league park. It's like things that happen in big league parks don't happen in Denver. Like, oh yeah, we can rally. Yeah, we can score 7 runs in the final 2 innings. Sure. It's like that's like asking the Giants to score 7 runs in the final 2 innings in San Francisco, bro. You're not gonna happen. You might wait till the end of time. It's not going to happen.
It kind of is like the Twilight Zone. We got Casey Schmidt out here drawing walks with the bases loaded. Wilmer Flores beating out infield choppers to tie the game the other night.
7 runs and 2 in the 8th and 9th innings.
Giants scored more than 3 runs. It's the Twilight Zone.
I mean, honestly, I'd have to look back. How many times in Oracle Park history have the Giants scored 7 runs in the 8th and 9th innings? It's like probably never. Literally probably never. And it happened last night. But in Denver, you're like, yeah, this could happen.
Yeah, it's
this
possible.
Could happen. Yeah,
Anything is possible.
And it did. And by the way, if you think that the Giants own the Rockies, they do. Susan Slesser's stat over the last 5 years, 53-17.
Ownage is ownage.
So one more today, 12:10, early, lunchtime. Grab your sandwich at Sub Center and watch the Giants. Birdie, Hayden Birdsong against Antonio Senzatella. I always look at these Rockies pitchers. Last night, Kyle Freeland was like 1-8 or something. Antonio Senzatella, 1-10 with a 6.68. Dude.
It's got to be so depressing to pitch in Colorado.
It's got to be so depressing to. By the way, they said when Rockies manager Warren Schaefer came out to make a move, I stared at that in the paper for like a minute. I'm like, Rockies manager Warren Schaefer. How much book do you have on Rockies manager Warren Schaefer? I didn't know the Rockies manager was Warren Schaefer until I read it this morning.
Hell, with the Rockies record, I didn't even know they had a manager.
Ah, man. Well, we miss our guy Bud Black, who lost the anonymous poll. He was the manager people would least like to play for in that poll. We should get into that. There's so much stuff in that poll.
Yeah, but you know you can never trust those anonymous polls. Shout out the NBA voting Tyrese Halliburton the most overrated player in the league, and now the Pacers are up 2-1 in the NBA Finals.
You are correct. Those polls are fake news.
The media said what?
The media said what?
Very good. All right, the media said Pat Burrell's calling Rob Manfred for the 7th straight game with an off day in between. Manfred said, wait a minute, you're now on my favorite contacts. He said, that's right. Put it in the books, you empty suit. San Francisco Giants 10, Colorado Rockies 7.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning is fun.
Yeah.
Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Let's go, Wilbur! Yes, sir! Hey, you don't go.
It's time to go.
Flores legs it out.
Very good, buddy. And Willy Adames, welcome back, number 7.
Big fly. Boom!
So there you go. All right, we got that. We got the Pacers up 2-1. We lost the Titanic name of Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys yesterday. Talk about that. Brandon Pajemski keeps getting cut up. He had core surgery, too. We got to talk about that.
Ouch.
And the 49ers finished their last practice. 40-day layoff now. 40 days for us 40 days and 40 nights.
Wow.
We can get biblical up in this piece.
That's going to be a long, treacherous trek.
We'll have to talk. Salah spoke yesterday. So did CMC. We'll get into all that. It's a happy Thursday, and the Giants won't stop and can't stop, or can't stop and won't stop on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are still giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica on Friday, June 20th at Levi's Stadium. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. What's going to happen to the stock market in 2025, and how will those ups and downs impact your savings and your retirement income? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
He throws. Schmidt takes. It's outside, ball 4. He finally threw a fastball, and he missed. Is 2-2. Yastrzemski swings, drives one, high and deep, right center, way back. It's off the top of the wall. Ramos scores. Smith around third. Hill scored to tie the game. Schmidt stops at third, and Mike Yastrzemski comes through again. Tyler Fitzgerald, the batter. Fitzgerald with a bunt. He gets it down third base side. McMahon picks it up, throws home. He's out at the plate. And immediately Schmidt gets up, says, challenge this.
The call on the field is overturned. The runner is safe.
The Giants take the lead. It's 7-6.
Oh, man. Joe Rizzo and Brian Wilson. What a combo. You're going to want it. Yeah, I think we're going to get a lot of this today. A titanic loss in American pop culture. Brian Wilson, the heart, the soul, the writer, the composer, the singer, the man who made the Beach Boys. We lost him yesterday at the age of 82. And I told Tony, line him up, kid. I said, but if the Giants win, we need some good vibrations. And here it is. Ooh. Good vibrations. This one's one of those ones like in the mid-'60s, them and the Beatles started like layering things, and the way they kind of orchestrated and made almost symphonic arrangements. Like it was like blowing doors off of pop music. So, by the way, they say perhaps some psychedelic drugs were involved.
Oh, you don't say, Murph.
How about that, buddy? How about that?
Surprise.
Why don't we do some LSD and do the show? How's that?
I'm sure it'd go great.
Anyway, well, it's a very somber day.
How do you know I haven't done that already?
Well, hey, you and Doc Ellis, buddy.
Hey, you never know.
Doc Ellis.
I'm out here throwing perfect games.
Young Tony, I know I'm one gigantic. Hey, Tony, do you know this to you? I'm your unk here, but this Brian Wilson death, did you do any digging or see anything or find anything out?
I did a little digging when you sent me all those songs yesterday. I was listening to it a little bit this morning. I was telling Dave, it always makes me think of Santa Cruz. Hearing this music out of Santa Cruz.
Didn't they use it in their commercial or something?
I think so, too. Yeah,
they did for the boardwalk, I believe.
Yeah. Well, listen, first of many. I went down a deep rabbit hole yesterday. I didn't stop. Hours and hours and hours of tribute to Brian Wilson. I mean, everybody around the music world. Bob Dylan. Who do you want? Bob Dylan, Tom Petty, Paul McCartney. Tom Petty quotes from before he passed away, obviously. But anybody who was anybody in the music world was like, Brian Wilson's our hero. He was their Willie Mays. So anyway, we will pay tribute all day long. And Joe Rizzo, the Brian Wilson of Giants broadcasts, doing his thing there. Come on now, bring me some. Yeah, and Brian Wilson could sing his ass off, too, by the way. Very high. He could hit these high notes that were kind of crazy. Well, what do you think, young Tone, about your Giants, buddy? 7 in a row.
You feeling those good vibrations, Tony?
I liked what you did there. Yeah, no, I feel like a broken record. I say it every day at this point. They just keep doing it. They're the comeback Giants. I watched the entire game. My biggest takeaway, the Casey Schmidt check swing that was not called a check swing, and then the walk was incredible. I mean, Casey, he had 7 straight sliders. Lays off, the fastball, the last pitch of the account. And then, I mean, the guy's incredible, and he's got a lot of pressure on him. As Murph said, he's got more pressure than Adames without Chapman in the lineup. So it's good to watch, man. They're doing it 7 in a row. I mean, last week we were telling Curly, like, dude, we never played the win song, the win package
cut that
once.
Off, by the way.
We didn't play the win package once.
Yeah.
This whole week we just been playing the S out of that thing.
Yeah, and the vibes have changed a lot since last Wednesday.
So much so that we've added 2 new things to the win package. We've added the Flores legs. What we had right before that
was time to go.
It's time to go. Mm-hmm. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. So everything's clicking. Now, this is all said with Chapman out for an indeterminate amount of time. By the way, hate seeing him in the dugout with the cast on. See that?
Yeah, with the
full-on
cast.
Yeah, it was like so anyway, that, and then the Pat Bailey news. Pat Bailey out for at least another week. They backdated the 10-day IL. He could come back next week. But, dude, you're out there with Kisner, who we were praising yesterday, and then yesterday didn't have as good a defensive game. Guys ran on him a couple times. And now, dude, welcome. Ready? Logan Porter, some bearded guy standing up there like, who's this?
It's Ham Porter's cousin.
So back to who's Ham Porter?
Oh, come on, Murph.
Sandlot.
20 push-ups for that one. Ham Porter, the kid who calls his shot, the catcher from Sandlot.
Okay.
Yeah. I knew you were going to whiff on that one.
All right, my bad.
Yeah.
I'll give you Benny the Jet. I'll give you Squints.
Yeah. Ham Porter's legendary.
I'll draw the line at Ham Porter.
Is that your sister in left field?
Is that Ham Porter the one who says you're killing me, Smalls?
Yeah, that's Ham Porter.
Yeah, I don't like that kid either.
Oh, come on.
Ham Porter's cousin, Logan, was up there. People were like, who is this guy? And he's your new backup catcher. He had a cup of coffee with the Royals in 2023. Not a bat, Logan Porter. Not a bat. I guess Sam Huff had a back issue or something. They couldn't call him up. So, I don't know, man. Can you go into Dodger Stadium with Kisner and Porter? Can you? And you're going to have to.
I was going to say, yeah. The question is not can you, it's like you have to, because what other options do you have? And like, I know Patrick Bailey was struggling offensively. We've talked about this entire season, but now just without Matt Chapman, without Patrick Bailey, you're missing both of your Golden Gloves at two of the most important positions on the infield. Now, we've talked about Casey Schmidt's defensive abilities, and we saw him flash that leather and show off the arm yesterday with that great play across the diamond, but I am a little concerned, not just overall about the offensive production of the catching position, but also how this is going to affect the overall staff. Because Patrick Bailey is the one not just throwing down fingers, but now pressing buttons and calling all these pitches also. So, like, his control of a staff is also going to be felt this weekend down in L.A. without him.
And by the way, we should just mention, guy has not looked sharp this week is Camilo Doval. He has not. Now, is that just because he needs the adrenaline? When he has a 3-run lead, he's not the same guy? Yeah. Or is it because of Kisner and Porter?
Well, why the hell was Camilo Doval even in the game yesterday?
Yeah. Well, that was like an interesting move. Yeah.
Like, and especially like Sean Jelly was up getting warm. Like, I know they had the insurance run. They built up that lead, but it's not a safe situation. And I do not like Camilo Doval in non-safe situations. The only
I agree.
thought process in my mind, like I'm trying to work it out, is like, all right, did Bob Melvin want to throw him on back-to-back days because they know that they're not going to throw him today against Colorado because they want to save him for the Dodger series? Like, that would be my only thought process there. It's like, all right, we know we don't want to use him on Thursday because we want to save him Friday, Saturday, Sunday in L.A., so maybe just waste some of the bullets now, but, like, don't even put him out there, in my opinion.
Or the idea is that he truly did believe that Colorado, four-run lead in the ninth, he didn't want to mess around. He just wanted to nail that thing down. Yeah. But you're right. I didn't like it, and he performed accordingly. He did not perform well.
Yeah, we've seen this storyline play out before with Camilo in non-safe situations.
26 pitches, 12 strikes. So now he's burned for today. You don't pitch him today.
No.
And now he's got – meanwhile, when he was flailing, Logan Porter had to come out and talk to him. Like, what does Logan Porter have to say to Camilo Doval? I mean, he was around in the spring, but still.
Hey, Camilo, my name is Logan.
Me llamo Logan.
Yeah, hola, me llamo Logan.
I mean, honestly, because he usually uses a translator, Doval. Maybe Porter's fluent. I don't know.
Who knows?
But it was anyway. It is a thing. But that said, they're freaking 40-28. They're a half game out in the West, and they're 1.5 up on the Padres, and they are leading the wild card. So I don't know what to tell you guys other than, oh my, it's the Buster Posey Go Time Giants. All right, guest list on a Thursday, June 12, 2025. Love a Thursday, baby Friday. Enjoy. I got the U.S. Open on. Supposedly, rugged Oakmont is being tamed by legendary J.J. Spawn. He's 4 under. That was supposed to be a bloodletting. The winning score was supposed to be even or over par. Well, maybe the weekend still will do it. But, Young Ton, you watching the golf? We got it on.
I got it on in here as well. Yeah, J.J. Spawn, who was in contention to win, what was it, the Masters or was the PGA Championship, I think?
I don't think it was the Masters. I could have been.
I think it was PGA Championship.
Rory's off to a nice start though. 2 under through 6. Keep him on your radar. All right, what do we got, bud?
All right, so today is Thursday, which means we have our executive show today. Zach Manassian going to join us at 7:30. Before that, if you missed Dom Smith yesterday, one of our best interviews of the year, we're going to replay that at 6:50. Big Hit's going to be at 7:50. Cooler Content 8:30. We will talk to Matt Mayoko about the 49ers, 40 days and 40 nights. What are you guys going to give up?
Well, that's not. Is Lent 40 days, 40 nights? Yeah.
It is.
I believe so, yeah.
I was going Noah's Ark.
Big JC guy, Murph.
You know what I'm giving up, Murph? I'm giving up Giants losing ball games because they haven't lost a single one yet.
Well done, buddy. Well done. Yes.
So he's going to join us at 8:50, and then Chris Wondolowski at 9:35. The CONCACAF Gold Cup starts on Sunday at PayPal Park. USA versus Trinidad and Tobago at 3 p.m.
Yeah, but I'm boned up enough to know that our USA team is sucking right now.
That's good.
They've lost like 4 straight. People are losing their minds. We hired a new coach, and the guy can't get a dub. So we're Wando usually comes on for like a good vibe, and we're going to be like, "Hey, Wando, should we fire this new guy?" He's like, "Guys, I'm just doing the promotional tour, guys." So, but that I didn't know the CONCACAF Cup was in our area,
Dude, and the trophy's coming into the studio, I believe.
Really?
Yeah,
that's actually kind of cool.
I believe we're going to lift the trophy in the 9
I actually
a.m.
am
hour.
aware of the CONCACAF Gold Cup championship for North America, Central America, and the Caribbean every 2 years. That usually gets a little. Used to hit the top 6, Marcus. Used to hit the top 6. Mexico's the defending champ. We're trying to win our first since 2021. But the rate we're going would be lucky to beat Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh.
All right, guys.
You're lucky to beat Trinidad James.
Yeah, for sure. So a little bit of Bob Melvin after the game, a little bit of Casey Schmidt after the game, a little bit of Giants kind of piecing it together without Matt Chapman, without Pat Bailey. What's the path forward? And then are you ready for Dodger Stadium tomorrow? Next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Tyler Fitzgerald, the batter. Fitzgerald with a bunt. He gets it down third base side. McMahon picks it up, throws home. He's out at the plate. And immediately Schmidt gets up, says, challenge this.
Call on the field is overturned. The runner is safe.
The Giants take the lead. It's 7-6.
So, Schmitty, I'm going to talk about the safety squeeze with Fitzy. What kind of lead? They're talking about the slide. The oven mate just got in there. They reviewed it. Obviously, that was a go-ahead run. Tell me about that play and how it transpired, if Matty said anything to you or not.
Yeah, we knew we were gonna bunt there, and I talked to him before, and just to make sure I see it down, and I saw it down, and I just took off, and luckily got in there.
Well, there it is, man. A California boy, Casey Schmidt, scoring as we continue to pay tribute to the legendary Brian Wilson, who died at the age of 82, and all of the epic songs that he wrote for the Beach Boys, including this one, California Girls. Hey, when David Lee Roth says, I'm going to cover that song, man, then you know it's a good song. So it was a great cover, too. DLR, by the way. And Casey Schmidt, kid out of San Diego, California, scores. Tyler Fitzgerald, a kid out of rural Illinois, I believe, lays down the bunt. The ump blows the call. They have to replay it. By the way, the Giants had a replay blown yesterday when Dan Johnson got back on a would-be double play, and they didn't challenge it in time. Did you see that? That was a breakdown. I don't know if you were watching at that point in time.
It was weird yesterday with all the umpires and all the reviews. Seemed like there was a couple mishaps yesterday during the game.
I'm telling you, umps are having a terrible year. They're cracking. They really are. They're cracking under the pressure. So, but the Giants do get the right call on that one. Great slide by Casey. Great bunt by Tyler Fitzgerald. Great play by Ryan McMahon. But just good baseball. The big leagues right there. And the Giants get that run home. That takes the 7-6 lead. At that point, if they had finished the game there, it would have been another one-run game. But this time, as somebody said, it was either Flem, Javi, Rizzo, FP, or Wotus, or Laura Britt, who said, it wasn't a one-run game, but it felt like a one-run game, didn't it?
Yeah, and it almost got back to being a one-run game in that ninth inning with Camilo.
Oh, man, oh, man. We want to get into a little bit of what's going on with this Giants catcher situation. By the way, stay tuned. Dom Smith joined us late in yesterday's show, and for the early crowd, you guys want to hear it. Just a really good conversation. He's just a good dude. So we're going to play that in about 15 minutes. So stay tuned just a little after 6:50. But right now, what's going on with this catching situation? You're rolling into Dodger Stadium without Matt Chapman, without Pat Bailey. And it's funny about Pat Bailey, dude. People rag on him and rag on him and rag. How do you like him now, right? How do you like him now? Now, it's like I would say that him being gone right now answers the question of, like that guy, I think it was Mike from Woodland called and said, how much longer can we tolerate Bailey's bat? I would argue that right now, already in one day, you see why you tolerate his bat.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So it's like, guys, we're answering the question. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, and like it's a problem not just with Patrick Bailey, but I mean this happens not just in baseball, with every sport. Everybody's just like, oh, DFA the guy, move on to something else, and it's like, all right, what are your other options? And tell me, what other catching options do the Giants have in the entire organization outside of Patrick Bailey? And just because Patrick Bailey is struggling offensively, that doesn't negate what he does defensively and what he does as a quarterback for this entire staff and bullpen. How he's the one calling the pitches, how he's the one game planning. I mean, we played sound the other day from Jacob Wilson from the A's up in Sacramento, talking about how his toughest AB in his major league career has been because he's facing Logan Webb, but he also mentioned it's because Patrick Bailey is the one calling the pitches behind home plate.
Yeah.
So it just shows like the power of the battery and how much of an impact Patrick Bailey has overall on this team. It's represented in his WAR, if you want to get into those numbers, whether we're talking B WAR or F WAR or whatever WAR you want to get into. He has value because of what he does defensively and how he manages his staff in this bullpen. So there's no question, in my opinion, that his absence is going to be felt, even though his bat has been absent the entire year, essentially.
Yeah, well said. All right, well, here's Bob Melvin before the game yesterday explaining to Dave Fleming just what happened with Pat Bailey.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like these things come in waves, and, he's had a neck strain here for a couple days. It's really tough to go without another catcher, and he wasn't going to be able to play today. Not sure about tomorrow. We can backdate this thing to Sunday where it's probably just going to be a week. Hopefully, he'll get probably some more tests and looked at a little bit more, but hopefully this is a shorter-term thing. But it's impossible to only go with one catcher.
Yeah, I mean, your point about his WAR, I mean, his offense is so bad, 185, 246 on base, 517 OPS, everything's bad. His WAR is still 0.0 because his defense is that good.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
His defense is that positive that it upsets a negative. Yeah, negates
I should probably find his defensive WAR. So anyway, they talk about Logan Porter. Come on down, Logan Porter. He's a forever Giant. Logan Porter, 29-year-old catcher, rocking number 13 yesterday, went 0 for 1. Came out of Northwestern Oklahoma State, and then he transferred to Utah Tech. Bro, talk about an unconventional path. Oh, my gosh. He was born in Phoenix, Arizona in 1995 on his bio page. He did debut in 2023 with the Kansas City Royals. So he has actually played 11 games in the big leagues. But here's your guy, Logan Porter. Giants signed him in the spring. What did Bob Melvin say about that?
Yeah, we've seen him a lot in during spring training, and I was just talking to Dave Brundage, our AAA guy, manager, and he really likes him. He brings a lot of energy. He's up to speed with what we do here. He knows all our signs. He's caught a lot of these pitchers, so that's beneficial and gives him an opportunity to get some time at the big league level, and I know he's excited about it.
Well, there he was on the mound in the 9th inning trying to talk Doval off the ledge. I was like, Doval's like, wait, who are you again? I know they saw each other in spring, but that was kind of a funny spot for him to be in. It's like, yeah, Giants are going to blow this game because Logan Porter can't communicate to Camilo Doval or say the right thing or Camilo Doval's like, who's this guy?
No, yeah, and that's the last thing I want to think about is a situation like we saw last Friday with the San Diego Padres where there's a walk-off wild pitch because there's some no-name catcher down behind home plate on one knee who can't be back there blocking balls. And again, it all circles back to the overall message and game plan for this team that focuses so much on pitching and defense. Well, we saw them almost blow the game yesterday because defensively, you got guys like Gerard dropping balls over at first base. It's like when you have a pitching staff like this, you can't afford to make errors because we saw what that did for Robbie Ray's pitch count and why he got pulled from the game so early.
Yeah, unspeakable error by Gerard Encarnacion there. By the way, somebody wrote out, I'm old enough to remember when we all thought Gerard Encarnacion was going to save us. Oh, man,
They're just looking for some type of spark.
Hey, 559 says, where is Farhan legend Tom Murphy? Right?
Good question.
I mean, talk about the most injured player in the history of the Giants, Tom Murphy. Is he number one? Am I forgetting somebody?
Oh,
guy's been hurt for 2 years. Matthew Boyd was on that list for a little bit. Remember him? They got him, and he was just down, stayed in the minors, hurt forever. He's pitching well now. Was Melanson hurt a lot? No. Yes. By the way, see, Melanson showed up at the yard the other day.
Yeah, dude, I was so confused.
And they put him up on the board?
Yeah.
Were you there for that?
Yeah, I was.
How was the reaction?
I was puzzled. And people were just like, what the hell? What the hell's going on here? What the hell? You were like, what is Mark Melanson doing here?
Was it confused silence?
Yeah, why is he getting the Jumbotron treatment?
And why does he get good tickets? Yes, that was odd.
I mean, forever Giant, but
why is he getting the Jumbotron treatment?
Kind of like to forget about
exactly.
Mark Melanson with
that was
Giants.
an interesting editorial move by the Giants front office to A, give him the tickets, and B, put him on the Jumbotron.
Bold strategy, Cotton.
Oh, man. All right. Well, listen, hey, a little Casey Schmidt, too, before we get out and get to Dom Smith. You guys see the play where he ranged to his right and threw across his body?
Beautiful.
I mean, I don't know if I didn't see ESPN's top 10. If that's not top 5, I don't know what's going on. There was a play earlier, though, the ground ball to his left where I thought Chapman would have made the play. Did you see that?
Yeah, Matt Chapman makes almost every play. Casey Schmidt will make about 90 of them. But, yeah, I mean, it's hard to, have Casey try to live up to the Matt Chapman standard. It's like expecting Willie Adames to live up to the Brandon Crawford standard defensively. Look, these guys are good defensively in their own right, and I'd say probably Casey Schmidt actually has a better glove in comparison to a guy like Willie Adames, but he's still not Matt Chapman.
So, Young Tone on the Giants, Casey Schmidt here about the reaction after that play he made, because it ended the inning, and he did the badass thing where he just trotted right into the dugout with no expression, and the reaction in the dugout.
Yeah, I got some high fives, and I had to get hurry up and get my stuff on because I think I was leading off the inning. Yeah.
Did Chapman say anything to you? Because I know he's been talking to you so much about defense.
Yeah, he's been awesome. He's been helping me out just with the positioning, glove work, and everything. He's one of the best to ever do it, so I'm always all ears for him.
All right, Casey was very chill in his post-game interviews. We didn't get the overly excited puppy dog. He's trying to go to work, put his hard hat on.
He's being a pro, Murph. That's it, and that was a pro move, and I love the fact that the throw beat him there by a couple feet, too. This was not a bang-bang play. He made that look effortless.
Yeah. And in fact, he got the big knock in the 10th inning, the 9th inning to get him up to 10-7. So the walk in the 8th and the 2-run knock in the 9th. Pretty darn cool.
Yeah, so Casey giving you some good ABs as well as good defensive plays. Went deep. First game of the series, couple knocks. Got the big walk the other night, too. So Casey is taking advantage of the opportunities.
All right, a guy who did not start last night for the first time since he got here was Dom Smith. And then Gerard biffed that ball over at first. You're like, get Dom back in there. He pinch hit a dying Quail out there for a base knock, and then soothed the waters over at first base. But we felt like he was going to be part of a winning team, a winning game, because he had come on our show earlier in the day. And it came late in yesterday's show. Dom Smith, the new Giant, joined us, and we definitely think that the early crowd should hear it because he was really, really good. So, Giants fans, good conversation with Dom Smith next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, man, the Brian Wilson tribute sounding great. I urge everybody to go down the rabbit hole and just dive into the world of Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys. This is an interesting one. When I was a kid, we all sang it and everything. It was a little song we used to sing, a little baby deck, just because it was a little fun thing to dance with him in the living room and all that stuff. It's a cute little song, right?
A little lullaby.
And I was like, why did the Beach Boys cover this? I looked it up. It's actually an old Bahamian sailor song from the early 1900s. They didn't even write this one. It's just like Wilson was like, hey, man, I want to do that song. I'm going to make it sound cool. And that's pretty much the story behind it. Because they get the harmonies really going here. And you know this one, Young Tone?
No, I do not.
No, honestly, you know this one.
No, I don't think I've heard this track.
Oh, my gosh. I thought this one was standard pop culture. Oh, okay. Well, enjoy the sloop, John B. I want to go home. It's a funny song about a sailor just having a rough go. He says, this is the worst trip I've ever been on. It's kind of a weird song that the Beach Boys did this, but again, it's an old Caribbean sailor folk song.
Huh.
Yeah. So hoist up the John B. sail. It's kind of a fun little old drinking song. It's been covered by many, many titans through the years.
Now, technically not a she shanty, right?
Well, like first cousin.
All right.
If not brother.
We'll allow it.
Yeah, you're on it, buddy.
It's a she shanty Thursday.
You're on it, buddy. All right. Dom Smith joined us yesterday, and we enjoyed the heck out of the conversation. He was, of course, picked up just a week ago, and it feels like he's been here forever. So, hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And Dom Smith, Murph, and Marcus say good morning. How are you?
How you doing, fellas? No, thank you guys for having me on the show. And, obviously being a L.A. kid, this is just super surreal being on the West Coast and then being, a Giant, played against them, for years. And, I hated coming to Oracle just because of how the fans would get on us and just the energy there. It made it really tough on us. So to see it as a home ball player, it's really like a dream come true. And, just being a part of this organization from the top down, they just showed me so much love. And it's just been fun. I've only been here 6 days, so I'm still trying to wrap my head around everything and, just falling in line with the boys so we can keep getting these wins.
Man, oh man, there's so much to talk to you about, Dom. It's been such a journey for you, and whether it's your L.A. childhood or whether it's the Mets or whether it's the Yankees stint. But I do want to kind of pick it up recently for my first question, and that is, when did Zach Manassian and or Buster Posey kind of reach out to you and your people about coming on board? That's the first part. And then second of all, have you had interactions with Buster Posey since you've been here?
Yeah, that's a great question. Obviously, following my career over the last few years, I've been a free agent, a few times and been in trade rumors and, I've never, had communication, or my agency hasn't had much communication with the Giants. So when I opted out on June 1st, to be honest, the Giants weren't even on my radar personally because there were other opportunities out there and, other, places I can go and fill in a role. And, I was, taking my few days off and my agency, they were working diligently, and they're not telling me, every team they're talking to, every interaction, because, some conversations might be a little filler, some might be serious. So, they really only, let me know about the serious conversations, and it really happened fast. I opted out on June 1st. I got a call, or I didn't get a call. My agency got a call on June 1st. They had, a small little conversation, and then, they worked on it on June 2nd, and that's when my agency reached out to me and told me that it's a possible fit. So he wanted me to, be ready, but he would, confirm it when the Giants, kind of figured out what they wanted to do. And he gave me a call later that night, June 2nd. He told me, get on the flight, flying to San Fran. I was, coming from Scranton, PA, which is, on the other side of the world. So, hopped on that, 5.5-hour flight. And, ever since I got here, it's just been kind of whirlwind. But I was able to meet Buster. We talked for a little bit. I played against Buster. Been a fan of Buster, what he did for this city, this franchise. And he's a great dude. He's a great guy. And I'm just happy that he's on, this side, helping bring the Giants back to where they want to get to.
Dom, if you could take us back even further a couple steps and talk about that decision to use that opt-out clause to become a free agent, because we were paying attention to your numbers out with the Yankees in AAA, and you were having a successful season. So talk to us about that decision that ultimately led to you coming here and playing in San Francisco.
Yeah, it was a couple of different variables that, helped me with that decision. I had a few different opportunities in the off season, with other teams that were interested. And I obviously made the decision to go with the Yankees because I thought I was a great fit. And, if some things, don't happen, if, maybe Giancarlo doesn't get hurt or some of these other things that happen, I might make that roster over there just because of how it's constructed. And obviously, I didn't because of, they had to go a different direction. They needed more flexibility with utility players and more right-handed bats. So I was the odd man out. So, I wanted to stay. I loved, my time in New York just as a person. I love that city. So I wanted to give it a chance. So that's why I decided to go to Scranton. And just seeing how things were playing out, seeing other opportunities out there. And, it's no knock to any, person. I don't think any guy who's playing this game wants to, play in AAA. So, I kind of just bet on myself, and I saw a few opportunities out there. And quite frankly, it wasn't a guarantee. You can't talk to these teams until you're an actual free agent. It's against the CBA and the rules to interact with teams while you're under contract. So I just wanted to take that chance on myself, knowing that, there will be opportunity somewhere, whether it might be in AAA somewhere else. It could be a big league offer somewhere else. It could be overseas. There was so many different options out there. And at this point in my career, I just believe in myself. I believe in my ability, and I know that, I'm a big leaguer. I can contribute to a winning ball club. So that's just everything that was going through my mind when I made that decision. And I made it and just prayed on it. And, God, answered the prayer with something that was so unimaginable. And I'm just so blessed and thankful to be here.
Yeah, good stuff. Dom Smith, hearing about the journey. It's funny. You started this journey in 2013 when you were drafted out of high school, out of Sarah High School in Gardena, California. And here it is. So you're only 29 years old. You feel like you've been in this game forever, dude. You're not even 30 yet. You're 29. So I guess the question would be, who are you at 29? Like, how much better of a player is Dom Smith? Like, obviously the AAA numbers were good, but who's Dom Smith, the 29-year-old baseball player, compared to the guy who was facing a lot of pressure as a Met?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's crazy when, you break it down like that. And even when I talk to, some guys who've been around for, 9, 10 years, this last decade, and guys who, are a little bit older than me, they're shocked to even, realize or know that I'm 29 years old, because I have been in the league, for parts of the last 8 seasons. And, you just learn so much. And I think for me, being 29, I feel like I'm barely scratching the surface with my prime, and I'm entering my prime. I learned so much on the field, off the field, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. I have, mental skills coaches that I didn't have in the past that I have now. I have just a different perspective on the game, on life. I'm just very more mature, I would say. And I think things that would have bothered me when I was coming up as a 22-year-old, 23-year-old, they just don't faze me as much. So I'm very comfortable in my skin. I failed at this level. I've had a lot of success at this level. So I'm just very confident, and little things it just doesn't waver me as much. So I know what I can do. I'm so thankful for this opportunity. And, at the end of this season, I think that, the Giants are going to be proud of, not only the team, but the decisions that they made, bringing some guys in. And I just want to fall right in line, not do too much, but I know what I can contribute. So I don't want to let the talking do it. I want my play to do the talking. So, like I said, I'm extremely happy to be here, and we just haven't seen the best Dom yet.
Dom, you mentioned in your first answer how excited you are to be playing baseball back on the West Coast. And I know you guys are currently in Colorado, but you take a look to the series this weekend down in L.A., a little bit of a homecoming for you. What is it going to be like for you going back to L.A. and now playing in this Giants and Dodgers rivalry?
Yeah, it's going to be extremely exciting. Growing up in L.A., you've seen this rivalry, and I've seen it my whole life, and it's pretty intense. But I think as a player, I don't want to speak for all players, but I know for myself, these are the moments you want to play in. These are the games you want to play in. You want to be a part of these big rivalries. You want to be a part of playoff games, World Series games, and that's why we grind so hard, from a young age to now, just so we can get the opportunity to play in these moments. So when I step on that field, I know that the crowd is going to be rocking. It's going to be loud and very energetic, and I think the boys are motivated. I don't think I know we're motivated. You've seen how we've been playing the last few days, and it's a big series. We know that, but we're very confident in this group. And if you watch the games, you see, our pitching is so elite. Starting pitching, bullpen, and they're carrying us right now. And if they're keeping us in every game, they're giving us a chance to have that big hit late in the ball game. So it's going to be a fun series, and I can't wait to get out there to Travis Ravine as a Giant.
Yeah, welcome to the Giants, pitching and scraping by. And that leads us to last night. We talked big picture with you. Let's talk small picture about last night. You guys got the news Matt Chapman's out, and he even told reporters it's probably going to be longer than 10 days. So I love the Dom Smith reaction. Now, you've only been here a week, so you're still feeling out the clubhouse. But, you've played against Chapman through the years. And just give us the Dom Smith veteran perspective. How bad is the Chapman injury? What can you say to Casey Schmidt, and who's going to step up?
Yeah, I think, we know what he means to us as a ball player, as a person. He does so many great things on both sides of the ball, defensively, offensively. It's just things that we can't replace, and we can't really replace with one person. And we understand that. We know that this game is a team game. It's a collective effort, and everybody's going to have to pick up, a little slack here and there. And I think when he came, I'm sorry for saying that, but when he came into the ballpark yesterday, he was in great spirits, and the boys were in great spirits too. We know it's a big blow, but him, reinstilling that confidence in us and, reassuring us that, it's going to be good. We're going to grind out these ball games. We really believe it. We know it's a big blow, but we have to keep the ship afloat until he gets back. But the boys are more than capable of doing that, and more than confident in doing that. So it's a good opportunity for Schmidt to get out there and get comfortable at his position third base and let him swing it because he's a very talented player as well. So just giving these young guys a chance to have bigger moments and to help his ball club win. So we know that we're going to have good days. We might have some tough days, but I think the mentality in that locker room is very confident, and we can't wait to get him back.
Yeah, I know Giants fans are going to miss Matt Chapman, not only offensively and defensively, but Dom, I can say personally, I'm going to miss hearing his walk-up music. Kendrick Lamar is not like us. Now, that's Matt Chapman using an L.A. rapper as his walk-up music. You now have Mac Dre, Phil, and myself in your rotation for your walk-up music. Now, how did you come to that decision, being an L.A. kid? What's your knowledge on the hyphen movement in Mac Dre?
Yeah. That's a great question. Being from LA, we have so much respect for the Bay, for their culture, for their music, and I've been a fan, since I was a young kid. I remember my dad, he would play, Too Short and E40 and Mac Dre and just all these, Sally C, just all these amazing Vallejo, Oakland, San Fran, just legends. And they really shaped kind of my musical background. And a lot of the great music, I would say, is, from that old school, hip-hop genre where, they're really spitting bars and really talking about, real things in life. So, it's pretty surreal, being on this coast and just having so much love and respect for what they've done. Like you said, the hyphy movement. I was coming up as a kid, and we were ghostwriting whips and just dancing, getting crunk, and doing all these crazy things that we shouldn't have been doing. But it definitely panned out and shaped how I viewed music and things that I really like. So to be out here in the Bay, I always have to show my love and respect because they did play a major role in my life.
Great stuff. Dom Smith, a few more minutes here with the new Giants first baseman who grew up in L.A. wearing that Giants uni, going back to Dodger Stadium this weekend. And I want to talk to you about L.A. because you went to Sarah High School, which is known for its football program. So many great football players out of there. You played baseball, and I want to talk about the African-American experience playing baseball because it says that, according to your wiki page, you played in the RBI program, the Reviving Baseball in Inner Cities program, and the Major League Baseball Urban Youth Academy. I want to ask you about that because I'm older. I'm the older guy on this show. I grew up watching African-American stars all over baseball, whether it was Andre Dawson, Jim Rice, Reggie Jackson, Ken Griffey, the older guys, Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, Hank Aaron, all that. And so much of it is gone now, Dom. And I'm wondering, what can you say about that? Growing up as an African-American kid in L.A. and playing baseball when the other kids were playing football and basketball. Can you comment on that? And did that program do anything? Is there any hope of getting more kids?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, the biggest thing that, first and foremost, I'm very, thankful for the Urban Youth Academy. It's called the MLB Youth Academy now. And I was actually ran out of Compton College. And without them, a lot of my inner city friends, we wouldn't have been able to play travel baseball. I mean, it's so expensive from flights, to equipment, to paying for tournaments. It's a $1 billion industry, and a lot of inner city kids really can't afford to keep up with that. So the Youth Academy, they really stepped up, and they took us everywhere from, Arizona to New York to China to Australia. And they gave us this opportunity to really learn about different cultures and really grow and have different perspectives on life that we wouldn't have been able to without that. So it's a big, shout out to them for that. Guys like J.P. Crawford was a part of that program with me, and Hunter Green, and, Anthony Ghost, Aaron Hicks, just to say a few guys who came through these, programs. And we're very fortunate to be a part of that because they really did get us in front of the right scouts and the right people to help display our skill. At the same time, like you said, back, in the early 90s and 80s, the game was really flooded with African-American ball players. And I'm not saying that they're not playing because they are. And I do a lot of things in the inner city where, I host events, I host camps. I have a nonprofit out there, and I do different things to try to highlight inner city kids and highlight all kids, to be honest. But majority, of the time we're trying to highlight the kids who, don't get that same opportunity, that same, fair chance, and try to just promote them to the world, to show the world that we are still playing. We're out here. You just have to come find us. You have to come search for us and see us. So it's definitely something that, we've been trying to fix over the last few years. I know the Players Alliance has stepped in. They're trying to, integrate more things and, donate equipment or have tournaments and do different things to showcase, minority, players or, any cities of need. So it's things that, we're trying, but we are definitely behind. And I think the kids, having more guys like, myself or, even, guys like the best ball players, we need Mookie, we need Judge, we need, CeCe's not playing no more. I'm just drawing a blank of some of the minority players who are still playing right now. But we need these guys to.
There's some Michael Harris, Hunter Green, James Wood is out there with the Nats.
These are the young guys who are in the game who, I don't think that's on their mind right now. I don't think they're thinking about how it's only 4% African American players in the big leagues. They're trying to still, become established and really grow their careers. So I think it's up to the older guys who've been around, who have a little bit more experience to kind of guide those young guys and help them understand what's really going on and help them be a part of the community. So I don't even want to put the pressure on the younger guys. I want to put the pressure on some of the older vets who understand, the game, who understand the dynamics of the community and the economy. So, it's definitely some work that needs to be done. And like you said, Hunter Green, he does a great job. We're from the same area. He gives back to his community. He has a scholarship foundation for kids to make sure that they can, go to school, private schools, and he does a lot of amazing things. But it's more things that we need to do together, collaboratively, because it takes a group. It takes, a unity to really push a message. So we just got to get unified and really show the kids that we care about them, that we want to see them successful, and it's a job that's going to, it's going to take years. So I'm here to help that and expedite that as much as I can, and I love talking about it, but it's something that, it's kind of, dear to my heart, so I don't really, go talking about it too much, but we know it's work that needs to be done, and we won't stop until it gets done.
I love it. Don't stop. It's such an important part of the game's history, going back over 100 years, and it's just such a big part of American culture that I want it to continue to thrive, man. By the way, Hunter Green, dude, he's nasty. He's 0.97 whip right now, right? So,
he flipped the switch this year. He flipped the switch. So I'm happy for him.
Last one is just tell us about that glove, man. The ground ball to Schmidt, over to Fitz for one. He throws it to your left. You got to keep that foot on the bag. It looked like you dug it out, but you didn't. But, man, that glove is looking good, Dom.
Yeah, I take a lot of pride in the glove. I call myself an old school ball player. I grew up watching, a lot of the great old school players like, Barry Bonds. And, I was a fan of like Mark Teixeira because he was a great defensive first baseman. He could bang. Robinson Cano, great left-handed hitters, could pick it. Carlos Gonzalez, So these guys, they took pride in their defense, and they knew that there are multiple ways to win the game. You can win it with your bat, but you can also win it running the bases right. You can also win it making a play out there. And I just wanted to be a well-rounded player where, I don't have many flaws. Obviously, I know I'm not the fastest, so there goes a big flaw right there. But for the things that I can control, as far as like, my hustle, my attitude, my glove, if I'm putting in the work with that, that's something that I take a lot of pride in. I want to help my teammates be comfortable with making more plays or, getting rid of the ball and making throws that, sometimes they might think twice if, they don't have a skillful guy over there. So I just want the whole team to have trust in me. And like I said, the glove is something that I love, but I already know that, we get paid with the bat. So, if the glove is, semi-decent, when the bat gets hot, hopefully it gets better than the glove, and I think it will. It's always been better than the glove. So, when people talk about the glove, it's pretty funny because, I haven't even scratched the surface yet. So I really appreciate it, and, sorry.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. That's my bad. I was just going to say you're playing for a guy who values the glove. Buster, you're president of baseball ops. You just said you get paid more for the bat than the glove. Your president of baseball ops likes the leather.
That's what I heard. So, we haven't had that conversation yet, but seeing the way the team is constructed, and then obviously with him bringing me in and talking with my agency, and, that's what they said. They value defense. And to be honest, watching and learning the game over the years, the team that win the World Series are the teams that pitch well and catch the ball. So pitching and defense, they take you to the playoffs, they take you to the promised land, and the one that gets you over the hump is the teams that can have good timely hitting. So I think we have a good combination of all that right now, and I'm just happy to be a Giant.
Dom, man, I've got to tell you, Art, we have a text line on the show. It is blowing up with people loving hearing you talk ball, talking about your journey, talking about the Giants. So you got a lot of fans out there now, man. So number 7 is going up the charts. So what we're going to do is let you go prepare for a game. I know you got to go get ready, get into your routine, get into your mindset to go play a ball game tonight. And then we're going to chase you down when you get home. We'll come say hi to you in the clubhouse. So have a great rest of the week in Colorado and in L.A., and thanks for hopping on Murph and Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Dom.
No, you guys are awesome. Thanks for having me. I look forward to seeing you guys when we get back. Let's get a dub tonight.
Man, there he is. We're back live now on Thursday morning. They did get narrator. They did get the dub that night, and he played a role. He came in off the bench, got that flare single. Hey, man, hit them where they ain't. Also calmed the waters at first base defensively. And they have won 7 in a row since Dom Smith and our other buddy, Daniel Jet Johnson, who we had last week too, has arrived. So they're 7-0 since these guys got here.
Undefeated since 84. Undefeated since Buster said it's time to go.
There you go. Your matchups coming up. Okay, we got Zach Manassian, Giants general manager at 7:30. Stay tuned on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, we're talking to Steve Moskowitz this morning, and young Tony, we are talking to Steve Moskowitz about various topics. This morning, we're talking to him about what to do if you didn't get your ERC check. Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
Good morning. Great. And I want your listeners to be great. I want your listeners to get the money. The bottom line is, there have been people that have been waiting literally for years to get their ERC checks. And now people are worried, will President Trump, in his promise to get rid of $2 trillion with a T of federal spending, get rid of ERC? Who knows? Don't take the chance. There's 3 different ways for us to hurry the IRS up. Or what if you got a letter from the IRS? You don't qualify. No ERC for you. We want to appeal those because the IRS is being accused of disallowing a lot of people not even knowing if you qualify or not. So if you haven't gotten your check, or the government said you're not entitled to it, come to us. We'll explain everything to you in our free consultation. And if you want us to, we'll go ahead and do everything for you with the government. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
That's him. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Wondering how your taxes might be impacted under the new Trump administration? Will you be paying more or will you be paying less? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now a steal on the inbound. McConnell! Basket good. Indiana's tied it at 95. Nimhard back to Turner. Shuffles it off to Halliburton at the top. Sidestep left. Three good. Tyrese Halliburton with a sport triple. Indiana back in front. Skips it over to Neesmith. Catch and shoot three. Yes! Aaron Neesmith with a triple. It's an 8-point lead, the biggest tonight for Indiana. The Pacers beat Oklahoma City 116-107 and have grabbed a 2-1 lead in the NBA Finals against the best team in the NBA all season long.
How about that? Something we haven't been talking a ton about, but we wanted to hit here before we get to Zach Manassian is what the heck's going on with these NBA Finals. Also set to our ongoing tribute to the legendary American icon, Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys, who we lost at age 82. Little Deuce Coupe, Marcus. Good old 1963 sound here for you. This is, of course, he was so varied, and this is just a classic little car doo-wop song. He had that in his bag, too. So thank you, young Tony, for these ongoing rejoins. The great sounds of Brian Wilson. I guess Little Deuce Coupe's about a car. Here's my transition. Indianapolis is a car city. So there you go. The Pacers are named for the pace car, right?
Yes.
Indianapolis 500.
And I told you there was a hilarious TikTok going around of a Pacers fan walking around Madison Square Garden asking Knicks fans, what is a Pacer? And 95% of them had no idea that it was a pace car. Like, people were like giving out their answers like, oh, it must be like a heart pacer or something like that.
A pacemaker, right?
Yes, exactly.
The Indianapolis pacemakers.
Yeah, the Indianapolis pacemakers.
So, I mean, yeah, look at this. The Pacers are up 2-1. Nobody, who was it, on Twitter last night, everybody's, where's your OKC? One guy had the perfect tweet. I forget who it was. One of these basketball guys I follow. He goes, me before the series, OKC in 4. And that was me. He said, me after game 1, OKC in 5. Me after game 2, OKC in 5. Me after game 3, ... Like, I don't know what to think right now.
Uh-oh.
Like, I mean, I still believe that Oklahoma City's the better team. I still believe that they should win the series, but the Pacers don't give a blank.
Well, Murph, I was in the same camp as you. I thought OKC was the better team, and I thought they were the deeper team. And we saw game 2, Alex Caruso dropped 20 points, and they had 5 different guys in double digits. And we had an entire interview yesterday with Mark Spears talking about the depth of OKC. But maybe we should have spent more time talking about the depth of the Indiana Pacers. And Benedict Mathurin last night dropping 27 points.
Arizona Wildcat.
I mean, Indiana last night outscored OKC with their bench 49-18.
But again, though, it's the fourth quarter. The Pacers, the Thunder led after three quarters by 5. The Pacers are the cool. I mean, I got to credit Rick Carlisle. I mean, I can't exactly pinpoint. You got to go to somebody a lot smarter than me. Exactly the adjustments and things that Rick Carlisle does down the stretch. Rick Carlisle certainly has his team cool, calm, and collected in the fourth quarters of games. They are composed. They believe in their game plan. They believe that they will outlast you over 4 quarters.
Well, I'll make a comparison, and it's not apples to apples, but we've been talking so much about the Giants and the streaks of one-run games and winning all these close games and these comebacks and how it could be beneficial down the road because you're comfortable playing from behind, because you have the confidence that you can complete a comeback win. Look at the Pacers. Look how many comebacks they've had just this postseason run alone. Like Tyrese Halliburton is one of the most clutch players in the league after being named one of the most overrated players in the league. You can't overrate this Pacers team right now.
Friday night, the Thunder have a chance to get it back. And if they do, it's 2-2 going back, and it'll be a best of 3. OKC would have the but at this point in time, bro, the Indiana Pacers have never won an NBA title. They won ABA titles, but they've never won an NBA title. They say the Thunder, if you count the Sonics in 79, I don't know if you do, but the Indiana Pacers are 2 wins away from shocking the world. Hey, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And you know what's kind of ironic is that we've been doing this Bay Area sports calendar sponsored by Surfside for weeks and weeks, and you've been playing this, young Tone, and then we lose Brian Wilson. So another tribute to the great Brian Wilson. Hey, Greg Silver's Golden State Valkyries are in town, Marcus, for you, buddy.
That's it, the Flying
Hosting the
V's.
Seattle Storm Saturday night at 5:30. You want to go down and get a cocktail, watch some, maybe you'll grab a Surfside.
A storm's a-brewing in San Francisco.
Also, the CONCACAF Gold Cup starts Sunday at PayPal Park, USA versus Trinidad and Tobago.
USA.
We're going to talk to Wando. Stay tuned at 9:35 this morning. More info with Wando. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. And before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. And that's the Bay Area calendar brought to you by Surfside. Zach Manassian next on the Sports Leader.
The Sports Leader presents the Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the Orange and Black. Now, here are Murph and Marcus with Giants General Manager Zach Manassian on The Sports Leader.
Baseball seasons are funny because if we were doing this show last Tuesday after the second loss to the Padres, we'd be like, Zach Manassian, man, what are you going to... Now it's like, hey, Zach, dude, you're awesome. Baseball's funny that way. Hey, the Murph and Mark Show sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Also, the Executive Show sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Of course, experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Zach, everything in life is timing, and you timed this show perfectly because you've won 7 games in a row. Congratulations. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Zach.
Yeah, great. Thanks, guys. Yes, I said the exact same thing to my wife last night after we won the game. So, man, the radio show would be a lot easier to do this week than if this was a week ago.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, honestly, it's we're reminded all the time, 162, 162. But baseball fans live and die. And plus, we love that. You know, we live and die. I mean, I do want to kind of bring you back about a week ago, 8-9 days ago, when things were bad and everybody thought you guys couldn't score any runs and stuff. How was the mood? I guess, sort of leading into this question, was the mood angry enough in the front office that you guys had to make those transactions with Wade and Dom Smith and et cetera?
Yeah, I think, I don't know if I would say angry. I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody because I'm sure there were some people that were angry, but, look, it is cliche that it's a long season, and you hear the one game at a time. But also, having said that it's a long season, we do want to go about every game with some intensity, and every game is huge. I mean, it can make the difference of getting in the playoffs and not getting in the playoffs. So I think there was certainly some frustration, but I will say, and it's a credit to watching these players and their character and this coaching staff, watching these last couple of games, and we're never out of it, and it's a group that's going to continue to fight. So I don't think we ever lost that feeling, but yeah, for a little bit there, you feel a little snake bitten, and maybe things are going wrong, and when are they going to turn? And fortunately, they did turn, and it's been fun to watch this past week.
Yeah, and that's why Buster told us last week that it was time to go, and you guys thought that it was time to make a few roster decisions. So tell us about the decision to bring in Dom Smith, Daniel Johnson, and to go outside of the organization with Dom Smith.
Yeah, so we obviously struggled to score runs, and at that point, I think we just felt like it was time to change it up. And Daniel Johnson had been playing well in AAA. Same with Andrew Kisner. We had picked up Andrew Kisner a couple of weeks prior. He had taken an out in his contract with the Nationals in AAA, and had signed him just an effort to build some catching depth. And Dom had also just taken an out. He was with the Yankees in AAA and had been swinging the bat well the past couple of weeks. And as players become available, we think they're available, we'll talk about them internally. We'll try and do some work externally, get some makeup work and how guys would fit in, and it just felt like the timing for those changes was there, and pretty quick conversation with Buster and the coaching staff, and boom, we had them all done, and just tried to see if it could be a little bit of a spark, and all three guys have fit into the clubhouse seamlessly. Kisner's very competitive, very prepared. Dom Smith, and a lot of energy. Same thing with Daniel Johnson. So it's been fun to watch those guys mix in, and it's been nice to see each of them contribute. Obviously, Dom, I think game 2 he had 3 hits, hit the big double. Daniel Johnson's first game out, a couple hits, made a great play in right center field. So to see those guys contribute, it has been great, and it's been nice just to win games.
One of the big philosophies, Zach, is that, roster continuity has been the theme, but you guys made the shakeup. So kind of wondering, had you guys discussed as a team, as a group, hey, we want to keep this group together until, what was the breaking point that made you guys take action? We were all wondering on the air, well, what's this front office going to be like? When do they make a move? So what, do you guys have an organized philosophy on that, or is it a feel, like a gut instinct?
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit of both. I mean, look, I think as the team wins games, obviously you don't feel the need to make as many changes. So I'd say it's a little bit of some causality there, where because of how we've played, we haven't had to make as many changes, and so it's not to say that we don't want to be stubborn about it. And I think in this scenario, that's kind of where we were. We wanted to get some more offense in there, and that was the decision to option Christian Koss and really have Casey as the only backup infielder. And Lamont had been struggling. Felt like he needed the change. We needed the change, and Dom had been swinging the bat well at AAA. So, if we were sitting here and we were 10 games under 500, there probably would be a lot more roster activity. So some of it is intentional in that we do want continuity, but also a lot of it's just kind of reading the room. And, I don't know. It's tough to say why it was, that day as opposed to one day earlier. And look, you guys may have callers that are saying they should have made the move one day earlier, So, those are all things that I'll still think about, we'll still think about as a front office. But I think in this scenario, especially losing those first two games to the Padres, those were tough. Those were tough losses. And, just felt like, hey, these are changes we've been talking about for a little bit. Let's just go ahead and make them, see if these guys can provide a little bit of a spark. And pretty fortunate it's worked out that way.
Zach Manassian is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line in the Giants and KNBR Executive Show, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. The Executive Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. And learn more at redwoodcu.org. And Zach, earlier in this interview, you mentioned bringing in some catching depth with Andrew Kisner and now Logan Porter because you guys had to place Patrick Bailey on the IL. What can you tell us about the severity of that neck injury?
Yeah, I think we're still getting information there. So I wouldn't want to say too much on it before we have all the facts, but so we'll get more information here in the coming days, and hoping it's nothing serious.
Yeah, we're talking to Zach Manassian, Giants general manager, on the general manager or the executive show. We do this every Thursday at this time, and man, oh man, 7 in a row, 6 run games. It's been quite amazing. And just kind of your reaction. Listen, we went over why you guys made the moves, right? But now your reaction 7 days later, you guys look like geniuses, quite frankly, right? And so you want to kind of take a victory lap right now? I mean, was it kind of just what the doctor ordered? I guess in the end, the verdict is double thumbs up, huh?
Yeah, you will never see me take a victory lap. So it's just not my style. It's look, we just talked about it. There's still so many games left to play. I think our players and coaches go about every game like it's a big game, like it's a game we need to figure out to win, and that's why I think you see guys grinding it out at bats. It feels like we get deeper into games, and the at bats get more and more gritty, grindy, tough on pitchers. And I think it's when I look at kind of the recipe of Giants baseball in the past before I was here, and what we talked about in the off season. Look, I think these are the types of games that to some degree we expected. Close games, hopefully a high quality bullpen with an offense that puts the ball in play, that sees pitches, and if you do that, usually it's a recipe for good things late in games. And in this scenario, it's led to a lot of one-run victories. But I think in this game, as soon as you take a victory lap, you get humbled. You get humbled pretty quick. But like I said earlier, it says a lot about the character of the players and Bullmill and the coaching staff that. It's tough losing games, especially the way we were losing them. A lot of close games, a lot of close losses, but I think those guys, there's a lot of fight down there, and we're seeing that right now.
Zach, circling back to the injury report, I did want to ask you about Matt Chapman and his hand injury. What kind of updates can you give us on him, and what do you think the timeline's going to look like for his recovery?
So we're going to see, he'll go and see a hand specialist the end of the week here, I believe tomorrow in LA, and after that we'll probably get a much more defined time process on where he's at, and I was watching yesterday, and it's tough seeing him in the dugout with the wrist hand all wrapped up and everything, but it's pretty cool after the game to watch the post game and hear Casey talk about Chappie trying to help him with everything. So it just says something about who he is and the type of teammate, and look, hopefully he's back sooner than later, but I think he finds a way to help whether he's on the field or not.
Zach, let's talk about Casey Schmidt. I mean, this is a guy. He's the guy now for however number. I mean, Chapman threw out end of the first half. Like, whoa, man, that's July 13th. So it could be 30 games.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're just talking big picture.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Casey Schmidt. How does the organization evaluate him? What do you expect from him?
Well, it's plus defender. I think that's the thing that has always stood out with Casey. And look, it's tough to compare anyone to Chappie defensively, but Casey's very good over there at third base. So hopefully, as we continue to pound on, hey, we're going to pitch, we're going to defend, we still have a plus defender over there at third base. I think offensively, Casey has showed us tools over the past couple of years. You guys have seen it. He'll get on a little bit of a power surge and drive the ball. And then there's times when I think he's been over aggressive and can expand the zone. And some of that's tough. Some of that's consistent playing time. Some of that's a young player coming off the bench. And some of it's just kind of natural maturation of a hitter at the big league level facing this type of pitching. And he has all the tools to be a really good major league player. He plays with a lot of energy. His teammates really like him. He's a good worker. So, it's all there. And we front office speak is a lot of times to talk about depth, and sometimes you can talk about it and you can get an eye roll, but this is why we have it. You have injuries to guys like Chappie. I mean, there's a lot of teams around the league that have injuries, and we don't want to use them as an excuse. We want to be able to say, no, we're fortunate to have a complete 40-man roster and a minor league system that can supplement the big league team. So yeah, I'm excited for Casey to get this opportunity, and the other thing is just to start these last two games and come through in a couple big situations. He made an unbelievable play last night. Hopefully he's confident going forward here, and he certainly should be, because he has the physical ability to be a really good player at the major league level.
Zach, looking ahead to this weekend in your series against the Dodgers, we're always playing the game where we're trying to road map the rotation and figure out the pitching matchups. I know Justin Verlander threw a simulated game yesterday in Colorado. Is there a possibility that he could rejoin the rotation this weekend against the Dodgers?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to say no. I think those conversations are still kind of going on, and JP Martinez and Bomel they're on it, and we talk daily, but I'm sure at some point you guys will get some probables from them.
Okay, so leaving the door open.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to shut it. I mean, as we've talked about with the lineup, with the rotation, I mean, those are things that we want to empower Bomel and the coaching staff on those decisions. Obviously, they'll let us know. So I'm sure that's something it'll come out sooner rather than later.
All right, Zach Manassian joins us here on the Executive Show on the UMA guest line with Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. Giants day game today, 12:10, 11:10 pregame. Hayden Birdsong. They're going for the sweep against Antonio Senzatella, a right-hander. Thank goodness for the Rockies. Hey, Gerard, and everything's going great except for Gerard Encarnacion. It's not worked out. Everybody thought he was going to be the savior. He's hitting 0.59. It's just not happening. He also made a bad error at first base yesterday. So I don't know. Is that a fluid situation?
I guess depends how you define fluid. I personally thought Gerard was outstanding in spring training. Breaks the finger, misses 6 weeks, goes on a rehab assignment, and some of this is, in my opinion, just Gerard having to work some rust off. And look, it's the big leagues, and there's only so much time to work rust off, unfortunately. But obviously we want to give him an opportunity, and there's a lot of ability there, and hopefully we see a little bit more of what we saw in spring training. But I do want to give him a little bit of leeway, just having come off the IL, and still think there's a power component that he brings to the lineup that we could surely use. And I think the ball he hit to right field yesterday is a homer. You guys can fact check me here, but I think it's a homer, and if I remember right, 26 of the 30 ballparks. So it's in there, it's in there. And first base is still a work in progress for him. You know, he's not a natural first baseman. And I think Matt Williams and coaching staff have kind of worked tirelessly with him to try and bring him up to speed. But there's going to be some bumps in the road, and we just have to be okay with that. But, you know, hopefully he gets more and more comfortable swinging the bat, and we see the Gerard that we saw during the spring.
Zach, you know that anytime we talk about first base, we're obligated to ask you a question about Bryce Eldridge. Now, we haven't talked to you since the promotion up to Sacramento, so what went behind that decision to finally move Bryce Eldridge back up to the Rivercats?
Yeah, I think we just wanted to try and give him a new challenge. You know, I think just kind of natural process of player development and looking at what maybe seeing a little different type of pitching. In AAA, you'll get some more veterans, maybe a little bit more spin. We had researched it. It looked like there was a little bit more velocity in the PCL versus the Eastern League. So just wanted to continue to challenge him by seeing some different pitching, and also still felt like, given the staff in AAA and the instructors that kind of bounce in and out, he would still get a great deal of instruction on the defensive side as well. So, but yeah, just felt like the way he was performing at the time at Double-A that it was time for a promotion to Triple-A and see how things go.
He is 3 for 25. I mean, small sample size. Like Encarnacion only has 17 at bats, but 3 for 25, small sample size, 9 strikeouts. Is this kind of why Giants fans should just chill out right now? Just leave him alone for a while, not talk too much about him?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe the GM should chill out about him too, you know? No, look, look, I don't blame anyone for being excited about him. He's got a great deal of talent, and behind the scenes, he is a worker and he wants to be a great player. And I'm excited, and you know, I hope Giants fans are excited. And look, I don't mind personally. I don't mind the chatter. I don't know if it's what's best for Bryce. And at the end of the day, Randy Wynn, Kyle Haynes, I think they do a fantastic job in player development, and they really are trying to do, hey, what's best for this player, what's best for the organization, and you know, I think with how things have gone in AAA, it's definitely not all bad. I think we've seen some good as well, and you know, but you know, there's always some time there, you know, that's needed. So hopefully, you know, the day comes where he is ready to play in the big leagues, and when that day comes, he stays. So we'll see. But like Buster said, we're always going to stay open-minded and you know, see how things go for Bryce. But I think he's on a great track.
Yeah, we know that baseball fans love their top prospects, especially former first-round draft picks, which leads to my next questions about James Tibbs, who you guys took in the 2024 class. Has 12 home runs this year in Eugene. What can you tell us about his development, and can we expect him to maybe get promoted anytime soon?
Yeah, he's played, the last, I want to say 6 to 8 weeks especially, he's been really hot. And one of the things that is intriguing is just kind of looking under the hood at the performance. I think he's got a .230 batting average on balls in play, which, given how hard he's hitting the ball, just speaks to the bad luck that he's been hitting into. So when you couple that with what his OPS is, it's extremely impressive. And some things that he's doing that are maybe even surprising us is he's running well. There's a lot of arm strength there, you know, flashing a potential for 5 tools. So he's been great and excited right there, along with, you know, Bo Davidson in center field and Scott Bandura's an outfielder. They're having a really good year as well. And yeah, I think the potential for promotion is definitely there for any of these guys, and when you're outperforming the league by a good amount, you know, fortunately, I think a lot of times when your big league team is not performing as well, you feel this need maybe it's subconsciously to rush and push prospects, which might not necessarily be the best thing for them. And on the flip side, when you are playing well, I think when you see positions at the major league level that are spoken for, at least for the time being, you can slow them down a little bit just to make sure you're fine-tuning everything possible. So I think we're in a good spot with the development process for Eldridge and Tibbs, and I think that's where myself and Buster are going to trust Randy and Kyle, especially as we go down to lower levels with, is this someone we want to continue to have working at this level, or, is it time to move them up, or whether that's Tibbs going to Double-A or Bryce coming to the big leagues. And sometimes there's other things, like it might be a certain instructor at a certain level that a player clicks with. And it's, hey, they're working great together. Let's keep that rolling. So there's always different factors that go into it, but he's certainly played himself into a great spot where I'm sure it'll be a consideration at some point.
Love it, man. Prospects. We love them. And just wrapping up, I know we're running out of time with you. One is just, you're going into Dodger Stadium. This is it. First time all year. Now you're doing it without your starting catcher and your starting third baseman. So I don't know how that affects your stress level, but I need to know, how big a deal is this series?
I think I want every game to be a big deal to us. And, look, Giants-Dodgers rivalry is real. So I don't know if I'm going to necessarily sit here and say it's just any other game. Like Will Smith said about their game against the Padres the other day. They're big games, and I've been in situations where I've missed the playoffs. I think in 2020 we were the only team to tie for a playoff spot and not get to play a play-in game, and we missed the playoffs. And I think back to years where we got in the playoffs by a game when I was with another team. So they're big. They're big. They don't mean everything, but they surely mean something. So and as far as the injuries, nobody's going to give us a break on that. It just no other team feels bad for us, and that's just the way this thing goes. And we're fortunate that we feel like we can plug some players in who are going to be competitive and go out and battle and give us a chance to win each night. But it comes back to the same thing. It's you're like a broken record. Just got to go out there and pitch and defend, and we'll take our chances.
Zach, last question for me is about the MLB trade deadline, and I know it's about a month and a half away, but the next time we talk to you will be in July, just a couple weeks away from the trade deadline. So just overall big picture, I mean, we get texts from fans all the time. Why aren't they making a trade? Why aren't they making a move? But it takes two to tango. So just kind of give us the behind-the-scenes picture of how the trade process plays out a month or even a couple weeks ahead of the trade deadline. How active are you guys searching? Just give us the overall philosophy and approach when we get closer and closer to the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think philosophically we never stop looking, and that's with all due respect to the players in that clubhouse, because it's obviously been a really great start for us. So, I never want to come out and say this position or that position, because we have players in those positions, and I want to be respectful to them being here with us. But when it comes to our group as a front office, it's constantly just trying to be prepared on who may be available. And, I'm a big believer we're going to try and prepare for the entirety of the trade deadline. So kind of throw away buyer, seller, and we're going to prepare as if we're on both ends of the spectrum. We want to know how other teams' minor league systems look. We want to know how other teams' major league teams look, strengths, weaknesses, what they're looking to do. Maybe who a team may be down on or doesn't see as a fit anymore. So it's a lot of prep. And I would say, 95, 98% of what we talk about, doesn't even really get serious conversation when it comes time to talk to another team. But, I used to joke with our beat writers, the team prior I was with. I'd read something about us having internal conversations about a player, and my message to them was like, that's what we do. I don't know if that's necessarily news. It's just that's what we do day in and day out is talk about our team and talk about other teams and other players that may fit us. So I kind of laugh sometimes when I see the rumors, because it's, to me, more, of course they would discuss this player or that player, and we'll do a lot of that and try and challenge each other on ideas and just see if there's anything worthwhile and go from there. But certainly excited that it's approaching.
All right, Zach, we wrung you dry. You're all, and we didn't get a chance to brag about Willie Adames' resurgence. You didn't mean, like, usually you're like, hey man, you guys were ragging on Adames, now he's back, right? So you can.
It never fails. That it never fails. We just need to rip on guys and then they get going.
Well, he's having a nice week after that day off. The day off plus Denver was the way to go. And then obviously this weekend will be huge, man. I know that you didn't tell us the full truth. You're going to be losing your mind Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You want to beat the Dodgers, man. Come on.
Yeah.
So do we. We'll be losing our minds too. So that's the fun of it. That's the fun of it. All right, Zach, we sure do appreciate it. Enjoy the day game today, and then have a great weekend with the Dodgers. We'll see you at the ballpark.
Yeah, thanks, Zach.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks for having me.
Zach Manazzi and Giants GM on the Executive Show on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are still giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica on Friday, June 20th at Levi Stadium. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
it now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Man, what a day. Long conversation with Zach Manazzi and our continued tributes to the life of Brian Wilson, who we lost at the age of 82 yesterday. Thank you, Tony, for all these Beach Boys rejoins. It doesn't get prettier than Don't Worry Baby, man. One of the all-time great songs. So thank you. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And hey, Giants fans, don't worry, baby. You've won 7 in a row. All right, there you go. So anyway, man, we covered a lot. With everything will turn out all right. You're down 6-3 to the Rockies. You'll score 7 runs in the 8th and 9th innings to get that win.
That's essentially what Buster Posey told us. He's like, bro, we're 16-9. Don't worry, baby.
Don't worry, baby. Everything will turn out all right. Anyway, I went down a deep Brian Wilson rabbit hole yesterday, and it's a good rabbit hole to go down. So anyway, Zach Manazzi, long conversation. You know, he was cagey about a lot of stuff. And short answer on Pat Bailey. And it's interesting that they're going to go into this big series in Dodger Stadium without their starting third baseman, without their catcher. Now, the Dodgers would say, oh, yeah, have you seen our pitching injuries?
Yeah.
I mean, they're missing a bunch of guys, too, on the pitching mound.
Half their rotation, yeah.
But to me, it's going to be interesting to see the Giants go the next week or so. They did the Pat Bailey. They backdated it to Sunday so he can come off on June 19th. But they're going to go into this weekend with Kisner and by the way, welcome Logan Porter to your life, a guy who had played 11 games for the Royals in 2023 and a couple of obscure catchers. And I'm a catcher guy, Marcus. You need to have a good receiver back there. Yes?
Well, Murph, if you're looking for a catcher, I heard Blake Sable just got DFA'd by the Boston Red Sox.
Did he, honestly?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, boy.
Well, somebody texted in last week when we were talking about Blake Sable and how important it is to have a defensive catcher behind home plate and the difference between a Blake Sable who can give you some offense versus the Gold Glove caliber of a Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, it's going to be an interesting. I wondered if Robbie Ray's start yesterday had anything to do with throwing to Kisner. Because Robbie, or is it just Denver and Denver's weird and balls fly and there was a ball hit to the outfield yesterday and it seemed like Elliot Ramos and Jung-Hoo Lee were nowhere near. Lee was shaded heavily to right center, and Ramos was either playing straight away or to the line. There was nobody in left center field.
Now, Murph, I don't know if the problem was throwing balls to Kisner or throwing balls over to Gerard Encarnacion over at first base.
Well,
that was bad, bro.
As Zach said to us, that's another one. Tell Curly we can use that for social. Is that Gerard? Although is he a lightning rod right now? Do you think for Giants fans?
Gerard,
do you think people are piling on Gerard?
I don't know if enough people have an opinion about Gerard, to be honest.
But they did last night.
Yeah,
he made that error.
That's true.
He is 1 for 17. It's only 17 at bats, but he's 1 for 17, and he made that error. So anyway, it's just things to think about.
Also, just an interesting strategy too of how they're using him and Dom Smith, friend of the program. You heard the interview earlier today because in Game 1 against Colorado, there was a lefty on the bump, and it was Dom at first base. Then yesterday, there's a lefty on the bump, and it's Gerard at first base. So I don't know if they're just trying to split them up evenly. Like it's not your classic platoon that we've seen over the last couple of years taking advantage of the lefty-righty matchups, or else Gerard would have got playing time in that first game. So kind of a weird split of what's going on over at first base right now.
Yeah, for sure. I would say here's what's going on. Play Dom Smith. That's what I would say. That's what I don't care if it's a lefty or a righty. Play Dom Smith. He knows what he's doing over there. And we heard him on the interview we had with him yesterday when he won over a ton of fans. Thoughtful guy, grateful to be where he's at, and wanting to flash the leather.
Yeah, and look, we talk about it each and every day. The strategy, the recipe for success in San Francisco, pitching, defense, and timely hitting. So when you don't have 2 Gold Glovers out on the field, yes, you are going to take a hit defensively. Now, Casey Schmidt, as we've talked about since the moment Casey Schmidt was promoted and made his big league debut, has a sick glove. We saw him flashing the leather and showing off the arm yesterday with that crazy backhanded play, just slinging it across the diamond. So third base, I'm not too concerned. But I am concerned about the fact that maybe Kisner or even Ham Porter's cousin Logan Porter might have a mistake behind home plate because as good as they are defensively, they're still not Patrick Bailey. And I think you're going to see that absence, if not today, this weekend down at Dodger Stadium.
My buddy Daryl checked in and said, just don't let the Dodgers sweep us. And that is something. We'll have to talk about that tomorrow Like, are you realistic expectations going into this thing? And realistically, who's going to pitch going into this thing? You asked him about Justin Verlander. We've been kicking this around this week that, Kyle Harrison's spot is Sunday. Harrison is in there for Verlander. Verlander threw a simulated game. And I would say Manassian was definitely cagey enough that sounded like it's a real possibility. He's like, well, I'll let Melvin. You got the actual sound from this? This was Zach Manassian when Marcus asked, hey, is Verlander a chance?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to say no. I think those conversations are still kind of going on, and JP Martinez and Bomel they're on it, and we talk daily, but I'm sure at some point you guys will get some probables from them.
So leaving the door open.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to shut it. I mean, as we've talked about with the lineup, with the rotation, I mean, those are things that we want to empower Bomel and the coaching staff on those decisions. Obviously, they'll let us know. So I'm sure that's something it'll come out sooner rather than later.
Okay, so reading between the lines, I would bet right now 51-49 Verlander makes the start Sunday. I'm just going on record saying that. I could be wrong. I've been wrong, but that's my spidey sense, which is a phrase I hate, by the way. Shouldn't have used it. Yeah,
you just did.
Used it. I know.
I'm surprised.
beating myself up.
Well, I'm just surprised.
My instincts.
We've made it this long without you mentioning the reference to Silk Sonic, leaving the door open.
Which, by the way, who was the... Yeah, thank you.
Look at the timing of that.
Did you guys know? And I'm so embarrassed. The listener who gave me the vinyl of that last year, it's that's occupied an exalted place in our home.
Ooh.
It's like on a high shelf in our dining room. We have all these pictures and whatever. You can make Candace get some flowers. And up there on the top shelf is the vinyl of Leave the Door Open.
And they're Silk Sonic.
I put it up there when I came home from opening the broadcast, and it hasn't moved since. I'll take a picture of that and show it to you guys.
That's fun.
You guys get a big kick out of that. But yeah, we'll leave the door open on that. All right, our buddy Sean from San Rafael, who I believe is graduating from 8th grade any day now, if not yesterday or the day before. Sean, welcome back, buddy. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Sean?
What's up, boys? How we doing?
All right, first and foremost, when's Davidson Middle School graduation?
Okay, so promotion was last night at Santa Fe High on the football field because we're doing a bunch of construction at Davidson. But today's the last day. All the 8th graders just got field day today, so we're just chilling. But, it's the last day on the bus.
Dude, what a journey. We've been on it with you. We expect these calls to continue your freshman year at San Rafael High.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now you'll hear me chiming in from time to time, talking Giants, Warriors, Niners, whatever it is.
Hey,
whatever the hot topic is in the Bay Area.
Are you on the San Rafael 14-15 All-Stars? You aged out.
I'm on the Santa Fe. So we don't have enough for a 14-15, so I'm doing like a 13-14.
Oh, okay, 14. So you're still Little League age 14. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on you, buddy. All right, what's your Giants take, man? What do you got?
Well, I think Adames is starting to get his confidence back. You see it with back-to-back games with home runs. I mean, there's no better place to get confidence back to Coors Field. But I mean, he has been having some okay bats, but as he's putting the ball in play, he's hitting the ball hard, and those can turn into better bats and more confidence. And I can see him getting on the roll here.
Dude, if Adames gets on a roll, I mean, the Giants have had this successful season without Willie Adames, basically. So I keep getting excited at the idea of him getting on a roll. That said, we're missing Matt Chapman.
Yeah, Chapman's obviously a tough loss. So Casey Schmidt's playing well in the 2 games that he's been out. He's made an amazing defensive. If you guys be quiet, he's made an amazing defensive play, and he's hit a home run.
Dude, is Andre causing problems on the bus?
Everybody's causing problems. We got U.S. Open talk. We got yearbook signing. It's crazy, Murph.
Okay, wait a minute. You guys are not talking U.S. Open golf on that bus, are you?
Well, yeah, the buddy right next to me is. Let's go back, Roy!
Now, Sean, be honest with me. Did Andre make promotion too, or they leave him behind in 8th grade?
He's a year behind. Isn't he a 7th grader?
Andre's in 7th grade.
Yeah, Andre's Roy's age.
He's never going to make it out of 7th grade with those manners.
Sean, either my kids must be outcasts because they bring home their yearbook with no signatures. I'm like, dude, nobody signs it. You guys are signing yearbooks, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys
write? We got a specific page for autographs in the yearbook.
Oh, you guys actually have a place to go sign them?
Yeah.
So, what's the new phrase for "Have a great summer"? Like, what do you have? We used to write "Have a rad summer" in the '80s. What about you?
Well, I don't know. I don't really type phrases. I just kind of sign my name.
Oh, you don't write. You don't write like a little letter to the person. You got to write like a little mini letter, like, "Hey man, bro, it's been so great tripping with you through the years. I'll always remember that hilarious time at lunchtime when you shoved that guy in the garbage can, or, bro, you dominated against Hall Middle School. I'll never forget it." You know what I mean?
Yeah. I might have to do those to some of the guys that are going to MC, but all the guys are here, you know.
You guys just sign your name like you're John Hancock on the Declaration of Independence? All right, Sean, you're breaking up, buddy.
Yeah.
Go have a great field day.
Yeah, enjoy field day.
And
Congrats,
have a rad summer, dude. All right? All right, there. He's breaking up. He's breaking up, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, did you guys sign like one of the biggest things that shocked me is my kid brings home this yearbook. Now maybe it's because my kid's an outcast. I don't know. It could be that. But I'm like, what? I mean, dude, we used to write epic things, and like my buddy Rusty Wardner. Shout out Rusty Wardner. Where's my guy, Rusty Wardner? He goes, dude, I'm taking this home. He took it home and wrote like 3 pages of like hilarious stories and laughs. Now, Rusty's a trip. He's a thoughtful guy. But like I treasure that. It's like a stream of consciousness poem about our 4 years in high school.
No, I'm with you too. Like, Murph, not to pat myself on the back, but it got to the point where I was running out of space with my yearbook.
Exactly.
Like I had like girlfriends writing like 4 or 5 page essays in my yearbook.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
Dude, you want to bring those in?
Yeah, we can review them.
Yeah, you guys. Yeah, and okay. All
Yeah.
right. By the way, Candace has sent the picture of the Anderson .Paak album. Dude, check that. Am I telling a lie right now?
You're not lying.
Am I lying?
There it is, dude. Silk Sonic in
On
the
the
middle of
top
the
shelf.
Murphy household.
On the top shelf in the living room.
That's top shelf, Murph. That's not mid. That's not bottom shelf. That ain't no bammer. That's top shelf.
There it is, buddy. Look at that.
I'ma leave the album up there.
Can you see that, Tony?
I got you. Yeah, it's up there with
Murph's
like
gonna leave
it's like
the
a
album
sculpture.
up
What's that on the
there.
left?
This is some
there.
flowers. Flowers in a vase. All right. A vase. All right. Well, there's your big hit, guys. It's the Giants. And, of course, pretty much Giants all day. Hey, we got cooler content coming up at 8:30. We still have those Metallica tickets to go away in 9. And really, we got to hit some Niners because they just finished their last on-field practice, and then they dispersed for 40 days. 40 days and 40 nights. So Matt Mayoko at 8:50. That'll all be real fun stuff. And then, by the way, the CONCACAF Gold Cup is actually coming to our office. Do we bring Wando the hard questions about the U.S. men's team flailing? I don't know.
Someone's got to ask the question.
Someone's got to ask him. By the way, I circled back on Zach Manassian. We'll see if he answers. We forgot to ask one question. Yeah. We'll see what he says.
I know we dropped the ball.
All right. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. Here are some instructions in case you don't know. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? That's the big question that's keeping you up at night. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, man. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, buddy. Just an awesome tribute to the legendary Beach Boys frontman, Brian Wilson. Not the Giants pitcher. No, the iconic musician who we lost at the age of 82 yesterday. Do yourself a favor. Go down the rabbit hole, man. All time. Paul McCartney, Bob Dylan. When Paul McCartney and Bob Dylan go to social media and say that they are absolutely devastated because a genius has left us, then you know it's a big deal. I mean, Paul McCartney and Bob freaking Dylan are out here saying that this guy was a genius. And, I mean, this is just one of a million. Help me, Rhonda. So, well, help me... Bad transition here. Help me, Marcus.
Oh, I got you, Murph.
Help me, Marcus, get the clock right. It's been blown up ever since the
Help
Benazzi
me,
interview.
John Joe Curley with the clock.
Okay, so here's our roadmap. Cooler Content always has good stuff on the other side. And then Matt Mayoko, 850. We really do need to do our Niner. I feel like we haven't done our Niner homework because the Giants have won 7 in a freaking row. And we keep having these great guests like Dom Smith and Zach Manassian. So Zach Manassian a little bit, young Tone. Help me, Casey. On Casey Schmidt. So, I mean, I don't know, Marcus, what your real expectations are for this guy. And I do think he caught a break last night. I think he might have gone around on a pitch that would have struck him out. We got the call. He didn't go around. It was the anti-Gabe Morales. And he wound up grinding out a walk that kept the rally alive that wound up winning the game. He also got a 2-run single in the 9th inning. He also made an unbelievable play going to his right. He also had one get past him on his left that I thought he should have gotten. So he's 2 for 4 last night, 2 RBIs, a run scored. He's up to 224 if that matters. We asked Zach, what are your expectations? What does the organization expect from Casey Schmidt?
Well, it's plus defender. I think that's the thing that has always stood out with Casey. And look, it's tough to compare anyone to Chappie defensively, but Casey's very good over there at third base. So hopefully, as we continue to pound on, hey, we're going to pitch, we're going to defend. We still have a plus defender over there at third base. I think offensively, Casey has showed us tools over the past couple of years. You guys have seen it. He'll get on a little bit of a power surge and drive the ball. And then there's times when I think he's been over aggressive and can expand the zone. And some of that's tough. Some of that's consistent playing time. Some of that's a young player coming off the bench. And some of it's just kind of natural maturation of a hitter at the big league level facing this type of pitching. And he has all the tools to be a really good major league player. He plays with a lot of energy. His teammates really like him. He's a good worker, so it's all there. And
okay, so some interesting stuff there, because we do think his lack of discipline at the plate is what drives us crazy the most. And he said maybe we need to give him a little bit of space because he has never had that regular role, and sometimes it's tough to be that guy coming off the bench as a young player facing great pitching and trying to do it all in one at bat.
Yeah.
Right? Do you buy that?
Yeah, and trying to juggle everything of not only the inconsistent playing time, but when he is getting playing time, he doesn't know what mitt to bring to the ballpark
right.
because he's playing third, he's playing short, he's playing second. Hell, this year, all of a sudden, he started to play first base. And credit to Casey for really playing great defense all around the diamond. So I have those same expectations regardless of where Casey is playing, that he's going to give you plus defense. But I do think it does take actually a little bit of pressure off of him, that he's not worried about his assignments over at first base, thinking about bunt coverages from the opposite side of the diamond. Now, Casey's the ball player. He knows all this stuff regardless. But he can just go out there and kind of feel like he's back at home at third base. And maybe that takes away just some of the overthinking when he is at the plate. Because, Murph, you're absolutely right. One of my biggest issues with Casey is he'll chase that slider. But last night in that at-bat, even though he might have had a check swing on one of those sliders.
See here. Move on.
But it's the fact that he was able to battle and face 7 sliders in that one at-bat and not strike out. To me, that's an encouraging sign. I don't think Casey Schmidt's ever going to be somebody that flirts with a 300 batting average or hell, even 275, anywhere north of 250 potentially. But he is a guy that will give you plus defense, and he can give you some power. And if you're looking at this opportunity and what it means for the future of Casey Schmidt, obviously Matt Chapman is going to be your third baseman for the next 4 or 5 years after signing that contract extension. But if Casey can prove something with the bat, we know he has the glove. Maybe this is an opportunity to maybe steal some at-bats away from Tyler Fitzgerald over at second base, or maybe steal some extra at-bats from Gerard over at first base, or just give Willie Adames that day off at shortstop. To me, this is an opportunity not just to try to earn a spot on the roster, but really solidify yourself as the super utility man moving forward beyond even this season.
It is wild. By signing Chapman, they did block Casey and they made that estimation. They're like, we'd rather have Chapman than Casey. And so something to think about. Good stuff. All stuff to talk about. And by the way, I texted Manazzi and said, dude, Marcus and I are beating each other up because we forgot to ask about making a trade with your brother.
Dude, we're big bro.
We screwed up. Sometimes that happens. And I said, what's your answer? What was it like making a trade with your brother?
Yeah, call back in, Zach.
He wrote back, ha ha, comma, tough negotiator, exclamation point. So that was his answer.
I'm not even joking.
Danced around.
I think Zach enjoys talking ball so much that he probably would call back in.
Probably would.
He would do a second interview.
He said he was a tough negotiator. So Lamont Wade is an angel, obviously. So there you go. Okay, so here's the deal. Cooler content and then a good talk on the Niners with Matt Mayoko at 8:50. All on a Thursday on The Sports Leader. Ooh, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Hey, Sunday is Father's Day. How about that? And how about going to Amici's for Father's Day? Bring your dad, bring your grandpa, bring your father figure. Say you heard Murph at KNBR talk about free wings. True story. Because if you dine out with dad at any Amici's Bay Area location this Sunday, Amici's will give each table dining with dad or grandpa a free 10-piece order of either their barbecue chicken wings or their signature flame-roasted lemon chicken wings. That's awesome. I love those. Once again, just tell your server that Murph from KNBR sent you for the Father's Day special. So as well as those great wings, you can always, of course, order New York-style thin crust pizzas and the new Detroit-style pizzas, which are very, very tasty. All part of a wonderful evening or afternoon Father's Day at Amici's. Pastas and salads and beers and wines. Dad needs to take the edge off. All right? So when you're looking for the perfect place to dine out with Dad this Sunday and to enjoy a free 10-piece order of barbecue or flame-roasted lemon chicken wings, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
right, everyone. Chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, man. You're gonna have us go off of cooler and content into a Brian Wilson cooler of content. So we lost Brian Wilson, the legend, the American Mozart, man. Really one of the greatest composers in the history of our country. This would be, his signature piece here that Paul McCartney says is the most beautiful song ever written. Paul McCartney says he weeps every time he hears it. How about that? From musician to musician. Gorgeous song. Beautiful song. Brian Wilson, thank you, buddy, for everything, man. It's tough go. He had a lot of obstacles in his life, mental health issues, but he overcame them and wrote some of the best music we've ever heard in American pop culture. So thank you, Tony, for these wonderful rejoins all day.
What was the song called again?
This one?
Yeah.
God Only Knows.
Only God knows.
We should do a remix, dude.
Only God knows.
There you go. We can keep it going, buddy.
Only God knows.
There you go. That's so good. This is all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. I saw Sting last night, Sexy Sting. He was doing a show, and he just, in the middle of his show, he just goes, "We lost one of my idols today, Brian Wilson." He's like, "I'm going to play my favorite song from him." And he just ripped off his guitar. He just did a cappella version of this. And like I said, McCartney just put out his statement. Bob Dylan put out his statement. All profound stuff, man. But the music lives on. That's the good stuff, is that we get him forever. Giants baseball on a totally different topic. 12:10 first pitch, 11:10 a.m. pregame coverage. Joe Rizzo and FP Santangelo, they're hot now. Keep them there. Hayden Birdsong against Antonio Senzatella, who's 1-10 with a 6.68. All right, we got to get to Matt Mayoka in a little bit, so we got to do the cooler of content here. Which one? Dude, I think we got to start with this Mookie Betts, Jackson Merrill thing.
Yeah, let's get into this.
So Mookie does a podcast, huh?
Apparently. I mean, everybody's got a podcast.
Because he has a number of big-name players on. So Dodgers go play the Padres. They're supposed to hate each other, right? Instead, Mookie's like, "Hey, let's do a podcast."
Yeah, who does this guy think he is? Draymond Green?
You gonna get this podcast.
It's like your Raider. Be like the old days, John Matuzak sitting down with, I don't know, give me John Elway doing a podcast.
I'm not even joking. Max Crosby does have a very popular podcast.
Does he invite AFC West rivals on? Justin Herbert?
Yeah, I think
Patrick Mahomes?
He has had players from the
Bo
AFC West
Nix?
on, I think.
Yeah, we got Bo Nix.
I'll have to double check that guest list.
But this is, I got to be honest, it's a point of pride. I feel like Candlestick lives because they talk about Giants fans and they're not happy. We're too mean. Take a listen.
How often do you hear what fans are saying in the outfield to you?
Come on, you hear it.
You hear it the whole time.
You hear it. But
have you heard anything that's creative yet?
They're all like little league roasts,
Yeah,
you drive a Prius, your shoes untied.
Yeah, whatever.
I say San Fran got some mean people out there though.
San Fran
They don't
have
care.
mean people out there, bro.
People say Wrigley and Yankee Stadium is bad, bro. San Fran is like,
Well,
San Fran was-
that could be because the rivalry, because Yankee Stadium is bad.
I feel like Red Sox.
From
then,
my
yeah,
perspective,
yeah.
Yankee Stadium is probably.
Dude, San Fran's mean though.
San Fran.
They get in on you.
Yeah, both of them. Both of those guys. They're probably neck and neck.
Yeah, but nobody said any like crazy stuff to me.
I love this. Candlestick lives.
Wow.
Candlestick lives. I'm so proud of you guys. So proud of you guys. I thought Giants fans had gotten super soft. No, this is the Candlestick reputation. Guys used to say, "Man, Candlestick's like a freaking zoo." They're like, I can't even they're like guys are just they crush you out there. Like it's a hostile environment. We are different. We are. You should be proud of that. Now,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking about doing anything stupid. Nobody's jumping on the field or doing anything physical. But if you can just ride a guy to the point where he's like, "Damn, these guys are mean." I like that.
Now, are you surprised that San Fran was the answer? Maybe that's the reason why they're so mean to you, because you keep calling it San Fran like a couple
I'm
of
okay
clowns.
with a Dodger and a Padre calling it San Fran because that's what they should, because they're not from
Yeah,
here.
because they don't know. They don't know any better.
This is so great. This is so heartening.
But it's
this
funny,
is the Candlestick vibe, buddy.
But especially like with the narrative, like, oh, it's just a zesty West Coast, and real baseball fans are on the East Coast, not the West Coast.
Yeah.
I was a bit surprised to hear this answer, especially from Mookie, who has played in the rivalry on both sides,
literally
Yankees, Red
said-
Sox, and Dodgers, Giants.
He said Yankee Stadium and San Fran are neck and neck. That's what he said about that. So it's funny. Last night, the Giants, during the game, they do like this date in Giants history, they do their own. And I was like, oh, yeah, you guys are biting our style. In fact, me and Danny Dunn have to do another session today. But they showed a Will Clark walk-off home run from like 88, I don't know, and went into the football seats up there. And little Rory the Greek says to me, he goes, where's that? He said, where's that?
Oh.
Seeing Candlestick. I said, whoa, you're my kid.
Damn, that's got to
You should know that. And I said, you've been there because I took him when he was 2. He went to a Niner game the last season because I took a picture of them on the field with field passes. Shout out KNBR. So I said, this goes into your arc. I said, when you guys get older and I'm dead and gone, say that your old man took you to Candlestick. Kind of like maybe being a baby at like Seals Stadium or Kezar Stadium or something. But he said, yeah, I've seen it as a football stadium. But you realize baseball, they stopped playing baseball there in 99.
Yeah, I never got out to a baseball game at Candlestick.
Yeah, you didn't.
Only football.
How about that?
I mean, unless like it's a memory where I don't remember if my pops taking me when I was super young. But no, we'd go out to Yankees-A's games at the Coliseum. And then, yeah, really went to only a couple of football games at Candlestick too.
So it's anyway. But anyway, that's all started from Candlestick. Candlestick was cold, mean, and nasty. And we were super proud of that.
What's the matter with Mookie? He's
so you know
bomb.
what? The same guys who do the wave, you've been redeemed.
Nice.
You've been redeemed.
And I do like seeing the similarities between Yankees and Giants fans because it was out this year when I was at Yankee Stadium watching Mookie Betts be harassed by Yankee fans. And they actually had a Triple E doppelganger who put Mookie Betts in an armbar. So it's good to know that fans are not only mean on both sides of the coast, but they both look like Triple E.
Oh, man, that's incredible. By the way, a lot of people are upset about San Fran. I don't know. I'll just, that's
San
them.
Fran.
They get in on you.
Well, Murph, you're anti-San Fran, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just obvious. I mean, it's obvious. Like, it's like, but I have a bigger problem if somebody here says it. Somebody from out of town, I kind of expect it.
Would you be upset if a kid from Northern California called it San Fran?
Not going to San Fran.
Oh, beautiful.
Like,
pull, buddy.
Aaron Rodgers has got to know better.
Of course he does.
You played football in the Bay Area, bro.
Go Browns. Go Browns.
Once again.
Not going to San Fran.
Where's getting my Shadur? I'm coming in a Shadur Sanders jersey on opening day.
I need to see Murph in the middle of the dog pound.
I am. I'm going to the dog pound. Talk about mean. That's mean, the dog pound. Do we want to do this 999 thing is opening up a real can of worms because I'm going to have to get on my soapbox here, you know?
Flex on him, Murph.
Do you want to?
Yeah, let's get into it. Yeah.
Okay, well, flex. So these kids were all excited. Young Tony, John Joe, Marcus. They're like, hey, there's this gal. And being quite frank, it's kind of cute. They think she's kind of cute. She's in Cincinnati, and she's trying to do the 999. Have you guys heard about this? 9 beers, 9 hot dogs, and 9 innings? I had to send them the IYKYK. If you know, you know, and send them in a 2004 ESPN Page 2 column in which I wrote about the 999 and my experience with it at Scottsdale Stadium with a guy named Charlie, the Cub fan. That was 21 years ago. I'm going to have to say I kind of put you guys on game about the 999. So
talk your ass, man.
I am. I'm going to say I'm going to have to go Greg Papa, Brock Purdy on this one because I wrote that column. I had never heard of it. We met this guy, Charlie, the Cub fan. It was unbelievable. I wrote a whole column about it. And the email I got from that, there's 2 things I got the most email I ever wrote. One was when I defended Barry Bonds to America. I still have thousands of emails I haven't read from that. I still have thousands. I just couldn't go through them all. And then when I wrote about the 999, people blew up. They're like, oh, this is incredible. Oh, my God. And I was like, yeah, I credit this guy, Charlie, the Cub fan. So this has been going on for a couple decades now. But for you guys, it's new.
Oh, well, I will say it's not new for me in the sense that I remember like high school, college, we would call it the Babe Ruth Challenge, where you had to go 9 beers, 9 hot dogs, and 9 innings. So this is not a new concept to me. And really, I thought once the pitch clock got implemented at Major League Stadiums, that we would never see the 999 challenge be attempted again. But it's almost now more of a challenge to do the 999 within the parameters of the pitch clock, which has now led to like this almost TikTok trend of people now doing the challenge.
Okay, let's see this gal in Cincinnati here. Check it out.
I'm doing the 999 challenge. Let's get it. All right, first inning. First inning. First one, dog. The first one, we're doing mustard and relish. Second. Three. Three. The next beer, we're going with a Busch Light this time. The next beer, we're going with a Busch Light this time.
It's the 4th inning, so we got ketchup.
Starting to slur.
Relish. I'm on my 4th beer. We're drinking Budweiser this time. Here we go.
got 4 hot dogs in the pocket and 9 4 beers. You got 4 hot dogs in the pocket. It's getting harder, but we're doing it. Just catch up on this one. It's getting harder, but we're doing it. It's pretty bad. I'm gonna get it down. I'll get it down pretty bad. I'm gonna get it down. I'll get it down, but. Alright, guys. I think we're about to call it quits. My 7th year. We got 7 and 7. I think we did pretty good. Alright, guys. I think we're about to call it quits. This is my 7th year. We got 7 and 7.
Well, so if you had the video on this YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter,
unwell.
you can see her enthusiasm dim as the innings go on.
Yeah, hot dog after hot dog, beer after beer. You can definitely see the side effects there.
I would go ahead, and she got 7 beers and 7 hot dogs.
Yeah.
And now she's passed out on the floor.
The video
Yes,
ends with her face first on her car hood.
The guy I wrote about, Charlie, he didn't make it either. And he kept yelling at it. He got angrier and angrier as the game. He goes, the bun matters, man.
It counts.
The bun matters.
That's true. When they do the hot dog eating contest, they always announce Joey Chestnut ate 72 hot dogs and buns.
Yeah.
You have to include the buns.
I have to tell you guys that I want to give young Tony the gold star because I found it on a search. I wrote Brian Murphy, ESPN page 2, 999 challenge, and Google gave it to me, and I sent it to the thread. Only one kid read it. That's this kid right here.
I'm not going to lie. I had 5 minutes waiting for my laundry to finish. I was going to go for a run, and I just gave it a quick read. The bun matters.
Yeah.
He was talking about the fact that, what's his name, Joey Chestnut doesn't drink beer for his challenge.
Yeah.
That's a huge factor.
Yeah, it is a huge factor.
Oh, yeah, the beer will fill you up, too. Now, we do need to point out that she is drinking 12-ounce beers. Nothing against that, but, I can't even buy a can of 12-ounce beer at my local ballpark. And also, can we talk about the pricing here? Because I've thought about doing this challenge, but I'm not doing it at Oracle Park where I got to spend $18 per beer and $10 per hot dog. But we did look up the prices out in Cincinnati, out in St. Louis, hell, up in Seattle. There are multiple ballparks around the country, believe it or not, that have $5 beers, Murph.
You got to call Provident Credit Union before you do something like that, buddy. You too.
I know. I got to check in.
What'd you say, Loader what?
Loader just texted us. This guy, I think this is, he's lying here. He said, I completed it twice at ASU. It's easy.
Okay.
All right. Now I'm just disappointed that you broke in with breaking news on Jack Loader. I don't need any Jack Loader updates.
I'm going to go ahead and do this again. It's the second time. What did I pat my back on for yesterday? I'm going to do it again. What did I do yesterday? I forget. What was it? I guess I'm right. I'm going to go ahead and say I read this. Sometimes I hate things I wrote. I read this, and I kind of laughed. I thought it stood up.
Yeah.
What'd you think, Tone, huh? Yeah.
Riveting story.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to go look it up, what's the story called?
It's called The Dream, 9 Dogs, 9 Beers, 9 Innings by Brian Murphy. Yeah.
Riveting. The vocabulary, the word choice, the suspense,
I appreciate
the drama.
you, buddy. I appreciate
It's a good read.
Yeah, tell Loader Murph was out here writing about the 999 before he was even live.
Yeah. I said, I go on to say, there's some dated references. I said, the 2 unexpected factors created Everest-sized obstacles for Charlie. 1, the Arizona day was a veritable microwave with a mercury at 91 degrees. 2, the beer sold at Scottsdale Stadium came in 16-ounce bottles, not 12. Taken individually, each factor was a nuisance. Taken collectively, they had a cumulative effect of devastation akin to the emotion a Red Sox fan felt the day A-Rod was traded to the Yankees.
Wow.
That's a 2003 reference there for you, buddy.
That's a hell of a line.
Yeah, there it is, buddy. We talked about the guy. Yeah, we talked about the guy on Coney Island.
Yeah,
I said his mood would swing from states of catatonia, then to instant rage. It was as if in the 5 stages of acceptance, his engine stalled on anger. That's what I said. So I said, who could blame him? The task demanded total concentration. And if his genius was tempered with fits of pique, well, certainly Picasso tore up a canvas or 2 in his day. So there you go.
Wow.
There's some scribblings from your boy.
What a wordsmith. You are the gatekeeper of the 999 challenge. Which
he
leads to a question on the text line. Is it still the 999 challenge if you do it at home? Because I can easily drink 9 beers and grow up 9 dogs, but is it the same? Do you have to do it at the ballpark?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you do.
Feels like it has to be part of the challenge.
I got
Also, the pitch clock. How do you do it with the pitch clock these days?
Well, you
Marcus?
can't.
You start chugging beer.
You can't.
That's what you do.
I think nowadays it's almost like these days with the openers and things like that, a 666 challenge would get you like the devil. I actually note that the twist is so satanic that the 999 turned upside down is the 666. But nowadays you can probably do 5.2, 5.2, 5.2, and the front office will sign you to a long-term deal. You know what I mean? Because it's considered that.
This guy's efficient. This guy cannot eat a hot dog a third time through the lineup.
All right, guys, there you go. There's your cooler of content. Matt Mayoko, 49ers, next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, let's talk about our friends at Raven Law. Nobody wants a car accident. Nobody. They happen. And if it happens, I'm going to save you a lot of time and money right now. Call Ted, the giant lawyer. Call Ted. We tell everyone this. Call Ted. 415-888-1045. 415-888-1045. Who you call first could make or break your case. Ted is not a billboard lawyer who never calls you back. He's a local like you. He's a fighter like the orange and black, and he knows how to win. He likes to tell you about a story about Carlos. Carlos driving in from the mission gets T-boned on game day and insurance lowballs him. Ted steps in and hits it out of the park. Policy limits, no delays, no stress. So if you're in the Bay, don't wait. Call 415-888-1045. Again, that's 415-888-1045 or head to thegiantlawyer.com right now. Fast, free, confidential. You've got one shot to get this right. Make sure the guy fighting for you swings like a giant. Call 415-888-1045 or visit thegiantlawyer.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The continued tributes. Tony, you're killing it, buddy. Killing it. Get your lighters out for Surfer Girl. Picture yourself on a sunset down at Santa Monica Beach or Malibu. Man, the sounds of the Beach Boys. We lost Brian Wilson at age 82, the genius. His brother Dennis was in the band, and he once had a quote. He goes, "The Beach Boys." He goes, "It's all Brian. We just showed up and he told us what to do. He is the Beach Boys." So he and his two brothers were in that band. And actually Carl and Dennis had preceded him in death. So a lot of people were saying, hey, man, the brothers are back together now. So anyway, thank you, Brian Wilson, for all the gifts. Now, transitioning to the 49ers. The mini camps are over. And, of course, Matt Mayoko is here to tell us all about it. 40-day layoff until we see him again? Is that right? 40 days, 40 nights, a little Noah's Ark action. Matty, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Matt?
Good morning, gentlemen. How you guys doing this morning?
We're good, man. We're good. So is it 40 days off? Is that right?
Yeah, let's see. I think it's July 25th. So I haven't I'm wearing socks, so I can't get out and count the fingers and the toes right
it's like
now.
42.
But, that's kind of that's what it is, I believe. Is that 42 days?
Yeah. So
right around there.
July 25th is the day?
I believe so. Yeah, I haven't. It would be, okay, so the first preseason game is August 9th, and it's, 15 days back from that. So, I haven't done the math. Math isn't my strong suit. So I'm not even very good at counting or anything else, but it's right around there. I always just say late July until the official schedule comes out.
So 2 days on the field, what was the most important thing that happened?
I would say the most important thing that happened in the final 2 days is that they made it through unscathed, and basically everybody but the ACL guys, there's 4 of them, should be cleared and ready to go for the start of training camp, pending any guys getting nicks and bumps and bruises while they're working out on their own. But yeah, no, I think that the things you looked at, I thought were the defensive backfield and the wide receivers. That's really what the OTAs are about, because the pads aren't on and it's not real football. And without Brandon Ayuk out there, with Juwan Jennings just kind of working through something not real serious in nature for him. He missed a couple weeks of practice with a calf injury, so they weren't going to push that or push anything with Ricky Pearsall. But what it did was it gave some of the young guys, and 2 guys in particular, it gave Jacob Cowing and Jordan Watkins additional reps working with Brock Purdy. And I think those 2 young guys took advantage of it. And, whether they can, work their way on the field when everybody's healthy or not, that remains to be seen. Still a lot of work ahead for both of those guys, but I thought it was a very promising off-season program for both Cowing and Watkins. And now kind of see 49ers can take a step back now and kind of look at their receiver position and take into account the progress those guys made and determine whether they want to, kind of stay in that market and look for any veteran wide receiver help.
Matt, how were the vibes and the atmosphere with Robert Saleh back on the field?
I would say noticeably different, certainly noticeably different from a year ago. I would say that everything about the offseason program was pretty good for the 49ers. And it kind of started with Nick Bosa and Trent Williams being there for the first time, I think, in their careers, as far as just taking part in the offseason program and just being around the team. So the attendance was 100%. And Saleh, whenever a play was made by his secondary, and his secondary did make some plays during these the OTAs and the mandatory minicamp. I think the enthusiasm that he showed, I mean, you remember how the camera loved him on the sideline when he was the 49ers defensive coordinator. Well, it'll be the same this year because he loves to show that energy and emotion, and we saw it over these last several weeks of him on the field. So yeah, it's a young defense with those 5 draft picks. Not all of them were on the field. The first 5 draft picks the 49ers had were all defensive players, and so there is that kind of youthful exuberance. And I think Robert Saleh is a really good coach to be able to kind of spearhead the development of those young guys in their rookie seasons.
Matt Mayo goes the voice you hear. You listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 49ers off until late July now. Everybody scatters and fills up their gas tank. Bryce Huff, he debuted. Saleh talked about him. Bosa talked about him. Kyle Shanahan talked about him. What did we learn about his upcoming role?
Well, he's pass rush specialist. Last year he signed with the Eagles. Signed a pretty good contract with the Eagles after having a 10-sack year with the Jets, with Robert Saleh and the Jets, and then really didn't do a whole lot. And he moved from basically being a rush in and a 4-3 defense to being an outside linebacker in a 3-4, which required him to do some dropping into coverage, and that's not his game. He's not an every down guy. He's not going to be somebody that's going to be setting the edge on 1st and 10. His job, I think, is going to be very much centered around nickel pass rush. And so, you hear everybody talk about, his get off. And I didn't see during training camp, Chris Kocurek, the defensive line coach, has this drill where it's basically 2 guys going up against each other on a two-man sled. And, there's a competition at the snap of the ball who can fire out and get their hands on the pads before the other guy. And they're talking about Bryce Huff having the best get off of any defensive lineman the players have had since Dee Ford. And Dee Ford was exceptional in that area. So there's a lot of hype right now about Huff inside the building and the way they're talking about him. What doesn't really match up, though, is the production. 5 years in the NFL, and most of those years he's had 2 sacks. I mean, 1 year he had 3.5 sacks, and then the outlier has been the 10-sack year of 2023. So, you hear the 49ers talk about him, and it's like they make him sound like he's a double-digit sack guy every year. He hasn't been. So he's got to. The 49ers are talking about him in that way, and so he needs to perform in that way. And they gave up, a draft pick for him. They're paying him, $7-8 million this season. So they're putting, I think, a lot onto the plate of a guy and a lot of expectations on a guy who, quite frankly, hasn't been a consistent performer in the NFL.
Matt, when you look at the defensive backfield for the 49ers, do you feel like there's enough depth at the cornerback position? I mean, we know how good of a player Demo is. Ronaldo Green's going to step up and fill in that role from Charvarius Ward, but it seems like there's going to be competition between Upton Stout and Darrell Luter for that nickel spot. Do you think overall there's enough depth, or should they look at the free agent market with a guy like Jair Alexander, who's just released by the Green Bay Packers?
Yeah, all the guys on the free agent market, there's a reason that they're out there. And with Alexander, he just hasn't played much football the last couple of years. A lot of injury concerns. And so it would have to be a very favorable contract, because if you look at, where the 49ers season went south last year, it was, the injuries. And in some cases, it was older guys with injuries, but certainly, the number of games they lost due to injuries was alarming, and there was really no getting around that. A lot of other things went wrong as well, but I think we can probably all kind of circle back to the injuries as being the major factor in why the 2024 season went south. So I think they would have to be very cautious before, bringing in any sort of veteran player who's had a history of injuries. I mean, that's the reason the Green Bay Packers let him go, is because he just wasn't getting on the field enough. They wanted to rework his contract, not rework it, but they wanted to give him a pay cut. He didn't want to accept the pay cut that they were offering, and so now he's on the open market. My guess is Jair Alexander views himself as a starter, and he should, because he's a really good player. So I think that probably the best spot for him would be to go somewhere where if he gets healthy and stays healthy, he will be a starter. And so probably if the 49ers add somebody in the defensive backfield, it probably wouldn't be a starter caliber, a guy that would be paid starters money. When they started free agency, they did not make very many big splashes. I think we all can agree on that. One of the guys they added, though, is Trey Brown, who has started some games with the Seattle Seahawks. 49ers do like him. He made some plays during the offseason program. So my guess is if you're looking at the outside corners, then Trey Brown is probably the number 3 guy there. But as far as competition goes, are there any guys kind of lingering out there? This time of year, generally speaking, all the good players are taken. So I don't know that to get somebody at this point who's going to just kind of, slide into a starting role. I think they're the guys who are starters are going to be competing for starting jobs are already on the team.
Matt Mayoka giving us the full breakdown after the Niners finished their sort of voluntary OTA stuff all through April and May, and then the mandatory stuff these past 2 days before taking a long break before late July's training camp and then the climb up the mountain. A guy who just a mystery man for me, D. Winters. Because the linebackers, man, oh man, Dre Greenlaw gone. It was a huge deal. I know they drafted Nick Martin. It's a lot to ask from a rookie, or maybe not, but I don't know. D. Winters, 6th rounder out of TCU in 2023, started 10 games last year. I read reports that he had good showings. What's the realistic expectation there?
Well, I think the realistic expectation for D. Winters and for Nick Martin are to compete for that job. I mean, there's a reason the 49ers selected a linebacker, an undersized linebacker, in the 3rd round when they had other needs. Maybe they felt like they didn't have any other pressing needs or any more pressing needs than another linebacker with potential as a starter. But, I mean, you said it right there. I mean, last year at the linebacker position, that was about as glaring as a vulnerability as they had anywhere on the roster, with no Dre Greenlaw due to the injury, and so he didn't help them last season. It was Fred Warner and really nobody else. I mean, do we remember Devondre Campbell?
Yeah.
He did not play well at all, and then once he started to play well, then he quit the team when Dre Greenlaw came back. So D. Winters had the opportunity last year, and last year kind of famously Fred Warner called D. Winters the MVP of the offseason program. Well, that didn't necessarily translate to the regular season. Once again, he's being talked about by teammates and coaches as somebody who's had a really good offseason program. So, if he takes another step and that translates to the field, he can make some plays and maybe, just as important, stay healthy, because he was nicked up. I think it was week 3 against the Rams where he got in and sustained an injury and missed some time. And I don't know if he ever fully recovered from that, but that is definitely an area they need to give Fred Warner some help. The 49ers obviously recognize that. That's why they took Nick Martin, a guy that, plays with a lot of ferocity, and he gets out there and he's got some energy to him. So clearly an area where they need to get more production, and Nick Martin and D. Winters are going to be competing for that weak side linebacker spot, and see if they can, give Fred Warner a lot more support than anybody at that spot gave him last year.
That's the big one. And finally, a CMC check-in. Still bouncy?
Still bouncy. Yep. No, he looks good. He looks springy and shows a nice burst. And, we talked a lot leading up to the draft about where the 49ers needs were. And we talked a lot about offensive line. Certainly we talked probably more about defensive line, but, offensive line is a spot that needs help. It needs to play better. And, continuity is a big thing. Getting Trent Williams back is a huge thing. That 49ers offensive line looks a heck of a lot better when he's out there at left tackle. But probably the unspoken part of this is that Christian McCaffrey makes that offensive line better. Because I do think that the check down kind of disappeared from the 49ers last year. And it just, as good as Jordan Mason ran the ball, he just wasn't the back coming out of the backfield that gave a nice little safety valve to Brock Purdy. So I think that ability now for Purdy not to feel like he has to just kind of run around and create time and, put more strain on the offensive line. I think now just those dump offs, and we saw that a lot in the offseason program of, just more getting the ball out of his hands quickly when, that first read isn't there. So the return of Christian McCaffrey might have a huge impact on the play of the offensive line, or at least how the offensive line is perceived. So he's getting him back is a huge key for the 49ers. And of course, getting him back and having him stay back could very well determine the fate of this season's team.
That's my rule in life, Maddie. On any day, people are like, hey, how's it going? I'm like, I don't know. Is McCaffrey playing? And if the answer is yes, then it's probably going to be a good day. And if the answer is no, then we have a situation.
So somebody yesterday in the top of the ninth asked you, is Christian McCaffrey playing? And the answer is yes. And then the Giants scored 6 runs.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
And that's a perfect. That's a perfect transition. Marcus wants to know because he's a big fan of when you and I exchanged our thoughts on the Dodgers. Tomorrow is the first game of the season against the Dodgers.
Yeah, is Christian McCaffrey available to play behind home plate?
I believe so. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I think I have. I'm checking my app right now to see when my first Giant Dodger game is. But I know I think it's actually in. For some reason, the date July 12th kind of stands out.
They do play then. That's the weekend right before the All-Star break. Yeah.
Yep, there it is. Saturday, July 12th. That's my first and only Dodgers game of the season.
Well, Maddie, you got to bring us a win back then.
Hold on, was that a drop or was that you?
That was me live, buddy. We can do it anytime. All right, bud. Well, listen, you got a little break, and then we ramp it up, man. We ramp it up for late July. In the meantime, just enjoy those 7-game winning streak Giants. And
was there a part of you that didn't want the 49ers that didn't want the Giants to add on in the 9th just so they could get that 7th or the potential that 7th consecutive one-run victory?
A small part.
Very small.
The larger part was any time Coors is like a Little League game, and believe me, I've been around a lot of Little League games in the last 15 years, that when a runner reaches base, you can basically chalk it up as a run, And Coors is the only park in the bigs where I feel that way. So if a runner reaches base, I'm like, well, okay, he's going to score. And so keeping it at a one-run game would have added way too much stress for one flare, one dying quail, one walk. And Doval was walking fools last night.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm going to take it a step further. I look at any time somebody's at the plate that the next pitch is going to be a home run.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I was just going to say, I feel that way at Coors Field. I feel like games are just so obviously different there that, they can come back. Sure.
Yeah.
Coors.
Yeah, these last 2 games have been, maybe they can get things started a little bit earlier today. although they started early yesterday.
They did.
They didn't keep it going.
Up 3-0, down 6-3, up 7-6, up 10-6, up 10-7, all that. By the lineup is out. You want to stay on the air, Maddie, for this? Jung-Hoo Lee leading off at center.
I like that.
Willie Adames batting second at short. He's hot. Elliot Ramos batting third and left. He's hot. Wilmer Flores batting fourth at DH. He's the new Chappie. Yaz in the 5-hole and right field. Dom Smith is back at first base.
Hey,
sixth.
Our guy. I enjoyed the interview with him yesterday.
Oh, I'm glad you heard it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Casey Schmidt batting 7th at third. He's hot. Batting 8th at second. Tyler Fitzgerald. And then, Maddie, it looks like we picked up Daryl Porter at catcher, batting 9th. Oh, no, wait. Logan Porter.
Does this Porter have the glasses like Daryl
Well,
Porter?
now you're dating you and me gonna have to go off and talk about Daryl Porter.
All right,
They don't know. These kids don't know.
No, but real quick, Maddie. If I made a reference to Ham Porter, would you know who I'm talking about?
Oh, I don't.
Oh, the great Hambino, the catcher from the movie The Sandlot.
Oh, okay.
Where is Maddie with the Sandlot?
Yeah, because Murph is anti-Sandlot.
No, that's not
He
true.
hates it, Maddie.
That's
He
not
hates
true.
it. He hates the Sandlot more than you hate the Dodgers.
He's being silly right now. It's fine. I think it's fine. I think these kids overrate it. I think it's fine.
It's fine.
Where are you?
It's fine. I like it better than that play at first base yesterday.
Man.
Which you've talked a lot about Little League. I don't know that I've seen. I mean, that was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah,
at the major league level.
Gerard was a little. I think his head was swimming a little bit. I think the game was moving a little fast for him at that point.
It was like he started to stretch before the ball was even thrown, and it just kind of got wonky. I've never seen anything quite like that.
I think they should have done the. You do this in Little League sometimes. Harsher coaches will do this mid-inning defensive pull. Just yank the kid mid-inning. Just yank. Just have Dom grab his glove and trot across the diamond and just bring him out, dude. Because that happened to your boy. When I was flailing in right field one game, his harsh old all-star coach just gave me the hook mid-inning.
That's a long walk.
That was tough.
Oh no!
That's when I knew it was over. That's when I knew it was over.
Were you in the?
Up in
were you
Sonoma.
in the third base dugout or the?
Yeah, no, we were in the third base dugout, and I was in right.
Okay.
Oh, brutal.
Okay,
The guy who replaced me, John O'Tunney, wound up being a starting linebacker for the Stanford Cardinal. So
Sounds like you should have been the starting right fielder too.
Yeah, they made the wrong call. Yeah. It was a sinking liner. What was I going to do? I did. It was one of those in between balls.
Little top spin on it.
Yeah, and I kind of make the the indecision will kill you. The indecision will kill you. I had indecision, and our coach, he tolerated nothing. He's like, "You're out. Come on out."
Oh wow.
All right, guys. Not that I remember it or anything.
No.
All right, Maddie. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Take care.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There you go. Wando in the CONCACAF Gold Cup at 9:35 on the Sports Leader.
I hate the Dodgers so much
yes.
I can't even stand to
And
watch.
Maddie.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We've been playing a bunch of Beach Boys in honor of Brian Wilson. Rest in peace. We have not played any Metallica, so stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour. We're giving away 2 single-day tickets to go see Metallica at Levi's Stadium on Friday, June 20th. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means it's your lucky day and you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Yeah, I think.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. When your paychecks stop coming in, it's important to know where your retirement income is going to come from. Are you planning correctly? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, this is not a Brian Wilson rejoin. So as soon as I tell everybody to call in for their tickets to win their Metallica tickets, we can get back to a Brian Wilson rejoin. Please, there you go. Call number 10, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. To go see Metallica. 2 single-day tickets. Friday, June 20th, 1 week from tomorrow at Levi's Stadium. Single-day tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. The M72 2025 tour is underway, and single-day tickets for the No Repeat Weekend shows are on sale now. Levi's concerts will be midfield in the round with a snake pit in the center of the stage, so attendees have a complete 360-degree view. Call Curly right now, 415-896-KNBR. Want to fade that out and continue our tribute to our guy here? Look at you. There it is. This is actually, it's funny. Yesterday I did the whole deep dive. This is one of the ones that leapt up the ranks for me. I was like, man, I've slept on I get around. And then it turns out Billy Joe from Green Day, his homage to Brian Wilson was that he had recorded a cover of this and never released it. So he put it out yesterday. And it was awesome. It was like just a little heavier. I sent it to Baby Huey.
Of course he did.
I said, I'm sure you've seen this. And he wrote back, one musical genius to another. And I kind of was like, you're not really lumping Billy Joe in with Brian Wilson right now. I'm going to let that go. A little bit. Let that go.
Pump that back
in the spirit of the day. I'm going to let that go.
Yeah, we're not out here trying to burst anybody's bubbles.
I love Richie really. He's joining the Afternoon Boys today at 4:50. Check him out. Niners. That's it. We're ready for, they just got through the season ended, and now they've gotten through training. They've gotten through like the non-training camp portion. Like all systems go, right? There's like, you just heard it. Brock Purdy signed. George Kittle signed. I even saw one of the reports said that Ayuk, there was, I think it was Barrows or Mayoka, somebody wrote Ayuk had a outside chance to be ready for the opener. I heard Kruger say November the other day. That's quite a disparity.
Well, that's why I've tried to stay away from assumptions when we are talking about Brandon Ayuk's recovery because of how severe that knee injury is. But, in my mind, I'm just kind of, blocking off the first month of the season. But we've heard people say, who knows? Because everybody's body recovers differently. I remember when it felt like Adrian Peterson changed the recovery timeline for recovering from an ACL and came back and almost broke the rushing yard record the next season. So everybody's bodies heal differently. I really don't have an answer for when Brandon Ayuk's going to be on the field.
But man, oh man, and how will he be when he comes back coming off of that injury? Who knows? We talked about still looking for receivers. I'm still worried about the linebacking core. I am. They really just, the only thing they did was draft Nick Martin. And then, I guess they picked up that one guy from the Jets. His name's escapes me right now.
Yeah, he's more of a special teams player, though.
Okay. And then D. Winters, who, hasn't really shown.
You're thinking Luke Gifford.
Yeah, but there's another guy. They picked up Stone, somebody. Remember?
Okay.
I'm embarrassed. I should, this is my job.
You got to be bone up on your Stone
I do,
knowledge.
Yeah. His name was, I got it wrong. Anyway, point is that.
Stone Blanton.
Okay.
Thank you, Tony.
Of course.
The Giants signed him.
The Niners signed him, yes.
Yeah, I said the Giants. I've been transposing the Giants and Niners in my brain a lot.
Well, now we have a Stony Tony and a Stone Blanton.
I see what you did there. I got you.
Yeah, Stony Tony playing the good. By the way, Stony Tony's update on the U.S. Open. JJ Spawn 4-under continues to lead.
How'd he spawn up there?
217. I think you were talking about the Players Championship. He almost won. The fifth major,
gotcha,
as it were. I have to take off my glasses to look at that TV.
Are we doing a U.S. Open update?
We used to do those. They
Where
used to be
is Bryson
sponsored.
DeChambeau? 2 over. Where is Bryson DeChambeau? 2 over.
That guy only does the Masters.
Yeah, I know. I
Bryson
need some more
is
Chris
2 over.
Vernon in my life.
18th. I'm a Bryson guy this week. In my pool, I have him.
Whoa. Pump that back.
Yeah.
You're a Bryson guy this week
this
or in
week.
general?
No, this week.
Okay, because you've never been a big Bryson guy,
Well,
right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I mean, I should. He's a Central California kid. He's a
what I'm
California kid. From the jump, he was always like the smartest guy in the room and trying to tell us about how he had figured out the game of golf more. I was like, bro, I mean, he was like, oh yeah, I figured this out. I'm doing this because I'm smarter than you guys because it's all about my shaft length and so to speak.
Hey now. All right,
pause.
Bryson. What's up? I got a big shaft.
It's all about walk into the golf club, like, what up? I got a big shaft.
That's it.
He was always like that. It's like, come on, bro.
He's one of these guys that's trying to reinvent the
Yeah,
wheel,
it's
reinvent
like,
the sport. Thinks he's smarter than the sport.
like,
I mean,
bro-
we've all dealt with these types before, right?
Well done, buddy. I'm like, come on, bro. It's golf. It's hard for all of us. Don't tell us you figured it out.
Yeah,
You know what
put
I
the
mean?
ball in the hole.
Exactly.
Come on.
So, I mean, he's entertaining. He hits the bejesus out of the ball.
Doesn't he have 3D print his clubs or something crazy like that?
Say what?
He 3D prints his
see,
clubs.
I don't even
and
understand
stuff like
that stuff. So I'm just looking for a guy scraping it around. That's all. You know what I mean? So, but
Old school.
This week he's my guy.
He's your guy this week.
I'm riding with him this
Money on the line.
week. Exactly.
With
Okay.
the fate of the universe on the line, I want Bryson DeChambeau taking that stroke.
Do we have that matchup? By the way, I meant to tell you, in the Athletics Anonymous Major League Baseball poll, in which I was going to point out, they said, what player would you pay to see play? And they had 40 answers and there wasn't a single Giant on there. But one of them was, what manager do you want to play for? And easily, with the most votes, Le Baseball. Shoot me a text.
Le Baseball.
Shoot me a text.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
What else you got?
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
He had the most votes of anybody.
Well, that's because he knows how to inspire his team, Murph.
Palea, boys.
But you know what's incredible? They said, what manager would you not want to play for? And it was so many scattered votes. There wasn't Bud Black had was the leader with 5 votes. And I think Mike Schilt was on there because he's, dude, you know who got 3 votes to make the chart? Yeah, I'm surprised I got some votes.
I like them in all shapes and sizes.
Dude,
this one was thick and juicy.
Charted on the what manager you don't want to play for, dude.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
And you know how every team had a logo? And so every player in the chart had a logo next to it. Like Bruce Bochy had a little Texas Ranger logo. Yeah. Bud Black had they had a Rockies logo. Or Shohei had a Dodger logo as the player they most wanted to play with. Dude, for the game, they just had an MLB logo because
They didn't have one of those black Marlins hats next to his name.
Oh man,
That's unreal.
How about that?
I'm surprised he was even listed as a candidate. I was riffing with
No,
John Joe
they're
Curley.
allowed to say whatever they want.
Yeah, it's funny. I was riffing with John Joe Curley because I do MLB The Show. I do franchise mode. I took over the Giants. I'm a couple years in now, and Bob Melvin decided to retire. So I was looking for a new coach, and Gabe Kapler wasn't even listed as an option.
Oh, man, he's an option on what manager you don't want to play.
He's an option.
I was like, man, he's catching strays still.
That's an uninformed take.
Oh, boy. Anyway, here's the deal. The CONCACAF Cup, it's a big deal. That's a big old deal. That's going to be here in the Bay Area this weekend. Wando, next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
They are right over here on that wall. I'll walk.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Perfect rejoin, Young Tone, for the CONCACAF Gold Cup, which is in our studio right now. I confess, it's way cooler than I thought it would be. It's awesome.
It's huge.
And wouldn't it be nice if Team USA won this?
It would be nice.
Thank you, Young Tony, for the Brian Wilson Beach Boys rejoin. We rest in peace, Brian Wilson. Thank you for the great music. This is one of the all-time great songs, too. The beautiful, lush melodies. Even Marcus is bopping along there. Okay, so this is going on in the Bay Area. So I've voted the CONCACAF Gold Cup's a big deal. It's like, it's North America, it's Central America, it's the Caribbean. It's every 2 years, but it's always played in like exotic locales. Well, San Jose, California is your exotic locale. It's going to be at PayPal Park on Sunday. USA against Trinidad and Tobago. Who else do we talk to at times like this? Our buddy, the greatest earthquake of them all, and a former Gold Cup winner, Chris Wondolowski. Wando on the UMA guest line. Wando, welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Wando?
Not much. How you guys doing? Appreciate you guys having me.
Dude, we have the Gold Cup in our studio. It's pretty bitchin', I got to say.
Yes, it is. Yeah, not going to lie. I've actually got to even enjoy the adult beverage out of it after winning it. And so it's a pretty cool one.
Tell us about it. 2013, I know we want to talk about this upcoming one here in 2025, but you won it in 2013. You scored 3 goals in 1 game. I mean, got to be on the short list of career highlights, huh?
Yes, just that whole summer was, one that just memories that last forever. It was, a lot of the guys that were very similar where it's a year out from the World Cup. And so it was kind of almost like a B squad, essentially, not like this year, but where guys had the platform to prove themselves and to try to make a case for the World Cup. And I happened to win the the Golden Boot of that tournament. We won the cup, and so that summer, spending it with the likes of DeMarcus Beasley and Landon Donovan and Gucci Yewu, lasts forever for me.
Yeah, and Wando, I got to ask a follow-up question because this is a pretty damn big trophy. How many adult beverages can you fit in this trophy?
We wanted to make sure everyone had one, so we were only doing 2 at a time.
Okay.
So, we got to, yeah. But, I think it can fit quite a bit. It's a big trophy, and so, it's special.
Okay, so tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. There's 4 games in the initial group stage round at PayPal between this Sunday and June 24. Dude, the semis are at Levi's Stadium. The Final 4 at Levi's Stadium on July 2nd. That's pretty darn cool. So, Wanda, how involved are you going to be?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be involved as much. I get to be a little bit more of a fan, so I'm going to be bringing my little ones down on Sunday to watch the Trinidad and Tobago game with the U.S. And so I'm excited, and especially the semifinal at Levi's. The Gold Cup, I think it's also a great, again, like I said, platform to showcase some of these Central American teams that you might not always get to hear of, and the likes like almost like El Salvador, but Curacao or Martinique or Guadeloupe. But then you got some of the powerhouses where you have Mexico and Canada nowadays, and Panama, Costa Rica, and Honduras. And so you get down to the final couple teams, and it's some action-packed, exciting, and battles. And so I'm really looking forward to it.
Wando, you know all about the passion that the South Bay has for soccer, but for anybody in our audience outside of the Bay Area, how would you describe the atmosphere and the environment and the overall decision to have Santa Clara, San Jose, and the Bay Area in general as one of these host cities?
Oh, I think it's such a great opportunity to showcase what the Bay Area has. I think that the Bay Area is eclectic in the sense where it's a bit of a melting pot. You have many different nations and cultures that are coming together, but they're so knowledgeable about the game. They're so passionate about it. And so, again, to be able to see it on the national team level and then see some of these fans represent their country and see that passion, I think will only be a catalyst to drive this game and to see that fanship and, again, see that passion and the honor it is to represent your country. And so, especially when the World Cup starts coming as well, it's going to be exciting times.
So a lot of these are scattered around. Like we said, Sunday, it's U.S. against Trinidad and Tobago at PayPal Park in San Jose. Go check it out. Everybody, 3 o'clock tickets at Ticketmaster.com. But there's games in SoFi. Mexico plays Saturday against the DR at SoFi where the Rams play. There's games down at Snapdragon Stadium in San Diego. It's that smaller version of Jack Murphy where the San Diego State team plays. There's games at the L.A. Park down in Carson, California. But it's interesting to me. There's games at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, too. This is all going up all the way. But the final is going to be at NRG Stadium in Houston. Is Houston a great soccer city?
I actually, it is. It's a little bit of a hidden gem. I got to spend a couple years. I actually won 2 championships down there in Houston, and it is because it is pretty diverse. They, don't get me wrong, they love their football and they're all about that. But to be honest, soccer is a huge sport down there, and they have a great following, and they've filled it. I've seen that NRG Stadium completely full, and it gets loud and pretty cool to see.
All right, Wanda, we did all the happy stuff. Like, go down, check it out, check out the Gold Cup. It's on our stream. It's really now we got to ask the hard question, dude. What's going on with Team USA, man? New head coach Mauricio Pochettino, and they've lost 4 in a row. I need Wando to put on his analyst hat and start. How can you put a foot in these guys' rear end and get them better?
Oh man, I don't know. It was a tough one to watch, especially this last one against Switzerland. It was 4-0, and so that was a tough one to act. But my hopes and I do believe in my optimism is that there are some really good leaders. There's amazing talent, but they have to take ownership to the stinkers that have happened. But that being said, this is a new tournament now, and in tournament play, in tournament status, you don't get style points. It's survive in advance. How can you win? How can you get that result? And I'm hoping and expecting that those leaders and that that talent really starts showing itself, and taking that ownership, but also being unified and being together when you're representing that country, because it's a special thing. And I'm still excited to watch, and I think that there's going to be some big things in the summer and in a year or so, but at the same time, I'm didn't enjoy this last week.
No. Yeah.
Wando, I want to ask you about Christian Pulisic, because he's arguably the biggest American superstar. What do you think about his decision to not participate in this tournament?
Yes, it's a huge talking point right now, and I get both sides. I totally understand it. The amount of minutes and time he's logged this past year, playing for AC Milan, playing in Champions League, being able to raise trophies and things of that nature. It's a grind, and it's taxing, and it takes a toll on your body. And I know that he wants to be and will be ready to go in a year, and wants to be completely sharp, when that 2026 comes around. That being said, anytime you get an opportunity to represent your country, me personally, it was a huge honor and something that I relished and dreamed of. And so I obviously was not in Christian's shoes, and so I can't really speak for himself, but I do know that, all these tournaments are important, and, I wish that U.S. was representing itself, the best at any time, and I think it can do a little better job right now. And so that's kind of just my politically correct tiptoe around that question.
I know, and I'm going to ask you a follow-up on it, too, so you're going to have to be even more politically correct, because just in kind of digging around, he's not the only one, right? I mean, Weston McKennie, Gio Reyna, they're not playing either. And I guess I'm reading the thing that says Pochettino says he's getting tired of talking about who's not there versus who's there, huh?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, I think that, again, it's kind of a telling tale, and, I know that each player has its own journey, and they have their own story, what they've had this year. I also, though, again, for myself in that 2013 year, and I mentioned it was kind of like guys that weren't necessarily, that were kind of a little bit more outside looking in. It's now an opportunity for some of these guys to showcase what they have, to showcase why they should be on the roster. And I'm actually looking forward to a guy like Diego Luna, who's actually from the Bay Area, from San Jose. He plays at Real Salt Lake right now, and he's this young and up-and-comer, I believe 21 years old now, and I think he's going to get an opportunity. And knowing him a little bit, he's not going to let go of it. He's just going to be a little bit of a bulldog and pit bull and, take the most of it. And I'm excited to see what these guys have to offer.
The names I'm seeing of guys who will have a chance, given the absence of these big names: Paxton Aronson, Sebastian Berhalter, Brian White, Chris Richards, Mark McKenzie. Are any of these guys somebody you want to highlight?
Yeah, Brian White. I'm going to throw him out there as well because he's a striker. A little bit, I don't know, like a similar kind of trajectory as myself a little bit, where, kind of got written off early, didn't get a whole lot, was always kind of a little bit of a journeyman, and then has just taken off, really found himself these last 3 years. And he's a goal scorer. He's a hungry guy that loves, being in front of the goal, has an appetite and great movement in the box. And so to get open and to find that, and I think especially against some of these teams who could be playing in a lower block, I think he can be a very great attribute to use. And so I think he's going to have a big tournament as well. So Ryan White and Diego Luna are my two to watch out for.
Well, it's like you said, even if the big guys aren't there, they got to take ownership, and it's a chance to play for your country, man. So we're in a group D with Haiti, Trinidad and Tobago, and Saudi Arabia. Why are they in this thing?
Yeah, they always throw like one or two random teams. They had Qatar last time. I know like South Korea's participated. And so I don't know the rhyme or reason.
I guess it says there's a guest team invited. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure.
Saudi Arabia can't win the CONCACAF Gold Cup. That's not allowed.
Right? That's what. Yeah, we got to make sure for that.
Yeah. Well, we should probably advance out of our group, shouldn't we? Come on.
Yes, and that's absolutely, and that's definitely first and foremost, and one of the goals. Don't get me wrong. Every battle is going to be tough, and every game now I'm hoping that we don't look past any opponent, but I do believe semifinals or finals or bust in my hopes and mind for this. I think that we have that ability to make it that far.
Yeah, awesome. It's always great hearing you, Wando. And listen, you won this damn thing. You know what you're talking about. So it's awesome. And this thing is cool. It's right here in our studio right now. It's really awesome.
Yeah, and real quick, Wando, too, speaking of battles, before we let you go, got to get a check-in on the San Jose Earthquakes in the upcoming California Classico over at Stanford Stadium against LA at the end of this month.
That's going to be absolutely. That's going to be another great battle, and where you see some passion out there, and the blood, sweat, and tears is visible out there on the field. And so looking forward to that as well. I think the Earthquakes playing really well as of late. We have one on Friday up in Portland, but that Classico is always, I have that one circled on my calendar every year. There's always literal fireworks and usually some figurative fireworks out there on the field as well. And so that's always the exciting part of it.
It's great to hear you, Wando. It's cool to have the Gold Cup in studio. And, hey, man, maybe the U.S. can snap out of it and bring this thing back. 2021 was the last time we won it. Mexico won it in 23. But anytime we get to talk to you about it, it's going on. It's fun. It's Sunday at PayPal Park, San Jose, USA against Trinidad and Tobago at 3 o'clock. Don't miss it. And, of course, tickets at Ticketmaster.com, plus the semifinals July 2nd at Levi Stadium. All right, Wando, be good, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Wando.
Awesome. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me. Good talk.
Yep, there you go. You faded out on one. Come on, don't do that to Wando.
Oh, how
Come
dare
on.
you?
That's our guy.
How dare
California Classico, June 28th at Stanford. And we're supposed to say, go Quakes, beat L.A.
Go Quakes.
Why not?
Blank L.A.
Well,
How
this
about
thing's
that?
cool, but
Does that
unfortunately, when we did our little crash research for this, we found out that all our good players are staying away.
Well,
that? Go play for your freaking country.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, I did find out some good news that Wando has drank adult beverages out of this before. So before they steal this trophy out of here, we got any adult beverages laying around?
Sounds like Pochettino, the coach with no talent, he's going to be drinking a few out of this thing too. Actually, not out of this thing, out of like a paper cup.
I'll be drinking some tears.
All right, maybe we'll go shock the world, right? Let's go shock the world.
That's it.
Or at least say shock North America, Central America, Caribbean, and apparently Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia,
what was
bro.
making you laugh about that?
Dude, you just asked them the question. How the hell they get in here? I mean, I had the same question
you were
too.
howling over there.
Oh, just the way you asked it. Like, hey, Wanda, what the hell?
Well, I was reading our group. And I was like, yeah, here's U.S., Haiti, Trinidad, and then it's like Saudi Arabia.
Dude.
Well, it's supposed to be North America, Central America, Caribbean. I know my globe.
Yeah, what's going on here?
It's like Spicoli said, it's U.S. history. I can see the globe right there.
I got no Christian Pulisic, but I got Saudi Arabia playing in group play. What's going on here?
All right. Wouldn't it be nice?
Wouldn't it be nice?
All right. We'll hand it over to Papa and Silver on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
She went back to Good Vibrations. Were you about to play Kokomo?
So Overnight Dave, the first thing when we were talking Beach Boys this morning, sent in Kokomo. He's like, dude, Kokomo's a great song. You guys got to play it. I tried.
Boy, that's an interesting move by Dave. First of all, I was shocked Dave hadn't heard. Shocked. I was the one who broke the news to him. And no, Kokomo's not one of his best, bro. Like Sinatra has some egg lays. I don't consider Kokomo. You know Kokomo. It was in the movie Cocktail.
That's not the restaurant that George Brett got those crab legs from,
It
right?
is,
Kokomo.
dude. Great pull. Stay hot.
I was like, I know that name from somewhere.
Stay hot, buddy.
Yeah, had some of those crab legs from Kokomo.
Stay hot, buddy.
Next thing you know.
I gave you other ones. Didn't I give you more, buddy?
We played all the hits.
There's more.
We've run out of
We have
hits.
many. No, we haven't run out of freaking. Play A Warmth of the Sun. That's a beautiful song. Beautiful song. Warmth of the Sun. By the way, shout out the CONCACAF Gold Cup. It was really cool. We're going to send that to our great friend Oppo from the parking garage. Biggest soccer fan we know. Yeah, it's a beautiful song.
Ooh, we should send it over to Ali, too. He's another big soccer fan.
Is he?
Yeah, he
I
is.
never talked soccer with Ali, actually.
He'd always ask me why we didn't talk more soccer.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, Warmth of the Sun is just Brian Wilson, man. Guy was one of a kind. And, that's what I say. Every time we lose a musical titan, the great news is we got the music forever, man. We got it forever. And so all the generations should dive in and enjoy, people, American Beethoven, American Mozart, what do you want to call him? He was just prolific and he will be missed, but the music lives forever. But thank you, Tony, for accomplishing all those rejoins. Good job, buddy. You want to do what did young Tony learn today? Let's do it right now. Yeah, let's do it.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Oh, so we're going with this. All right, I like it. Some guy wrote in and said, Marcus looks like me when my parents try to show me a movie. It's pretty funny.
I'll sit down. I'll watch. I'll listen.
This is Sloop John B. And I thought you guys knew. I thought this one. See, ask Greg Silver if he knew this one.
Well, he chimed in. He immediately saw the song queued up, and he's like, dude, I love me some Sloop John B.
Okay, yeah. So it's a dumb thumbs. Yeah. I feel so. It's a big sing along at a bar, like especially when you're out with Unk, when you're out with the crowd. It's an old. It always baffled me. It was a very popular song because it's very easy to sing along to this one. I was like, why did the Beach Boys record this one? It doesn't really. And it turns out it's an old Mariner folk song from the Caribbean in the early 1900s. So I guess it's been passed down through generations. And Wilson was like, yeah, I want a piece of it. He's like, I think we can do a good version. And they did. They did do a good version. We used to sing this to little baby Deck when we kind of swing him around the living room when he was a kid.
How cute.
Yeah.
And it's a good way to close the show because it's 10 a.m. and I want to go home.
We told this to him yesterday while he was eating his dinner before his long water polo practice, and he's kind of grunted. I'm like, do you remember this from your early childhood? He's like, I don't know, kind of. It's like, well.
You're just staring at that phone.
Exactly,
Yep.
dude. All right, 12:10 first pitch, 11:10 pregame, and we'll see if the Giants can do it. I want to go home. All right, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Dude, San Fran's mean, though.
San Fran.
They get in on you.
If you guys be quiet.
It's my 7th year. We got 7-7. I think we did pretty good. A little unwell. Love you guys. Thanks for the support.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Snaps a 22-game homerless streak for him as he swings here, drives a fly ball high and deep, left center. This is a good ride, way back. It's gone! Willie Adames does it again for the Giants. He's heating up, folks. Is 2-2. Yastrzemski swings, drives one, high and deep, right center, way back. It's off the top of the wall. Ramos scores. Smith around third. He'll score to tie the game. Schmidt stops at third, and Mike Yastrzemski comes through again. Tyler Fitzgerald, the batter. Fitzgerald with a bunt. He gets it down third base side. McMahon picks it up, throws home. He's out at the plate. And immediately Schmidt gets up, says, challenge this. Bob Melvin's 2 steps out of the dugout, and he does make the challenge signal. The 3-2 pitch, a swing, little tapper, third base side of the mound. Oval with a bare hand, picks it up, throws. He got him, and the game is over. And the Giants, with 7 runs over the 8th and 9th innings, get a 10-7 win over the Colorado Rockies. 7 wins in a row.
7 wins in a row, and you wouldn't have it in any more of a dramatic fashion. Welcome, everybody. Papa and Silver. I would say 10-2, 10-11-10 today. Day game, early, short show for us, so we're going to pack it all in. Talk a lot of Giants baseball. Get some Niners talk in there as well, because they finished up their mini camp, and it's getting ready for that 40 days and 40 nights period. But lots and lots to get into over the next 70 minutes, and a nice touch here with our rock theme continuing. Tribute to Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys, their cover of rock and roll music. And Papa, something about these Giants, we know we like to do our 2 words, and I'm going to say it again. Just enough is what they find ways to keep doing. And yesterday, even with Robbie Ray on the mound, that just enough was put up a 10 spot. They get the win 10-7. Hasn't been the prettiest, but they got a chance to sweep it today.
They had plenty to spare. What are you talking about? They won by 3 runs. It could have been 4 runs if Camilo Duvall was a little more locked in, but good to start with the Beach Boys. That was originally done by the great Chuck Berry, who got it all started. So I don't want any of you to be playing with your ding-a-ling. Those that will not sing, must be playing with their own ding-a-ling. Was Gerard Encarnacion playing with his ding-a-ling over at first base? How do you drop that ball? And that cost Robbie Ray, and Robbie was not locked in. They barreled him more last night. You know, that's why it's hard to be a Colorado Rocky. We thought with his fastball changeup he would be effective, but it was not a great outing. But it don't matter. What do we always say, going back to Sabes, just score 4. We didn't think they would do it in 1 inning, and they keep coming back. They are the comeback kids, whether they're down by a score of 5-2 or 6-3, where they were last night going to the late innings. They just turned it on late in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and it was Willie Adames. What a game he had with the bomb and the sac fly early. Love these sacrifice flies, but it was a bloop. It was a bloop by Ramos after Wilmer struck out, really? A bloop by Dom Smith. So you had bloop, 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 and then Casey Schmidt gets a base on ball, so a lot of B's here. And then a blast from Mike Yastrzemski off the wall. And then Casey Schmidt goes all belly slide on the bunt by Tyler Fitzgerald. That oven mitt got in there after not challenging earlier. They challenged right away. And what a game for Casey Schmidt. They're able to tack on 3 more. They got 4 in the 8th, 3 in the 9th, and thought it would be a Mike Krukow laugher. It was not. It still was. They won 10-7, so the string of 1-run victories is over. But they have won 7 consecutive games, 7 in a row. They didn't do that all of last year, and they have 20 come-from-behind wins. This rally cap is wearing me out. And not only 20 come-from-behind wins, the Dodgers have 23, and the Blue Jays have 21. It's just the nature of baseball right now. But you're coming back from 5-2 down, going to the 9th, striking for 4. You're down 6-3, going to the 8th, striking for 4, and add more in the 9th. The Giants are just bludgeoning teams. In the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings this year, they have scored 73 runs in those innings, the 3rd most in Major League Baseball. Conversely, they've given up just 43 runs in the last 3 innings. That is the fewest of any team. So they are a plus 30 in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And they're coming back. You know, early in the year it was 2 or more runs back. But the most wins, Matt Chisholm has the best notes in all of baseball. Most wins when trailing by multiple runs in the first 68 games of a season. And we're going back 125 years. So it's 2025 right now. So we're going back until the American League. I love the junior circuit, they called it then, the junior circuit, but the National League was playing in the 19th century. So since the American League came into play, the Giants have had the most comeback wins when trailing by multiple runs in the first 68 games of a year, along with the 2000 Rockies. That was a special team. The only team in baseball history to have more. Earl Weaver's Baltimore Orioles of 79. They were a dominant team with 102 that year. Did get to the World Series, lost to Pop Stargels, We Are Family, and the Pittsburgh Lumber Company. But, wow, it is back to April. It is back to what we saw early in the year. They could fall behind by 1, 2, or 3. Whether it's 5-2 or 6-3, they come back, and they're striking back late on good, solid bullpens. And they got a 7-game winning streak right now. If they win the game today, they're going to roll into Chavez Ravine with the exact same record as the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, and that is why you got to take advantage of these wins, because for June baseball, this is about as big as a series as you could have. The rivalry, the history of Giants-Dodgers, and also tied for the top of the NL West at the moment. This is not going to be a division-deciding series right here in June. But again, for this stage in the season, it's about as big as it gets. And I'll just say this. If you're a Giants fan, or if you're just a baseball fan and you're watching what the Giants have done the last couple days and you keep saying, yeah, but the Rockies, well, you don't get it both ways over the span of 162, because the alternative is a whole lot worse. The alternative is, how have the Rockies had 2 of their 13 wins against the Giants? Or, hey, how have the Rockies had 3 of their 14 wins against the Giants? And maybe they'll get one today. But the important thing is the Giants keep being able to stack wins. And you got to get the ones that you should get when you look over the course of a schedule, because the schedule in June and then moving on into the early part of July is not an easy one at all. Oh, and now, by the way, you're not going to have Matt Chapman for what you thought was going to be 10-ish days, and turns out might not even be till July 13th when he deemed the first half, when he spoke to Susan Slusser and Maria Guardado. Oh, and also, as much as Patrick Bailey has had his downs at the plate, your Gold Glove defensive catcher is now on the 10-day IL, and we got a guy named Logan Porter who played just a small handful of games with the Kansas City Royals going to be in the lineup today. So it's about who can step up. Mike Yastrzemski has absolutely stepped up the last 3 games. 7 RBIs over the last 3 after not having one since the last time they faced the Rockies back on May 4th. Willy Adames, if there's a place to get right with the bat, it is at Coors Field, and he is doing it. That off day has proven to be a fantastic decision by Bob Melvin and this management staff, and also little assistance from Matt Chapman saying, if you grab a bat on Sunday, I am going to slap you. Just take a break. And he's hit a pair of bombs in his longest homer, by the way, since 2019. So got to get it done today. Hayden Birdsong did not have his best stuff in this last Friday game against the Braves, but we talked about the changeup, and Robbie Ray had a rather tough outing given the season that he's had in the larger picture. But Kyle Harrison really made use of the changeup. Hayden Birdsong has that changeup in his arsenal. This is going to be an important game for Hayden to get back on track, because we've seen a lot of pitchers in this series, Papa, who normally we've deemed very sharp, especially for the orange and black. And Coors Field, that's a weird place to pitch. And thankfully, when the pitching hasn't been as lights out as it's been, well, they've taken advantage of the Coors Field elements and been able to wake up the bats a little bit. 10 runs last night, and 7th, 8th, and 9th is when they're shining.
And as far as Hayden Birdsong, I mean, obviously this is a tough place to pitch, but he has so many different ways to get you out. He has a true 4-pitch mix, and he went into Coors Field last year on July 21st, and he struck out 12. And none of these Rocky hitters hit him well. As far as it's only the Rockies, they're down. Their bullpen is really good, though. That is the strength of the team. So the Giants have been coming back on their bullpen. And Zach Agnos is thrown more like Art Agnos, the former mayor of San Francisco. He just got bombed. So they are coming back. But this 7th, 8th, and 9th inning stats and coming back from multiple runs behind, you're doing it against quality arms in baseball. The bullpens are where the Rockies do have a really formidable bullpen. The guy Bird is obviously very difficult to deal with. We saw him come in and throw the ball exceedingly well. He didn't pitch last night, so I think he will be available today. Well, we'll see. And then when you go to L.A., you're going to get three of their best pitchers. Yamamoto's going to go on Friday. Kershaw's going to go on Saturday. I mean, their best pitchers and their highest paid pitchers are actually on the IL. And then Carrot Top, the redhead, Dustin May will go on Sunday. Zach Manassian was on this morning with Murph and Marcus, and the Giants did confirm it with the probables for the weekend. So it will be Kyle Harrison that'll pitch on Sunday Night Baseball against Dustin May. Logan Webb will go Friday. The Yamamoto-Webb matchup is as good as it gets. Those are two guys that are going to be all-stars this year and could contend to start the all-star game. I thought Robbie Ray, but last night's game, he didn't pitch well, and Encarnacion just flubbed one, which cost him 16 pitches. And then on Saturday, it'll be Landon Roop and Clayton Kershaw. But before they go to the Ravine, they've got one more game to get today at 20th and Blake.
And pregame is going to be at 11:10. First pitch, 12:10. We'll, of course, have that all for you on the Sports Leader. So it's a short show for us. Lots of Giants talk, of course, and we'll get a little bit of Niners as well. Robert Saleh, Christian McCaffrey, and others spoke in front of the media yesterday. And before we go ahead and take a timeout, I got to tell you about the chance to win tickets to see the Bay Area Panthers. You got a chance to win 4 of them. They're taking on the Arizona Rattlers. It's going to be June 22nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Just tune in between now and the end of the show. Really don't have to wait all that long. Be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. Time for my favorite part of a short show. Walter, our cue to call is...
He's just growling at you.
Go Panthers.
Oh, man, I was waiting for the Danny Dunn contribution as we got Danny in the house. I was hoping we get a growl out of Danny Dunn. But you know what? We got one more day, and the next time you hear the little mishmash of a Marcus Thompson, a Greg Papa, a growl, just call in 415-896-KNBR. And if you want to call in to just talk to us on the air, that's 415-808-KNBR. We'll pick up this conversation on the other side, talking some Giants ball, getting you ready for the final of 3 against the Rockies at Coors Field. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the Giants won their 7th in a row last night, but you knew it wasn't going to be easy. They had to put up 10 runs over the Colorado Rockies, and they'll look to sweep the series today with Hayden Birdsong on the mound before they head to Dodger Stadium for a massive series over the weekend. Keep it right here on the Sports Leader. We got a short show. Giants pregame starting at 11:10. And just like that, I'm back. Because did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area? Some not even in California. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. This is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, Walter's scooter, other people's scooters, Waymos, whatever it is, there's chaos all around us. So please, let's be careful and work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. But if you need the assistance, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. You got no hourly rates, no upfront fees of any kind. And the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver taking you up to Giants pregame, which is about 50 minutes from now. 12:10 first pitch, 11:10 the start of pregame. So lots to pack in here. And then we got a really action-packed Friday ahead of you. Whether the Giants end up sweeping Colorado or not, it's a big series against the LA Dodgers, who took on the San Diego Padres. They got it done yesterday, and now we await the madness at Dodger Stadium. But before we get there, Hayden Birdsong is going to be up on the mound against Antonio Senzatella, and it's going to be a chance for the Giants to get a sweep after a pair of come-from-behind victories at the always peculiar Coors Field and its elements. Want to play a quick post-game cut as we get back into it, and this is one of the, I don't know if X factor is the right word, but one of the very important variables with the news of Matt Chapman headed to the 10-day IL and going to be out for estimated around a month, depending on when Dr. Shin looks at the hand, as we got into yesterday. I'm talking about Casey Schmidt, of course, the replacement third baseman who showed off the defense. And the offense has been a little bit come and go, but in these come-from-behind victories, Casey Schmidt has made his presence felt at very opportunistic times. He was the start of that four-run top of the ninth, I should say, on Tuesday, which helped the Giants come from behind and extend that streak of one-run victories. And then last night, he had that nice play at the plate where they originally called him out. He immediately taps the helmet, played that in the open package. Joe Rizzo on the call. Bob Melvin does challenge it. He was, in fact, safe. And here's a quote from Casey Schmidt after the game where he just asked if he can relax knowing that he's playing every day while on the 7-game win streak.
Yeah, I guess so. But at the end of the day, I know my role. So, I mean, we all can't wait for him to come back and get back to doing his thing here. So we're counting down the days.
Would you describe this run you guys are on here, this 7-game winning streak?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We're having a lot of fun in the dugout. We're all just super together, and yeah, it's just been great baseball.
Yeah, soft-spoken Casey Schmidt, and obviously paying a lot of love and respect to Matt Chapman, the gold-gloving third baseman. But we got into this a little bit yesterday, Papa, and for young players, especially someone like a Casey Schmidt who doesn't necessarily hit it consistently, but has the power to leave the yard and has the power to be moving runners around the bases in an offense that's largely struggled, it is important that he's going to be able to play every single day here in this stretch, which hopefully can bring him some offensive consistency. And then last night, just another display of what he gives you defensively. Losing Matt Chapman is going to hurt you. It's also not the kind of detriment to have a backup like Casey Schmidt that most teams with a high-quality third baseman being out would be facing.
I mean, you're going from the best defensive third baseman really in all of baseball to, I think, somebody who was right there in the category of everybody else. He's that good. The play he made, he looked like Brooks Robinson from the 1970 World Series against the Reds. He went far, far into foul territory on the backhand. He was already crossed the third base coaching box when he made that off-balance throw across his body. He has a great throwing arm. He has great range. There were a couple of balls that went to his left in the hole that he dove for, and the ball went under his body. Those are a little like, in Coors Field plays fast, the ball gets on you, the infield is fast, and the outfield is huge, and the ball flies. Did they do anything to help the pitcher and the defense in that yard? It's big. The fences are back, but it's just so much to cover. But anyway, a couple of those balls looked like it literally went under his body. Casey can make that play, and if he gets his glove out of it, he'll suffocate it and make the throw. But we know who he is defensively. He's going to be better than just about anybody else in the game. So going from Chapman to Schmidt, you lose just a smidge, but really not. And it's the offense. And he struck out a couple of times. He took one his first at-bat right down the middle. And he spit on a couple of pitches and then wound up taking strike three. Struck out his second time up. But he was hitting the ball hard those first two times up. And then the third time up, it was a base hit right away in the first pitch, and he smoked the ball in the hole. And the big plate appearance was the walk that he drew in the eighth inning. After the bloop, you got the base on balls, and that was an 8-pitch battle. And they know his hole. And a lot of guys on this team have the same hole. It's that slider, right-handed hitter, slider away. At Coors Field, the slider doesn't quite break as snappy, but he fouled off 3 sliders in a row and then took a fastball a little bit low for ball 4, and that set it up, for Yaz to crank one off the wall, and he got to third, and then he's fast. The way he slid there, and isn't it ironic that Chapman got hurt with one oven mitt on the left hand, and Casey scoring and exposing the right hand of the glove and the 3 middle fingers, or who knows what's going on with. I'm just telling you, when a guy says that he's going to be out 30 games with this type of injury, what exactly is wrong with those ligaments, and what is Shin going to tell him on Friday? So we'll see. But Casey looks good, and the way he slid. And I thought he was clearly safe. You could see it right away. Dave Fleming called it immediately. They had to go to replay review. There was the one earlier inning, when Dalton, he got back. Daniel Johnson got back on that strange play on the comebacker and looked like he was safe all the way. They just didn't. How quickly do you have to challenge in baseball? It looked like it was almost immediate. I was like, what's going on? Why is this so quick? But they saved the challenge for the Casey Schmidt play, and that obviously was huge. But in the 2 games, you've been playing without Matt Chapman, and you may have to play 28 more. I'm just bracing for Shin to say something. Why are you going to see a hand specialist? He is one of the best in the country. If you're going to L.A. and your foot aches, you're going to go see Furkel. If you're going to L.A. and your hand has got something wonky, you're going to go see Shin, because Dr. Hand is currently out of town.
If you're going to Fast Times at Ridgemont High, you're going to go see Mr. Hands.
I knew you were going there. I set that up for you, Spicoli. So what's he going to tell him? And then you just have to brace for Chapman. A hand injury is not good. And a hand injury with Chapman in 23 derailed his last year in Toronto. He got off to a great start the middle of May. He was one of the best hitters in baseball. He completely collapsed to the point where you're like, what's wrong with Matt Chapman? In Toronto, he can't hit because he had a hand injury and a thumb injury with the A's. It's his throwing hand. It's his top hand when he swings the bat. So we'll see how it goes. But Casey Schmidt, the moment, Matt Chapman goes down, he did not. He was going into a funk. On the last homestand, Casey Schmidt was 1 for 9 with 3 strikeouts in the first 2 games of this series, with Matt Chapman having a huge soft cast on just about the entirety of his right hand and forearm and all the way to the elbow. Casey Schmidt is 4 for 8, Greg, with a couple of runs scored, the big homer to propel the comeback on Tuesday night. He has 3 RBIs. He's drawn a walk. He has struck out 3 times, 2 last night. But, man, he is off to a really good start, obviously, at third.
Yeah, no question about it. And while we think about the Giants and what they've been able to do in innings 7, 8, and 9 here in this road trip in Colorado, I don't see the exact stat. I couldn't find it, but I do remember the end of it. All I know is that with the NBA Finals, Oklahoma City has an advantage in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. Indiana plus 27 in the fourth. We can touch on this more tomorrow, but Pacers up 2-1. Can I get a boom, baby?
Boom, baby!
Hey, man, this is not
going
to be.
They are going to win. Where's Marcus Thompson?
This ain't going to be a 2001 Finals, man.
It's going to be over in 5. Really? Pacers may win the series in 5. But anyway.
Well, dude, if they get one more, then we're talking about a Greg Papa trip to either Oklahoma or Indiana. So
yeah, that'll be Friday night. I'll have to make the call. We'll figure it out.
Anyway, lots to get into on that tomorrow. We got a short show here, so let's play a couple of more Giants cuts, and then on the other side, we'll also get you ready for some Niner talk as well. John Lynch was on with Pat McAfee this morning, so got some cuts there that we can play in addition to Robert Saleh addressing the media yesterday. And there's going to be some vacation time, a lot of silence, enjoying the summer. This should be the summer of the Beach Boys, really. Maybe not looking outside the window here in Daly City with some of the weather going on, but with the passing of Brian Wilson, it's got to be the summer of the Beach Boys. Go out, barbecue, enjoy the weather, and play some of that good old rock and roll music as we came in with the show covering Chuck Berry. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, as Bay Area sports fans know all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver, good to be with you on a Thursday. About 40 minutes left in the show, and then we'll get Giants pregame rolling. Coors Field, Game 3, looking for the sweep against the Rockies, and then they're going to head down to L.A. Dodgers Stadium. Massive weekend series for some June baseball. Wouldn't have it any other way on a Father's Day weekend. Good to be with you all. Going to talk a little Giants here and also bleed in some 49er talk as well before we get to the end of the show here. Logan Porter is in the lineup today. Played some games with Sacramento and formerly in his last time in the big leagues was with the Kansas City Royals. Here is Bob Melvin yesterday on the Bob Melvin Show, which is part of our Giants pregame. And if you miss it, we also put it up for podcasts and usually a good little bite-sized interview if you're just trying to get caught up on a little bit of washing dishes, or you got to take out the trash, or you're waking up in the morning, or, you know, you have a short drive somewhere. I'm thinking of all the scenarios in which you got a good 10 minutes to spend with your life.
There are many, many more than I'm thinking of, but I hear you. I hear you.
Well, you could spend it as one of the options with the Bob Melvin Show. Here is Bo Mel on the decision to call up Logan Porter from AAA after Patrick Bailey headed to the 10-day IL retroactive to June 8th.
Yeah, we've seen him a lot in during spring training, and was just talking to Dave Brundage, our AAA guy, manager, and he really likes him. He brings a lot of energy. He's up to speed with what we do here. He knows all our signs. He's caught a lot of these pitchers, so that's beneficial, and gives him an opportunity to get some time at the big league level. And I know he's excited about it.
And today's going to be our first look at Logan Porter in a Giants uniform. As we expected, with it being a day game, Andrew Kisner went the last two nights, also new to this major league organization for the Giants. And so it's going to be Logan Porter hitting at the bottom in the 9 slot. You got Jung-Hoo Lee leading off, where he has really thrived in this series. Willie Adames, Stay Hot Willie, is going to be hitting second. Elliot Ramos third. DH is going to be Wilmer Flores hitting cleanup. Then you've got Yaz, who is heating up as well. He'll be in right field hitting 5th. Dominic Smith will be getting the start hitting 6th. Casey Schmidt hitting 7th at 3rd. And then, of course, Tyler Fitzgerald will be in there at number 8. So Logan Porter rounding out a lineup that otherwise looking pretty familiar. But Hayden Birdsong, young pitcher. Logan Porter, new catcher.
Yeah, Logan Porter did get in the game last night when Daniel Johnson pinch hit for the Sigma Kiz, the Super Riz. And then and Daniel Johnson drew the walk, and I don't know if he was doubled off base. I don't think he was, but they couldn't get the replay in time. And then Logan Porter did swing the bat, struck out looking his only time up in that comeback 8th inning. And he's a guy who's a good catch and throw guy. You heard Bob Melvin talking about that and how he was able to catch the team. So the Giants signed him as a minor league free agent in 2024. So he was with the team in spring training this year. He's played in the major leagues before. Not a whole lot, 6 for 32, 188 batting average. The life of a backup catcher, sometimes a third catcher, not great. Overall, in Sacramento, 40 games there. He was 32 of 135, so he had a lot of at-bats, at 237, 5 doubles, couple homers, and 13 RBIs. He did struggle a little bit at the end. Normally, you try to bring a guy up when he's hot. But he was 4 for 21 in June, but he's told Susan Slusser his swing feels good. He's just not getting results, but I'm having quality at bat. So it is what it is. I mean, Sam Huff is just not available right now. He's dealing with back stiffness. I reached out to Zach Beirudi. What's up with Max Stassi? Remember Max Stassi was with the Giants in spring training and from Sacramento? He got hit in the ribs last week in Sugarland, and he is currently on the IL. So the Giants are going through catchers here, like one after the other. The big news is that they put Patrick Bailey on the IL. I mean, they get to Denver and weird things happen. Chapman already got hurt. But Bailey was saying it may have been a freak thing related to the altitude of Coors. I don't know how that would be sleeping. A lot of times you get to Denver and you just can't fall asleep. I know basketball players have a really hard time, and they need to do big beds, and even football players and baseball. I mean, you go to Coors for a series in Denver, you may get a 4-game series, and you're there 4 days, 4 nights. So sleeping in the altitude is tough, and you toss and turn. And so he was diagnosed with a neck strain after an MRI. So he's going to be able to come back as soon as June 19th. So I mean, man, just the catching position right now. Do you send Sam Huff down? He's got a bad back, and Patrick Bailey goes down. And where's Max Stassi? I keep asking where Tom Murphy is. Is he ever going to play for the Giants again? That was a knee injury that occurred Cinco de Mayo Saturday night in that monsoon of a game that never should have been played in Philadelphia. It's been well over a year. Guys come back from torn ACLs in shorter time. What exactly has he done? Patella tendon's a bad one. I don't recall exactly what the nature of the knee injury was, but where's Tom Murphy? Is he ever? And the Giants gave him a pretty good contract. He essentially replaced Joey Bart on the roster when they brought him in to back up Patrick Bailey. Then Joey was expendable. Joey got a concussion a little while ago, but would you like to have Joey Bart on the roster right now? What's up with Tom Murphy? Is it Murphy's Law? Is he ever going to play again as a Giant? What did he do to his knee?
Yeah, it's been kind of one of the mysteries that I'm just kind of like, when Tom Murphy comes back, if he comes back, I'm like, okay, cool. Tom Murphy's back on the roster, but haven't really been expecting a whole lot because of all the other names that have been thrown around, and now add a new one into the equation that we're going to see today in Logan Porter. Want to hear from Zach Manassian as well, as he was with the morning show, Murph and Marcus. But before we do that, I do have to tell you on a short show that it is time for KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka, because Surfside is a proud partner of Giants baseball. Well, of course, the big one over the weekend, not happening in the Bay Area, but well worth everyone's attention, is the 3 games against the LA Dodgers. Sunday night baseball in particular. Celebrate Father's Day if your father or father figure or the important men in your life like watching some baseball. It's going to be a 4:10 first pitch Pacific time. Cannot wait, and we will see Kyle Harrison take on Dustin May on the mound. As far as things happening a little bit more locally, the Golden State Valkyries back at home. They're going to be taking on the Seattle Storm, who actually just handed the Lynx their first loss out at Climate Pledge Arena. Very cool venue up in Seattle. I know you've been. It's a place to go and release your Kraken if you have not yet for the Seattle Kraken. They are going to be playing Saturday at 5:30 against the Storm. And then if you caught the end of Murph and Marcus, the CONCACAF Gold Cup was hanging out here in the studio. Don't touch it. But you can look at it a la Spinal Tap. USA going to be taking on Trinidad and Tobago at PayPal Park Sunday at 3 o'clock, and a whole lot of other matchups going on throughout the weekend as well for the Gold Cup. And that's the Bay Area calendar brought to you by Surfside. Quick thought from Zach Manassian here. And we've worked through a lot of scenarios, and maybe less so now that they've won 7 games in a row and done it in very interesting fashion and a nice collective, fun Giants baseball torture style away. But we've also gotten on this tangent of the trade deadline, and we had Drew Goodman on. We asked him about what would they ultimately do with Ryan McMahon. I know Ryan O'Hearn, a name that we'd been bringing up on the show from Baltimore, who's been playing a little bit better lately. Marcus Boucher asked Zach Manassian about just the general philosophy of the trade deadline now that he and Buster are kind of doing this together for the first time. Here is what the general manager had to say on the Giants executive show.
Yeah, I think philosophically we never stop looking. And that's with all due respect to the players in that clubhouse, because it's obviously been a really great start for us. So, I never want to come out and say this position or that position, because, we have players in those positions, and I want to be respectful to them being here with us. But when it comes to our group as a front office, it's constantly just trying to be prepared on who may be available. And, I'm a big believer we're going to try and prepare for the entirety of the trade deadline. So kind of throw away buyer, seller, and we're going to prepare as if we're on both ends of the spectrum. We want to know how other teams' minor league systems look. We want to know how other teams' major league teams look, strengths, weaknesses, what they're looking to do, maybe who a team may be down on or doesn't see as a fit anymore. So it's a lot of prep. And I would say, 95, 98% of what we talk about, doesn't even really get serious conversation when it comes time to talk to another team. But
So there you go. Little sample from Zach Manazzi. And of course, as far as specifics of position and buying and selling a pitcher versus a first baseman, he's not going to go there because he's got players on the current team that are going to hear this stuff, and everyone's been fighting. And ever since they made that first shakeup, it's been a wake-up call to a lot of guys. And, your Mike Yastrzemskis have responded really well. Willie Adames, maybe not as much part of a trade discussion, but he got an off day. He responded really well. Dominic Smith has come up. He deserves a chance with the defense he's been playing, but interesting to just hear the Zach Manazzi perspective as it's a lot of prep, as he's saying, and it's going to be time coming up in these next 6 weeks or so where we start evaluating this pretty closely depending on how the Giants handle and survive this tough stretch of the schedule, also doing so without a Matt Chapman.
Yeah, we know it's a lot of prep. That's your job. You're the general manager of a baseball team, and you're the president of the baseball ops busters. So that's what you do, and you don't just do it approaching the deadline. You do it all off season once the World Series is over 5 days, and there's just a little moratorium on trades, after July 31st. I think the deadline this year is right after our show at 3 o'clock on July 31st. The deadline's gone back and forth, August 1st some years, July 31, and there was the non-waiver deadline of August 31, but this is a big one. So, obviously you got a lot of moving parts at catcher. I don't know if it's realistic to assume they can upgrade at that spot. It's still first base. And let's just look at Dominic Smith. The guy does maneuver the bat. He gets a lot of sac flies. He was 4 for 14 on the homestand, but as John Shea mentioned, 3 of those hits came in the big game when he was the hero of the day game against San Diego. He's only 1 for 7 so far in Colorado. Gerard Encarnacion. And the play, he's played okay in the outfield. First base, he made a terrible play last night. He didn't stretch out at all to get that ball on the feet from Tyler Fitzgerald, and it cost you runs and it cost you pitches, and it's the reason you had to come from behind. He's 0 for 6 in this series in Denver. He hit one ball really hard that looked like Encarnacion right down the right field line. It didn't quite get to the wall, but he is 1 for 11 as a Giant. And the one, they actually had to go back and make a scoring change during the last homestand. It looked like he was over, so I can't even remember actually the one hit he had because it was originally called an error. So as you look at, potential, we've been talking about, Ryan O'Hearn a lot because who's realistically going to trade? And Baltimore is playing better. So maybe Mike Elias is not looking to make, and this team was a playoff team last year. They're 27-39. They're playing a lot better. But let's be realistic. They're way back in the wild card. They're moving up a little bit, but they're still 8 games behind a playoff spot. They're buried in the American League East. They're way behind the Yankees. They don't have to catch the Yankees. They're 14 back. So that's one team you think at some point, maybe not in June, maybe it's in July when you have a better look at Encarnacion and Dom Smith to assess. Do you go outside of the organization? That's a name. The other one, Tampa Bay. Man, they got off to a slow start, and you wondered, what's up with Tampa Bay? And they've got a bunch of guys you're always thinking that they may move, but Yandy Diaz would be the guy there. But Tampa Bay right now is 3rd place in the American League East. They're only 6 games back of the Red Sox. The Blue Jays are hot. They're 4 back of the Yankees, I should say. Boston's behind them all. And then as far as a wild card spot in the American League, the Rays are right there again. They're battling teams like Toronto and Minnesota. They would get the 3rd wild card team. So they're a team that could sell and buy. They could trade Diaz. They could add somebody else, just the nature of what they do. And Zach mentioned that as well, that the Giants may be both buyers and sellers.
Yep.
And it's interesting as you're looking at somebody with a contract expiring. I mean, Mike Yastrzemski, I think you re-signed that guy. He's on a heater right now. He's just so fundamentally sound. But it was interesting to hear it. And we're a ways away from July 31st. It's the 12th day of June. But he did mention, figuring out what they're going to do as far as selling versus buying. Would they have to move salary to take salary on to stay under the line? I don't know. We'll have to get to him when we get a little closer. But he did drop that line. Because some years you've done both. You've sold off pieces you don't think they're going to be a part of your future. And then you've also added to the team. And you got a lot of, the organizational depth is in high-end pitching. Guys that are pitching at the major league roster. Obviously, you're going to Dodger Stadium. You're going to roll out Roop on Saturday and Kyle Harrison on Sunday Night Baseball. You're pitching Hayden Birdsong today. And then you got a lot of pitchers at AAA, highlighted by Carson Wisenhunt that are knocking at the door. So it was interesting to hear them acknowledge that they would be buyers, maybe, but also possibly at the same time sell some pieces off.
Yeah, no question. And as we have seen in the last 9 days or so, a lot can change. The narrative can change quickly. It went from what happened to this offense to, oh, hey, all of a sudden they've won 7 in a row. So coming up, we got our final segment here on a short show. Let's get a little bit into the Niners before we get on out of here. John Lynch was with Pat McAfee. Want to play you some cuts of that, as well as Robert Saleh. Holla for Saleh in front of the media yesterday. It's Papa and Silver on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, Greg Papa here. Golden State Lumber and Showroom has supported Northern California construction for over 70 years, building strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Since 1996, Trex has led the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, offering products that won't rot, splinter, fade, or stain. No seasonal maintenance needed. Trex pioneered combining recycled plastics durability with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood. Their sun-comfortable heat-mitigating technology keeps deck cool underfoot, perfect for hot, sunny days. Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand, making it ideal for boat owners. Considering a new deck? Explore Trek's latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring sun-comfortable technology and a 50-year limited residential warranty. Find Trek's decking at Golden State Window and Door Showrooms or visit GoldenStateLumber.com. With our commitment to excellence, we're here to support your project every step of the way. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He's just growling at you.
Go Panthers.
I almost forgot about it myself. I started talking, and then I got hit with a nice little growl right between the cans right here. That's the cue to call, 415-896-KNBR. Go win tickets to see the Bay Area Panthers, and if you don't get it today, you got one more chance tomorrow. Give Walter a little bit of a call, and as we're making custom now, you got to do your best growl over the phone to really have him enter your information properly so that you can go ahead and get those tickets. Final segment here, Papa and Silver Giants pregame starting about 15 minutes and 45 seconds to this point. Wanted to get some Niners talk in, though, before we officially hand it off to the fellas out at Coors Field. And here's John Lynch. We'll start with him. He was on with Pat McAfee earlier this morning, so this sound not even a couple hours old to this point. It was about 9:30 to 10 that he was speaking right toward the top of our show. And one of the things he addressed was just the high attendance factor, because I think the team kind of collectively knew that they did not perform up to their standard last year. Tough to go from being on the brink of a Super Bowl trophy to 6-11 out of the playoffs, not playing football after early January. Here is what the general manager had to say.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's doing great. He's taken a part of every OTA we've had, every offseason practice. I mean, that's one thing. You talked about it. Certainly not our standard. Embarrassing, what happened last year. A lot of reasons for it, injuries to Christian and whatnot. But ultimately, those are just excuses, and we had to own that. And we had to take a hard look and say, where can we be better? And when I knew our players took that to heart was day one of off-season program, and we had 100% attendance, and for something that's voluntary. And that spoke to me that our players understood we fell way short of our standard. And the work's been excellent. And now they got to continue that work away from here. But these are really important weeks, and they're weeks you kind of cringe as a GM, as a member of this, as a player. This is when I always knew I had an opportunity, because when you're all here, I think everyone's on a level playing field. When you leave, that's when I knew, okay, I can make up now because we're on our own. And what are you going to do with that time off? And so I hope our players take advantage of it. I think and have a really good feeling that they will, by the way they've approached this offseason, knowing the opportunity we have in front of us.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways we can say it, but the bottom line is last summer was a little bit of a bummer summer. This summer is kind of the turn the page, refresh summer a little bit, and that high attendance right there, something John Lynch is pointing to as a larger symbol of the team being a little bit refreshed, feeling ready to go, and ready to put last year with all of the frustrations on and off the field behind them. We didn't even get 100% attendance at KNBR sometimes. I could probably look through the grass and talk to Walter, and there's probably a good handful of shifts he had to cover because someone just didn't show up. So 49ers already outperforming our own station here some days.
Well, Trent wasn't there every single day, but Trent was there for April 22nd, and he's been there through right now. Trent Williams had a way of describing it that was really interesting. So 2 years ago, not this offseason, the offseason before, 2 seasons ago, you lost in the Super Bowl, and it was February the 11th. So you went from having the shortest possible off-season you could have. I mean, you're barely sitting at Valentine's night dinner, and you're when do we go to OTAs? When does the new league year start? Damn. You went from the shortest possible off-season, playing in the Super Bowl, and the nature of that, and the injuries that occurred around that, and just wow, to the longest possible off-season you can have. You didn't make the playoffs. You were done January the 5th in Arizona. So you had an additional 5 weeks from January 5th to February 11th, and the off-season program begins at the same time. So that was an interesting way from a guy who's been in the NFL 16 years, Trent Williams, from the shortest to the longest. So you should be refreshed. And the response that John had there was talking about he's doing great. He's talking about Christian McCaffrey. And, the big reason why, and I can make a point, I've never asked Christian this, is the Achilles tendonitis and everything. Go back to that soft field at UNLV they had to practice on leading up to the Super Bowl. And Dre Greenlaw tearing his Achilles, and Daniel Bullock's the defensive backfield coach tearing his Achilles, just celebrating an interception by Jair Brown in the Super Bowl. I mean, are you kidding me? But McCaffrey does look great. Contrary to some reports, they're way out there. He looks as fast. He looks as jump cutty, LT-like as I've seen, the way he just swims. And the big thing that John told Pat McAfee today that I didn't know is just about right now, CMC is addressing the team. So they're done. They're not practicing anymore. They're going to have a family barbecue coming up in a little bit. Then they're done. They can do whatever they want for the next 40 days and 40 nights till they come back around July 23rd or so. But it's McCaffrey that's going to address the team, which is interesting because there's nobody you'd rather have address the team. And as John was saying, it's not 40 days away, 40 days away from the building, but not 40 days off because they still have to work, and you can't take like 40 days off. I remember Jamarcus Russell one year between the June minicamp and the start of July, and that's when his uncle Ray died. It was like a different person. He gained like 25 pounds. What the hell have you been doing besides sitting on the porch and sipping scissor? I mean, it was just he gained so much weight in a short period of time. These guys are not going to do that, but you have to know how to train your body and be ready because once, July 23rd or whenever camp starts, it is a grind. But it will be McCaffrey who never takes a day off. You have to, chain that guy, to his bed to get him to get off his feet. When he's healthy, he's going to be out there. So I thought it was interesting that it's Christian himself that is telling his teammates how to handle the next 40 days.
Yeah, we might need to bring Matt Chapman in to also threaten to slap Christian McCaffrey in the face. Although I think Willie Adames is going to be more receptive to the feedback of taking a day off. Christian McCaffrey, after he had to unwillingly spend some time off last year, I don't think it would work quite as well there. So, yeah, Lynch on Christian McCaffrey at the beginning of that clip, and just the general high attendance factor being a sign that the team's going to be ready to go. And you're right, it's not 40 days off, it is 40 days away. Let's not do the Jamarcus Russell tactic. And obviously he experienced a tough personal matter, so I don't want to make fun of him on that part. But I think just bringing up Jamarcus Russell always makes me go, oh boy. Yeah, a lot of Bay Area fans might be holding their breath. And we got some listeners out there, and we even got some in the building here that grew up for that silver and black and feel the pain there still. So, by the way, congratulations to Caesar and Salinas, our contest winner, and can confirm via Walter that he fully growled on the phone. So look what you did. You started a trend here. I think you should feel proud, if anything.
Yeah, next we should have. I saw Christian the other day. We should have asked Christian McCaffrey to do a promo for. He's a former Carolina Panther. The Panthers are coming in Week 12, November the 24th, for Monday Night Football. Greg Silver has guaranteed a victory. So if we're going to talk Panthers, I think we got to go Black Panthers at one point in honor of the great Black Panthers, but we got to get Christian McCaffrey as well. He probably won't, but he might. I think he's got a little something to say about the NFL Panthers.
You could give like a little cat, somewhere between a meow and a full screech. I feel like Christian McCaffrey is capable of for sure. I mean, you might have to get him out of his shell just a little bit, but I have belief in Christian, and if the competitor in him is just going to want to contribute to the cause, if anything. So. He's a great actor. You see the TV ads he does with Travis Kelce? Christian doesn't get a lot of lines, but he always nails his lines. We actually got a handful of good actors in commercials. I got to give it up. Baker Mayfield's Progressive commercials, pretty good. That Villanova Boys commercial of Dante DiVincenzo, Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, where they do the flashback to the birthday cake. That was a pretty funny one, and Dante said they had to do so many takes because they couldn't take themselves seriously. But Christian McCaffrey, I'm putting him on that list as well. So final 8 minutes or so here before we get ready for Giants pregame. Want to hear from Robert Saleh as well, who spoke with the media. And the big news as of late has been Bryce Huff coming over via a trade. Did not work out so well with the Eagles. He did have a lot of success in 2023 when Robert Saleh was coaching the Jets, 10 sacks. And here is Robert Saleh on coaching Bryce Huff for the first couple seasons of his career, now having him as a part of San Francisco.
He stuck to it. I think his first year, so he's undrafted, came in as a linebacker. He was with the first regime, so credit to Greg Williams and Adam Gase and those guys. They're the ones who found him. When we got into the building at the Jets, we kind of let him know that if he was going to make it, it was going to be as a defensive end. And so he put on, I want to say 20-plus pounds of muscle, probably more. I mean, he really reshaped his body. and he just kept plugging away. Our first year, he was having a really productive year, got hurt. And then the second year, we drafted a couple of guys. We got some free agents, but he kept showing up again. And our third year, which was a 23 year, he really came onto the scene. And to his credit, I mean, he was the DN in the fourth quarter of the preseason games, if you go back and look at it, but it didn't discourage him. He just kept going and going and going, and really just kicked the door down and took over that spot.
Yeah, so listening back to Robert Saleh yesterday, that was one of the most interesting clips that he had for me, because I knew that he was inherited when Robert Saleh came to the Jets. Wasn't drafted at the time. Saleh was, of course, with the 49ers, but just the fact that, he straight up said, if you're going to make the team, it's going to be as a defensive end, and the fact that he just worked so hard to put that position alone, that was the good kind of gaining 20, 25 pounds, and we know he's not an every down kind of player. He's much more of a situational guy. You've heard the term run stopper a lot, but the fourth quarter D end, even in some of those preseason games, and now he could be a really valuable piece here to be opposite side of Nick Bosa, as Bosa, Fred Warner, the old heads on this defense. Even Diamador Lenore got a little bit of old head on him getting that second contract. Bryce Huff, a little bit of a new piece, and one of those that is going to be key for the 49ers trying to fix some of the holes they had real issues with last year.
You got to realize that this guy was not drafted into the NFL. He was undrafted. He played linebacker at Memphis. And then the Jets got him, and we talked to Rich Cimini about it. It was Greg Williams that brought him in. And, he had to put on weight, initially. And then Robert talked about the weight gain. When I see him, I see a big, thick guy. His legs are thick. I know they are comparing him to D Ford with the get-off, the GTFO, but he is thicker than D. I don't know why he can't play the run. And if you're to play for Kasarik, you better turn that run back inside. You better set the edge. I don't care what it is. I know it. Play the run on the way to the quarterback. Okay, but he better play the run, because if you're getting gashed in the run game, you're not getting on the field, and they're going to pick on you. So he obviously has the natural get off the ball. He'll fit in as a forward, hands down in a 4-point stance and the power. But I'll be anxious to just see him, especially in preseason games, because they're not going to tackle to the ground, but they do, keep it in, force it in, and set the edge. I mean, this guy's got to be able to play the run a little bit, or it's going to be hard for him to be on the field. So I want to see him progress that way. And by gaining all that weight, I wonder if, how much more weight can he put on his frame? His legs are thick. His lowers are thick, as they say. So you'd think he would be able to, at some point, and he's still young in his 27 year coming up, be able to at least set the edge in the run game and push all that inside.
Yeah, no question. So Bryce Huff, certainly someone worth watching, and run stopping, an issue that the 49ers had in a lot of areas last year. And that first show, when we started working together, that was the Nick Bosa left partway through the Seattle game. And from that moment on, Geno Smith, that Seattle offense, had an entirely different level of success working against that 49ers defense. So final few minutes here. We get ready for the Giants taking on the Rockies. It's going to be Hayden Birdsong going up against Antonio Senzatella, 1-10. And look, if you're pitching for the Rockies, the bottom line is the stats on the back of the baseball card, they're not going to be very kind to you. He did get his lone win back on 420 against the Nationals, but the Rockies bullpen has actually been the ones getting lit up. And for the most of that game on Tuesday, they were really shutting down the Giants. And then the ninth inning happened. And yesterday, take it to 7th, 8th, and 9th. And starters have been able to hang in there, but the Giants just keep finding ways to swing the bats. And first time getting into double-digit runs in quite a while. But however they do it, they're going to have to find a way, try to get a sweep. And they could be heading in with an NL West lead to Dodger Stadium. Wasn't sure that was going to be the case when you first looked at the fact that they weren't playing the Dodgers until June 13th. But here we are, a lot of clutch play, a lot of buster ball, and Giants got a chance to get the season sweep today.
Well, if they sweep them here, they are going to roll into Dodger Stadium for a game out of a 3-game series tomorrow night with the exact same record as the LA Dodgers. They will be 41-28. And that means it's a 3-game series. So someone's winning the series. You're not getting a split in the 3-gamer. It doesn't work that way. The math doesn't break down. So On Father's Day night, when the Sunday night game is done around 7 o'clock, one of these teams will be in first place in the National League West. And you could say, oh, we're not looking at staying. Hell, go back to 2021, that Memorial Day weekend, the Mike Talkman climb over the wall against Albert Pujols, the way they hit Kershaw on that Sunday and went in there and made a statement. They swept that series. They won the West that year by 1 game. It's going to come down to the end, whether it's the West or the wild card. Remember the pandemic year in 2020, and Zach was talking about it. The Giants were 29-31 in that 60 game. Milwaukee made the playoffs, even though they played a different record. There was no, playoff, one extra game. They took Milwaukee because they had to move it on. You're in the middle of a global pandemic. So a lot of times, obviously 93, Bonds' first year, 104-103 to Atlanta. It all adds up. So it is key. The one thing to look for today against Senzatella, Mike Yastrzemski, Greg, and I know you got the notes. He is 5 for 12 with 2 doubles in his career against Senzatella. He has not homered against him in his career until today. He almost homered last night off the wall, 114 official at-bats without a home run. We are calling it. Mike Yastrzemski goes yard today at Coors Field.
Hey, I like that prediction, and I'm even going to say Big Dom, book it. Big Dom swinging for the fences, finally going against the righty. You're going Yaz, I'm going Big Dom. Either way, we're going to have a great time here on These Sports Later. We'll catch up with you tomorrow for the full 4 hours, get into everything. Appreciate you, Pop. Big thank you to Walter. Thank you to Danny for cutting some sound for us as well. And let's get ready for Game 3, Giants-Rockies at Coors Field. Pregame starts now.
Welcome to Coors Field one more time as the Giants go for the sweep today and a share of first place in the National League West. 3-1 Hayden Birdsong will be in charge of that mission for the Giants, and the Rockies, they'll send 1-10 Antonio Senzatella to the mound. I'm FP Santangelo alongside Joe Rizzo, and it's Giants baseball on the radio. The pregame show starts right now.
Hey, everybody, it is June 12th in Giants history. We're going to go all the way back to the 1990s and the year 1997 for a Giants game at Texas against the Rangers. You're like, oh, okay, cool. No. This was a big deal. This was the first ever Giants interleague series. They'd never played an American League team. This was when interleague baseball began, and the Giants did it down in Arlington, Texas, at that old ballpark that was outdoors and hot. Okay, let's go on in, because now interleague baseball, as producer Danny Dunn writes, is now as common at the yard as hot dogs and peanuts. Nice writing by Danny Dunn. But in 1997, it was a brand new concept. So here we go. June 12, 1997. What's going to happen? It's the first ever game, as a matter of fact, June 12, 1997. Mark Gardner gets the start, the historic start for the Giants. Lefty Darren Oliver gets his historic start for the Rangers. Rangers get on the board first. I guess that's historic, too, on a Billy Ripken RBI single scoring Damon Buford. But the Giants weren't down long. Dusty Baker, manager of the Giants, he loved him some Stan Javier. So did we Giants fans. Stan Javier was good. Take a listen.
This one sold out several days ago. That one's hit high in the air to right field. Newsom back, and that ball is out of here. Just as we talk about the wind, Stan Javier gets the home run to right field on a line.
Yeah, you're wondering about that voice. That's from Texas Rangers TV. A guy named Bill Jones. How about this date in Giants history? Producer Danny Dunn doing some digging. So there it is, your first ever interleague home run. Congrats to Stan Javier. But he's not done. Rangers took a 3-1 lead in the top of the seventh. Giants would have to come back. They load the bases with nobody out. Mark Lewis, there's a name. Knocks in Jose Vizcaíno, another name. Next up is Glenn Allen Hill, another name. Santa Cruz's own sac fly. Scores, of course, future MVP Jeff Kent. And then up steps Stan Javier again. He's not done.
So 2 runs in, and now Javier hits one down the line in right field corner, and it falls for a base hit. In to score is Bonds, the go-ahead run, and putting on the brakes at third base is Mark Lewis. It's a double, and the Giants have the lead. Stan Javier comes through again.
Look at Stan Javier having a day in the first ever interleague game. Giants go on to win 4-3. Mark Gardner goes 8 innings. Dusty Baker style, and Rod Beck. Love Rod Beck with the save. Rest in peace, Rod. We miss you, buddy. That was all, of course, on June 12, 1997. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
Getting you ready for Giants pregame as they get to Coors Field. Game 3 of 3. Looking for the sweep. Greg Silver back here, and we'll take it out to the booth and welcome in our good friend who you can hear all throughout the call. That is Joe Rizzo. Joe, I feel like the last time we spoke, the Giants couldn't score. We probably talked about excessive swing and miss, pop-ups, the frustration, and as we expected, of course, they scored 10 last night.
Yeah, no problems whatsoever here in Denver at Coors Field. Nothing like a series here at altitude to get everybody going again. And look, you have to score to win in this ballpark, even with the Rockies struggling right now. And the comeback wins obviously can just lift everybody up in that dugout, in the clubhouse. The Giants, we've seen it all year. Even when they were struggling at the plate team-wide, you never felt like they were quite out of a game. With the 2 comebacks they've had in this series, Giants now have 9 wins this year when they've been trailing in a game by 3 or more runs. I mean, those are pretty significant comebacks, and the 2, of course, here in this series were very late in ball games. Those 9 wins coming back from 3 or more runs, by far and away leading Major League Baseball. It's already more than they had all of last year, and we're not even halfway through this season. So I think we're really getting a sense about what this Giants team is all about. They've got great pitching. They've got a dominant bullpen. I think they're a very good base running team. We've seen that here in this series. It's a streaky offensive group, but they are never out of a game, and that has been proven again here twice in this series.
I mean, just take it back to the middle of last week, and as bad as it was looking with the bats, they were still 5 above 500. Now they've ripped off 7 in a row, 6 of those all coming by a single run. That streak finally broken last night with a 10-7 win. But I just want to talk about the off days for a second, because baseball, with how much of a mental game it could be, I almost feel like for certain players, off days can have a negative effect where you just sort of sit and stew in your struggles. But if we're talking about Willy Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Mike Yastrzemski, and maybe the help of the elements of Coors Field somewhat this week, they've just been entirely different players since getting just a little bit of a breather here.
I agree, and I think it depends on a case-by-case basis. Some players probably don't want that time off, but I think for all 3 it was important. For Jung-Hoo, it was more about, the back was a little sore, so they gave him a couple of days at the end of the homestand. Obviously, Mike Yastrzemski has looked refreshed. He always hits well at Coors Field, somebody you want up at the plate in the big moments, and he's delivered a few times this week. And then, specifically for Willy Adames, he's obviously the headliner. The Giants desperately want to and need to get him going, and obviously very, very encouraging start to this road trip for Willie. When you lose Matt Chapman, it has to be a collective effort for players to kind of fill in that production. Giants know that they can get more out of Willy Adames, and I think when you look a little deeper at what he's done at the plate in these first 2 games, he is punishing fastballs. I mean, look, Willy Adames is always going to be an aggressive hitter. There's going to be some chase. It's just who he is. But for a long time there, this recent stretch of about 3 or 4 weeks where he just wasn't getting many hits, he wasn't driving the ball at all, he was missing fastballs, which was very uncharacteristic for him. That hasn't been happening here at Coors Field. Like I said, he has been punishing pitches up in the zone. When he gets a mistake, he is not missing it, and obviously building a lot of confidence. 2 days off, I guess it's all it took, and we're seeing a completely different Willy Adames, and that is great news for this Giants team, especially going into a big series in L.A. this weekend, where I would assume the Giants will be playing many more close games. And forever long, Matt Chapman's going to be out. We don't yet have an official timetable on that, but it does sound like it's going to be more than the 10 days that's required with the IL stint. So it's important for Willy Adames to keep this going here for these next several weeks and hopefully beyond.
And if there was ever a time for Willy Adames to get the bats waking up, it would be right now with the injuries. So coming up in a bit, we'll get to the Dodgers series. We'll get to some of these new faces filling in for the Giants who have headed to the IL. Greg Silver with Joe Rizzo on the other side after this. Back here with Joe Rizzo, getting you ready for Giants-Rockies first pitch coming up at 12:10. And Joe, something we were just getting into in that previous segment was the Giants who are headed to the IL. Giants going to be without Matt Chapman for a considerable stretch, and schedule not looking super kind to them. So really important that somebody like Casey Schmidt steps up as he's done the past couple of nights. And today we're also getting our first look at Logan Porter. Andrew Kisner, another new face, has filled in the past couple of days. And now with Patrick Bailey headed to the 10-day IL retroactive to June 8th, Logan Porter is going to be catching Hayden Birdsong today.
Yeah, I think for Bailey, the Giants are hoping it's not a real serious thing. It's just a matter of you can't go into a game with only one healthy catcher if Bailey can't play for a few days. So they were kind of hands tied there to put him on the injured list. So, yeah, Logan Porter makes his first start as a Giant today. Gets a chance to catch Hayden Birdsong. We saw a lot of Logan Porter this spring. He was in camp. He got a number of at-bats, and I think the Giants and Buster Posey and Bob Melvin feel very comfortable by calling up Porter because he knows this entire staff. He caught everybody all spring. It's not a major league debut. He got into a handful of games with the Royals a couple of years ago. He's an athletic guy. He can run a little bit. And he gets an opportunity here at Coors Field to see what he can do. And at least for these next 8 or 9 days with Bailey out, he'll be on this roster. And really encouraging to see Casey Schmidt playing well. I think Casey getting a chance to settle in at third base. And look, he's the first to admit he's there just filling in right now for Matt Chapman. But for however long Chapman's going to be out, it's probably going to be Casey Schmidt's position. And that was the spot that he was playing almost exclusively as he was coming up through the Giants minor league system. He won a minor league Gold Glove, and I remember talking to a lot of people in player development, and a lot of the comps that you were getting for Casey Schmidt defensively was this is kind of like a young Matt Chapman over there. I mean, who knows if he'll turn into something that good as a big leaguer down the road, but the skill set is there. It's a great arm. I mean, he was an outstanding closer at the collegiate level at San Diego State, and the footwork and the glove work, it's all top flight. And I think just getting a chance to settle in, you're in the lineup every day, and you're at your most familiar position. When Casey Schmidt's playing second, or especially when he was over at first base earlier this year, which was a spot he had never played before. There's a lot going through your mind on a day-to-day basis about how you can kind of adapt over there and make sure that you can help the team in a spot where you're not familiar. And maybe that takes away from things offensively, and you don't feel like yourself at the plate then. So I think he's just getting into a comfort zone. He knows he's going to be in the lineup for these next number of games, and it's time to take and run with the opportunity, and so far so good there.
Yeah, I mean, and look, Tyler Fitzgerald, when he was a little slow to start the season with the bats, he had a quote when he started heating up saying, yeah, look, at this point, I think if this was last year, I would have been set down at this point, and Casey Schmidt now has a chance to sort of earn a little bit more big league reps, but also get that consistency that's tough for young players to come by. So hasn't always been perfect at the plate, but we've seen it twice in the last 2 nights now. Opportunistic, hitting the home run to start the 9th inning rally on Tuesday. And then last night, he immediately signaled for that challenge that Bob Melvin won, and that proved to be the winning run.
Absolutely. What a great slide that was. Dave Fleming called it the slide of the year already. It was impressive. I think you're just seeing the confidence level just bursting right now for Casey Schmidt. It's so fun to be able to see that. I mean, Elliot Ramos was kind of that way last year. Not to say that Casey Schmidt's going to become an all-star in the next month or two, although that would be great. But just getting that opportunity. You're in the lineup every day. You're playing at a comfortable spot in the field. And take advantage of the opportunity. And that's the chance right now for Casey Schmidt here going forward.
Well, and the Giants as a whole have an opportunity to get the sweep today. And Joe Rizzo and FP Santangelo will be on the call. You can hear them right here on the Sports Leader. Joe, always good catching up with you. And maybe the next time we catch up for a little booth talk, Giants will be coming off a 20-run performance.
All right, let's do it. We're due for a laugher. A 3-run margin yesterday felt like a blowout. I mean, not really, but it'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no question. Joe, have a great call, and we'll catch up soon.
Thanks, Greg.
Award-winning Diamond Notes coming up next as part of your Giants pregame after these messages. Greg Silver back here with your award-winning Diamond Notes, getting you ready for 12:10 first pitch. Giants at Coors Field against the Rockies. Let's go over some starting pitchers, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. For the Giants, it's going to be Hayden Birdsong, 3-1 record on the year with a 2.55 ERA. Birdsong started once at Coors Field last season on July 21st, gave up 2 earned runs in 6 complete innings, all while finishing with a career-high 12 strikeouts. He'll be making his 5th start of the year today, and his last outing on Friday against the Braves wasn't his cleanest. 93 pitches to get through 4 1/3 innings. Gave up a pair of runs, but the team as a whole wasn't its sharpest. Birdsong would get the no decision, and the Giants would win on the wild pitch run scored by Tyler Fitzgerald in the bottom of the 10th. For the Colorado Rockies, it's going to be the first righty they've faced in this series, Antonio Senzatella. First righty starter, I should say. 1-10 record, 6.68 ERA. It's his 9th season, all with Colorado. And Senzatella has only gone 6 innings twice this season, but his start last Saturday against the Mets was one of his best performances of the year. 84 pitches in 4 innings, gave up 3 hits, 4 walks, but no runs, and finished with a no decision against the best team in the NL. You'll see a lot of 4-seamers and sliders out of Senzatella with some curveballs, changeups, and sinkers in the mix as well. As far as keys to the game, sponsored exclusively by Stevens Creek Lincoln. Experience luxury on your terms at Stevens Creek Lincoln. Buckle up and drive safely. Well, offensively, it's got to be swinging the bats aggressively. The Rockies starter, Senzatella, has one of the worst strikeout rates in all of baseball. So this presents an opportunity for the Giants hitters to put some pressure on him early, fill the bases, and look to sustain a lead rather than have to make another comeback. Defensively, it's going to be Hayden Birdsong using that changeup as a weapon. He only throws it about 18% of the time, but we saw the success that Kyle Harrison had with it on Monday, and Drew Goodman explained on our show yesterday how it's the pitch least affected by the altitude. Hitting the lumber, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Well, Willie Adames was 0 for 19 on the Giants' last homestand, but he was forced to take the day off on Sunday, and he found new life in the hitter's paradise at Colorado. 4 for 7 with a pair of bombs and 6 RBIs on this trip. And it's come at a much-needed time for him, both individually and for the team, now with a couple of Gold Glove winners on the IL. We'll do the rest of award-winning Diamond Notes after this on the Sports Leader. Back here with your award-winning Diamond Notes. Who's Hot? Sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar. Locally and family-owned for 63 years. Mike Yastrzemski has been hot. 7 RBIs in the last 3 games, and he's doing it with some clutch hitting as well. X Factor, sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER. Going to go with a guy who's hitting 224 and now getting consistent reps at third base. Casey Schmidt has shown up at big moments this week. And lastly, the Toyota Out-of-Town Scoreboard. Let's go places with the Toyota Out-of-Town Scoreboard. Let's go out to Coors Field because the Giants and Rockies with Around the Park is next.